you. everybody. I'm Sam Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. I forgot to say, wow. I forgot to, I fucked up my intro. Wow, that rarely ever happens. This is a big day. It's a good day. What's going on, everybody? Hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, a fantastic afternoon, a fantastic pre-noon. I'm Sam Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Are live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a wonderful day. Please don't have KYRIE on. Also, 3 people said I'm a fake Jew, and 2 called me a Zionist today. Hope you're having a good day. I'm 100%. If I have the opportunity to have KYRIE IRVING on, inshallah, I'm going to have him on. You're out of your fucking mind, okay? Let's get started. Like, let's... You're wild if you think that I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? You're fucking bananas insane. You're out of your goddamn mind if you think that I'm not going to do that. You know what I mean? Is Hubie coming on? No, unfortunately... Say Irving, not Irving. Listen, I'm Turkish. Don't do this to me, okay? W's and V's have always been historically difficult for me to pronounce. I don't want to get started on this early on, okay? I don't want to get started on this with motherfuckers being like, oh, it's not Irving, it's not Irving, it's Irving. Okay, it's Irving with a V. I'm right? Am I saying it right or am I saying it wrong? It's Irving with a V. Fuck. It's Irving with a V. It's Irving with a V. Dude, stop, okay? I'm literally fucking fluent in 2 languages. Shut the fuck up. This is the most... I hate that. I hate that. It is literally a gigantic insecurity of mine. Okay. In the Turkish language, we do not have W's. Okay, there is no such thing as like a W. We have silent G's, which is kind of like the W, which is a silent V. And it's very frustrating when we have when I fuck it up sometimes. Anyway, KYRIE literally lost Braun a ring. Yeah, I know. Well, who cares? Okay. Like I said, it's KYRIE IRVING. When we went walking, we were watching window washers wash windows with warm washing water. No, you don't understand. W's, if it's all W's, is easy as fuck to say. If it's W to switch off to a V, then it's hard. You get it? Like if it's all W's, then I can fucking crush it, right? But if there's a V in there, like volleyball or Volkswagen is like really hard for me to say. Like I have no idea how to say. Like I'm just, every time I say wavy's not that difficult. I've said it so many times, but like wet velvet. See, I can get it right. Why am I telling you guys this? Woven, fuck. Okay, shut up. We're not doing this early in the fucking morning. Are you kidding me? Anyway, okay, so there's literally nothing going on in my life as far as personal news goes, so I should just like fucking jump directly into it. I was supposed to have Hubie on, okay? Famous t-shirt designer. If you guys recall, I wear that like I'm a gamer Halo shirt all the time. It says, yeah, I'm a gamer. In the back it says, making extremely hot women come. The famous t-shirt designer, Twitch streamer himself. His latest brand is H-Loan. But he's too famous. He's too famous for this broadcast, okay? Like, once he showed the world Lumpy Latino, he decided that was it for him. That he didn't He didn't need to show people things anymore. He was like, this is over. You know what I mean? You might also know him as I Look Like Lil Bill. I think Smoke Mids is another one. I don't fucking know, dude. He's got like a million different Twitter accounts, and I'm here to blast him. Okay? I'm here to blast his ass because I've been trying to get him on the stream for a while, and you guys already know. Too famous, literally no idea who you're talking about. I'm joking. It's a joke. I've interacted with him on Twitch before. I've had him on. Did I have him on stream? I think I've definitely had him on before. I mean, I've rated him before and stuff. You know, he's great. He's really funny. We got a bunch of mutual friends, and I thought I could have him on the broadcast in person. And then he literally was like, "Yeah, no, not." Like he was supposed to come over, and he's like, "I can't. I'm leaving for something." Wait, when the fuck did I write this? Did I actually write this? Just bought a Toblerone because of that anime on Netflix I keep seeing everywhere. Wow, marketing schemes truly are a bitch. Ladies finna hit my DMs. I got a big Toblerone dishing it out indiscriminately. When the fuck? When did I even write this, dude? I don't remember. It's one of those like fucking insane tweets where you're just like, did I write this or did I get hacked? Like what? I don't remember this at all. That's so funny. You were such a fuckboy. I mean, this is literally a joke. This is called ironically posting. I'm not like actually posting that to be like, yo, what's up? Hit my line, ladies. Why would you take this seriously? It's like when Felix does like AAVE, making fun of like white people using AAVE, and then people will be like, dude, I can't believe you. Finna. I did say finna. That's crazy. I've never said it out loud. What a wild thing. Look at your follow-up. Yes, I follow Big Tan. That's a fuckboy joke, though. Delete it now before the freaks find it. My favorite tweet from that account. Oh, they gay for finding the peculiar group of sea creatures found in the deep Australian abyss. They gay for finding these. Lol. Imagine you're in the fucking woods and then you find that like mushroom that just looks straight up like a hard erect cock. That's gay. Emma, I would fall on it. Anyway, so there is a lot of news to talk about today, as always. Okay. Anyway, listen, I wanted Hubie to come over, but he's not. Okay, I hit him up, and because I'm not a quirked up shouty, I'm not a cutie. In his DMs, he just didn't come. So now. We're waiting on another guest, an esteemed guest, like a multiple-time award winner. Felix Biederman's going to be on the stream later at around like 1 to 2. Remember, all Australians in the chat, vote early so you don't forget. Vote fucking early. Vote fucking early so you don't forget. Don't forget to vote. Australians. What is that drink in that 1800 penicillin glass? This is a Stumptown cold brew. It is a Stumptown original cold brew. I fucking love these. Dude, let me just say something, okay? This is obviously not a hashtag ad. Like, I mean, obviously hit my line. Yes. I will do an ad for you, Stumptown cold brew. I drink it every day. But like, this is not a hashtag ad. But I do love drinking this shit out of these little fucking bottles because it's like, it makes me feel like I'm drinking a potion. You know what I mean? Like I went to the, this does have the energy of like, either you went to the apothecary and got medicine, okay, in like the olden days, or straight up like I'm drinking a potion. It just makes me feel cool. Anyway, how are they not paying you? I have 3 friends who drink this because of you. I mean, they don't fucking know I exist, probably. Dude, HasanAbi, I need to stop watching you late at night. Last night was the second time I had a dream we had sex. I can't take this anymore. I thought you were banging my mom. Okay. That's interesting stuff. Very weird. Oh, dude, what the fuck? This is good. This is good. This is fucking destroyed me. Okay, anyway. I have nothing going on in my life, so I'm gonna blast off, and we're gonna get started, because there's a lot of fun shit happening, okay? Family. Today we might watch that family YouTuber. Family YouTubers that fucking watch that like anti-abortion documentary. I think people have like done. They're like a massive family YouTuber too. Johnny Depp. Amber Heard, Johnny Depp is turned into a trial by TikTok, and we're all worse for it. Look, listen. I think like a lot of people are just. How do I describe it? We'll talk about that too. We'll talk about the Amber Heard shit, because like I've kind of covered this, but I've been talking about it nonstop. But like, I think that yes, people are fucking insane. I think people like on either side of the equation are just like going fucking buck wild, but especially Johnny Depp fans are like going extra buck wild because they see this as like a redemption to right the wrongs of not just like Johnny Depp potentially being abused by Amber Heard, a side that was left unheard by the mainstream media for the most part, but also like literally this is like their opportunity to be like, yeah, see, women lie all the time. Like all women are Amber Heard and they're always lying, and they are the abusive ones actually. Look up Shireen Abu Akleh, please. I already talked about it last night when it first happened, and I'm tweeted about it, and I'm gonna obviously talk about that today as well. Family YouTubers drop fat anti-abortion documentary unprompted. There's signs on the road in Fairfax where they're doing the trial. Wild. What the fuck? Really occupying horses. Murder. Al Jazeera. Murder in raid. Alabama banned trans kids. I don't even understand what, like, dude. Or anti-LGBT legislation. And anti-abortion legislation all around. L world. Also, let's see, buyer logic. Be on at 1 p.m. Talk about buy a sell. Go. I'm not writing this in. And now, it's like a weird thing to fucking Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take out the Israeli occupying forces murder Al Jazeera reporter in the raid because that's more serious. We are gonna talk about it, obviously. My question is, why did they bring Jack Harlow into the whole RICO thing? How was he involved? He's not actually involved. Don't worry. Don't worry, white folks. Jack Harlow is not implicated or involved in any meaningful capacity. I think a reporter had fallen for a meme in the convo, and that's why they brought it up. There's a really good Twitter thread by some lady that I saw yesterday that like kind of also compiles all of my thoughts. I said get UB now. What the fuck? What does that even mean? I fucking mistyped something, but it doesn't matter. Here you go. We're blasting off. Don't worry, white people. I was, of course, as a fellow white myself, I was very worried that like our leader, Jack Harlow, our greatest representative, Jack Harlow, was in some way implicated in this, but fear not. Fulton County DA talks about the YSL RICO indictments. We talked about it yesterday. Like, we watched it. Oh, shit. She got a separate interview? Good Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, before we get started on anything else, I just I want to wait for the RICO stuff to talk about the RICO stuff with Felix, who is obviously my rap correspondent. Okay, I mean Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House is the most knowledgeable on issues that pertain to both drill music, Chicago, senior rap correspondent. But yeah, trap lore, step aside, trap lore Ross. It's time for a new down ass white boy, trap lore Felix. An AAVE expert, yes. Steven Crowder did a Lauren Boebert. Do people really know what Roe v. Wade is? Oh, dude, let's go. Let's go. He's back, dude. He's fighting like hell. Focus too much on the trap, you get caught in the cheese. Are you gonna see Dave One and his bro performing at LA Friday night? Thinking of getting tickets? Okay, Megaphonics. Don't think about getting tickets because maybe I'm gonna be there, okay? Get tickets if you want to go see them. Don't be weird, Megaphonics. That's a weird thing. That's a no-no, okay? Do I have to remind you that that's a no-no? That's not a good thing to write in the chat? That's not what I meant. I was just curious. I was already going to get tickets. Okay, cool. Well, don't even mention that in the chat. You don't want people to know what your business is, okay? Come on. Anyway, all right, listen. There's a lot to go through, okay? We are going to try to not fucking die while watching. Oh, here, terms of service for the vid. Damn, dude, I love this community. I swear to God. Look, I said, should I watch this insane shit on stream? Is it a TOS violation? Shouts out to Dr. Watkins 9, i.e. Riley says, I'm going to watch it right now at 1.5 and come back with any TOS timestamps. It starts off with this, though. All ad revenue made from this video directly donated to local pregnancy centers. 3.5 million fucking views on this. 855 to 1040 is graphic descriptions and animations of abortions. I don't think it's TOS, but worth mentioning. Got it. Yeah, trigger warning, Steven Crowder. This video is going to be cringe as fuck. Bubba literally just told the stream he's going to be at Disneyland every night for the rest of the week. That's fucking weird. Oh my God, new Jubilee about who's the most conservative out of the five. Five conservatives rank themselves on this political spectrum. So like one's a Nazi, I guess, right? Oh my God. Dude, what is happening? Did I wake up this morning and make dua so that you know, Allah would grant me content, unlimited content? Is that what's going on? Because that's what it feels like. I'm gonna be honest with you. It feels like I have been gifted. I've been gifted a content mine. Cryptocurrencies are fucking blowing up, by the way. We already watched the five men rank themselves by deadlift strength. But anyway, cryptocurrencies are popping the fuck off, and by that I mean the bubble is blowing up. You yesterday, shit's kind of stale. The content gods bet. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. A $350,000 Bored Ape NFT was just sold for only $115. That's fun stuff. That's cool. Yeah, Bitcoin is going to the moon, except the moon is underneath the earth, I guess, technically. Cody just dropped a fire vid about inflation as well. Cody, dude, as much as I love Cody, I feel like his videos are not exactly great for watching on stream. On a scale of corporate Democrat to Nazi, how conservative are you? Yeah. This was from March, dude. I mean, shit's gotten worse. This is probably worth nothing now. They gay for finding these. Anyway, here it is. Here's the blast off tweet. Let the people know. Let the people know. Do not let the haters know, but let the lovers know that we're live and alive. Okay. You said, can you explain that drop in value from a Marxist perspective? But it doesn't. Karl Marx's analysis on something such as that would revolve exclusively on his interpretation of capitalism. It has nothing to do with socialism. Or like that's just pure capitalism. NFTs are a perfect example of looking for new ways to milk people. By creating value where no such value exists. It's just literally a speculative asset that has no other utility. So, fictitious capital. The Dutch flower thing, no. I mean, even with the tulip bulb, there's like another... No, I think it's worse, okay? I think it's worse than that. And the reason why I say it's worse and it's different is because there is literally no fucking utility to it at all. Like, there is utility to the tulip bulb there is utility to a tulip that an NFT does not even have. There is no labor associated with it either. For the most part, it's like the level of labor involved in it is so... I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. Somebody listened to the new Chapo? No, I have not actually listened to the new Chapo. Part of the reason why I didn't listen to the new Chapo is because they were talking about NFTs and I find it like incredibly boring. Is that why? Is that what they talked about? Yeah, that makes sense. I have not listened to the new... Y'all mad? Y'all won't be going to the moon. They did the ape juice bit at the beginning. The ape juice bit was first originally fucking found by friend of the show Taylor Lorenz, and I retweeted it on that first day, and then I had to unretweet it because people kept coming into the stream. You guys probably didn't even notice this, but people kept coming into the stream and were like, people kept coming into the fucking stream and being like, Hasan, I think you got caught in a scam. Hasan, you might be... They kept coming to the stream and being like, Hasan, I think you're hacked. You're like, you retweeted an NFT scam. So I had to unretweet it back then, but it's lived in my mind. It's lived in my mind since it came out.
Y'all still don't get it. Ape holders can use multiple slurp juices on a single ape. So, if you have one Astro ape and 3 slurp juices, you can create 3 new apes. Tonight's Slurp Juice Mint event is essentially a minting event for both lab monks and special forces. So put that in your crazy helmet and...
Slurp Juice was a neo-fash meme to troll people? Yeah, I heard it was like some fucking... it had like associations with fascists or something. I don't care. We can still make fun of people, okay? Can we do that? Did you see this Pokey clip already? What? Why does it say Pokey saying Hasan is hot stream clip? I didn't even get to see what it was. I just clicked on it because I thought it was going to be like something relevant. You fucking idiot. I didn't even get to see the title. I like that he put the title in there just in case. You know what I mean? You fucking asshole. Okay, at least this is like unique and creative, all right? Instead of like the classic. Hating on blockchain / NFTs is like hating on TCP / IP because scams and bad things exist on the internet. No, totally, dude. No, you're right. NFTs have so much practical utility that's like different and that's different than like already existing technologies. You're absolutely correct on that. We do need a hyperlink that's like we do need a hyperlink that is powered by an insane fucking farm somewhere overseas. Anyway. At least like, what's my take always? What's my fucking take always? At least if you're gonna be like, at least if you're gonna like hype NFTs and stuff, like be in on the scam. Don't be a sucker. Be in on the fucking scam. Do you understand? Like, don't be the person holding the bag. Make others hold the bag on your behalf. Gary V fighting for his life right now? Yeah, probably. Probably not. He's probably doing great. Okay, what is this? America equals third world country.
Wait.
Is this Pollum? Yo, streamer, check this out. Dua Lipa mentioned you on a radio interview. www.com/rickroll. Anyway, look. Ross Tweet made a meme for you. True. How is he streaming in a tunnel? Hello, America. Hello. If you are in the United States of America, this is called living in a civilized nation. Okay? This is called living in a civilized nation where, you know, your ISPs are not working to fuck you in the ass all the time. And instead actually offering, you know, good service. A practical utility that you need for, at least in this day and age, survival. You get it. It's called living in a country the size of a state. Well, you know, America notoriously does not have states the size of a state. It's really interesting that you bring that up, my friend. It's not America's size that makes it virtually impossible to have decent coverage everywhere. It's the lack of willingness. How can you be in a community like this one for at least 6 months and not recognize this fundamental reality that if the government is not going to force ISPs, okay, internet service providers, to actually follow through on all of their obligations that the government offered billions of dollars in tax breaks to, like reorienting and basically reinforcing their infrastructure and building better bandwidth mechanisms, fiber optic lines everywhere. If they're not going to do that, and then the government's not going to punish them for it at all, then obviously they don't need to. There's a great example of this, actually, as a matter of fact. Fun fact. Let's talk about Chattanooga, Tennessee. Hasan, why are you talking about Chattanooga, Tennessee? What the fuck? That's so weird. It's Tennessee's 4th largest city. I mean, that's not even the number 1 city in Tennessee. Why am I talking about Chattanooga, Tennessee? Well, that's because it has one of the fastest internet speeds in the United States of America. That's right. The best broadband in the United States isn't in New York or San Francisco. It's in Chattanooga. Now, you might be wondering, how did that happen? That's fucking crazy. I mean, Chattanooga, Tennessee, what? That's like Tennessee. Isn't that like, all my exes live in Texas? That's why I swing my hat down Tennessee. Like, what's up with that? What's going on there? Well, guess what? How did that happen? Well, it happened because the people of Chattanooga were like, okay, fuck this. We're going to take matters into our own hands. As a part of his American Jobs plan, by the way, Biden wants to spend $100 billion on bringing affordable high-speed broadband for everyone. This was back in 2021. Oh, how laughable that is. That obviously is not happening. Anyway, but Chattanooga was able to get this. It has the fastest broadband connection, runs to 10 gigabytes per second, fast enough to download a 2-hour HD movie in 3 seconds, and the starter pack offers 300 megabits per second for less than $60 a month. And their prices haven't ever risen. Wow. The broadband is so attractive that it has drawn companies and professionals to the city, and in a post-pandemic future where remote jobs will be a more stable way of life, Chattanooga's broadband prompted PC Mag this past January to rate it the best work-from-home city in the country. By owning broadband network, the city is able to make it inclusive as well. Last summer, when students had to attend school online, Chattanooga offered free internet access to 17,000 low-income families and their 30,000 or so children. How did that happen? Because Chattanooga began laying down fiber optic cable in 2009, and its electric power board had been planning a revamp of the grid, and to build out the cable network in tandem was not difficult. Comcast and AT&T, which were operating in the city then and still do today, tried to block the move by suing the city. The city itself was like, fuck you guys. We are going to do this ourselves. You are not doing it for us. So we're going to do it ourselves. We're going to do it with our taxpayer fucking funded dollar reduce, okay? Because we're already paying for it. You, the American taxpayer, and myself, we already pay for this broadband, okay? We already paid for this infrastructure. We already paid for it 10 times over, as a matter of fact. ISPs just simply land on top of that, okay? So Chattanooga decided to do public infrastructure. That's fucking wild. An industry body of telecom companies paid for the television ads that urged residents to call City Hall in protest. After the municipal government won its cases in court, it started constructing the network with the help of a $169 million loan and a $111 million grant from the federal government, a grant that, like Biden's plan, was part of the stimulus to help an ailing economy. Paying the loan back would leave a hole in the city's budget, critics pointed out, but it's natural for a network to run a deficit for a few years and then generate a surplus for a long time, Mitchell said. In Chattanooga, the authorities calculated that they needed 30,000 customers to break even. Now they have 120,000 customers. Look at that. That's crazy. And guess what? Another thing happened in this situation. For all the fucking disgusting little capitalist pig dogs in the chat who fucking are like, I love capitalism. It's so good. Because this is still technically capitalism. Okay? Why? Because the public utilities became incredibly competitive with AT&T and and Comcast as well. So what ended up happening? They had to lower their prices and offer better service as a consequence of that. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh my God. What? How would that ever happen? How could that have happened? I thought it was when, competition is when AT&T and fucking Comcast hold a duopoly over a fucking marketplace and engage in what is known as not price fixing, of course, because that would be illegal, but price leadership, which is the same as price fixing, but legal. The benefits of broadband. Beyond its own profit and loss statements, the EPB's broadband services brought huge benefits to the city. A recent analysis showed that Chattanooga recorded a community benefit worth $2.69 billion in the past decade. Now, obviously, other countries are able to achieve these results or similar results. I don't know exactly what Norway's system looks like for their infrastructure and their broadband. Okay, I don't know how that works. But my point is this. A better future is possible, and we can do it. And there are sometimes, in a sea of horrifyingly awful fucking news, a little bit of good news, okay? Chattanooga recorded a community benefit worth $2.69 billion in the past decade. The exercise and quantification included a value of 9,516 jobs created in the city and its surrounding areas over the past decade, by the way, for the record. Can you explain the difference between price leadership and the other? Oh my God, I'm literally doing Econ 101 shit. Okay. Price fixing is illegal. It's when you get, it's when you have oligopolies, you know, a marketplace dominated by like a couple fucking companies that basically own damn near the entirety of the marketplace, and they get together in a shadowy dark room and they're smoking cigars and going, ha, how do we fuck everybody over? A cartel, if you will. It's called price fixing. Now that would be illegal technically, even though many people do it. Someone said OPEC. That's kind of a good example of this as well. Obviously, that's why they say it's a cartel. They control the prices completely by changing, by adjusting supply and demand, or adjusting supply without considering demand, and that's part of the reason why you will have really high oil prices, for example, time to time. So that is what is known as price fixing. Okay. Price leadership, on the other hand, is the legal way that you can do this, which is when one company, and airliners are a great example of this, another industry that is completely fucking eviscerated by oligopolies, where there's a reason why there's only one or two airlines that go to specific airports. You're like, what the fuck's going on, right? What? Why? Why is it only like one or two airlines that fly to this place? Why is it that like we used to have hundreds of airlines and now we only have 5? Across the board? Well, that's because they keep buying one another. The big airliner buys the small airliner. Okay. Anyway, so price leadership in that situation is what airliners do. For example, they will turn around and go, you know what we've decided? Actually, we calculated that we'll take out the olive from a meal plan. We'll take out one olive, and that way we will make. We will have reduced like $1 billion worth of additional costs, right? And then another airline will go, wow, that's really good. We are going to do that as well, actually. But except the olive example is real, but it was an example from like the fucking 60s, whereas the current example is basically all of the additional fees, the hidden fees that you see that completely have nothing to do with providing like better service or whatever, but additional fees that artificially lock you out of certain things that you would normally be able to get away with, like bringing on a fucking checked bag, for example, having one checked bag, or bringing on your hand carrier. These are, processing fees, things like that. These are all things that airliners used to afford, airlines used to basically pay for, but they're not doing that anymore, and overbooking fees as well. I mean, or just overbooking in general. That's another way. Like all of these, all of these ways to improve their profit margins is someone that basically does. Someone will basically do it. Like one industry airliner will do it, and then others will follow through immediately because it is an oligopoly regardless. But you can't prove that they did it in a shadowy, smoky room where they're smoking cigars. Okay. You can't take the government debt that companies have and turn that into convertible debt, which would allow the government to own equity in a company and nationalize a company. You can't do that. You could, and Malone Brown is obviously making a joke there. You could and you should, and it'd be fucking awesome, but we will never do that, right? Anyway, so that's how it. That's one way that you could do a lot of that, but you can't. So this is a great example. How the fuck do we get here? Because Nick Paulum able to drive his electric vehicle through a tunnel in Norway and have better coverage on his fucking IRL stream bag than I do when I'm streaming from home.
It's still on.
No, it's not.
Yes, it has 2,000 bitrate in here.
We're going so fast.
I'm watching it.
This is not just a tunnel. This is a tunnel under a mountain.
How is there more service in a tunnel under a mountain than at a fucking plant farm in Texas?
Okay, we're not just under a mountain. We're underground. Like we went down.
Melina, the bitrate is going up. It's going up. It's going up. How is there more service underground than there is in Texas at a farmer's market? God, I hate America, dude.
It's the worst. It is the worst. We are literally, once again, third world country with a Gucci belt.
Jesus Christ.
Straight up.
America just sucks, man.
Straight up. Straight the fuck up. North America infrastructure, yes, it's a laughing stock. It is a joke. It is the fucking absolute worst. They use signal relays underground so EM wave penetrates a fucking mountain. I mean, the idea that, like, you have enough. The idea that you have enough fucking bandwidth, even down there, that's crazy. What is this? Video I tried to send you yesterday, but you yelled at me because it didn't have enough likes? No, it's not that I fucking yelled at you because it didn't have enough likes. It already had a lot of likes yesterday. I just thought it was irrelevant to the conversation. But there's a more relevant version of this conversation, which is that we now know officially that Ben Shabibo quite literally fucking is aware of the Aquaman H-bomber guy memes. This kind of hurts my soul a little bit, but he made a joke about it. An unoccupied house on the stilts of Verdante, North Carolina, as it collapsed into the ocean this afternoon, was worth $381,000, according to Zillow. Ben goes, Aquaman about to get a sweet real estate deal. So does this mean that he's like, dude, I love whenever I like cover something from some like random fucking town in North Carolina or whatever, there's one guy from North Carolina who has to correct me on the way I say it. Rowdan thee. Listen, dude, English is already a fuck language, okay? And then American cities on top of that will literally take like words and you know, misspell them. Specifically so they can like they'll think it's like fancy, like instead of Paris is like what like Perry, Texas. Rodan thee. That person didn't even spell it right phonetically. Whatever. Redante sounds cooler. It's not English law, it's Native American. Perry, Texas, or Kansas. He still doesn't care. He's wrong. So much for facts and logic. Yeah. Booster shot in the UK is spelled Berkshire shot. Good one. Too local of a news story. I still think it's too local of a news story, but value went up because collapsing houses are more rare. Yeah. Dude, that's not just a collapsing house. That's a floating house. The value should go up. How many houses do you know that can float? Yeah, exactly. When Joe Manchin has a houseboat, it's cool. But when this guy wants to make his house into a houseboat, it's not cool. I see it. Double standard. Wait, did you just say, how is that worth 380K? I can't even buy a slot under the bridge for 380K? Okay. I think it's less, it's worth less than that significantly. And not only that, but I also think that that's the reason why it's only worth 380K, which even that is too high in my opinion. Like, that's crazy. Imagine being still in there. You can tell your grandkids you once surfed in a house. Pretty neat. I agree. See, we often talk about the practical utility of NFTs, right? Earlier. Notice how we made fun of the apes and slurp juices and how a lot of people still don't understand that slurp juices are important, okay? And you sit here and you make fun of the value of NFTs going down, and yet here it is. This house, where's the utility of this house, huh? Guess what? The value of this house went down too. Yeah, I'll take my slurp juices and my apes. Thank you very much. This is the house that Slurp Juice built. New Manchin tells us he's a no on the Dem bill on abortion rights. Says it's too broad of an expansion. Says he would support a codification of Roe, but says this house goes too far. Imagine if you could do this to Joe Manchin. Unrelated video. I'm just saying, like, unrelated video to Joe Manchin, who also lives in a houseboat. Obviously, that would be, I mean, this is unrelated. I'm saying, I'm just watching this video for no reason. Unrelated to Joe Manchin and his life, even though he does live in a houseboat. Unrelated. Mother Nature. Ain't she a bitch? You know what I mean? Yeah, you know what else goes too far, Joe Manchin? A houseboat. But it can't go far enough if it's got holes in the bottom of it. I'm just saying, like, I'm just repeating facts, not saying anything specifically. Obviously, that would be horrible if anything happened to Joe Manchin. But also, this means there is expected to be a bipartisan majority voting against advancing the plan today. Manchin, I was hopeful that the Democratic Party having control of the agenda would put a piece of legislation forward that would codify Roe v. Wade. For me, that would be a reasonable, rational thing to do. The bill we have the day to vote on, the Women's Health Protection Act, it's not Roe v. Wade codification, it's an expansion. Asked him how he reconciles being pro-life versus supporting codifying Roe. I've just thought this. The land, this legislation we've had for 50 years is precedent and law. He added, when justices came to us, they confirmed their beliefs and support for precedent law. I believe them. We found out that's not that they're moving towards, or we'll find out they have the final ruling coming out. So here's the thing. Joe Manchin is doing this specifically so he can give this quote. Like, there's no fucking reason why Joe Manchin is doing this other than because he wants to give this quote, because he wants to be Joe Manchin. He wants to be in the fucking news. He's a little clout hungry little shark. Okay. So, that's the reason why he's doing this. And this wouldn't work if he was a Republican, for the record. That's why he will never be a Republican. It's fucking bullshit. Or he'll only turn when it's too late regardless. We talked about Chattanooga broadband. We're gonna talk about the DA and all this other stuff going on with the Young Thug and Gunna. Let's get to some serious news. Okay. How does Manchin currently benefit the Democrats? Why don't they just drop him? It doesn't matter. You've corrupted Pago Palom.
It's the roundabouts in the Norway.
Dude, you're not even trying to sound like a Norwegian anymore.
I'm trying like
You're trying to sound like Hasan, trying to sound like a Norwegian. It's a roundabout in Norway.
I don't understand this. I think it was a pretty good accent. Why is she making fun of his accent? It was pretty good.
It's the Taycan, dude. You're literally like, it's because the Taycan. Dude, you nailed that too. It sounded perfect.
I'm not gonna lie. I genuinely think I have a crush on Hasan.
Why?
I don't. There's something like whenever I see someone who's just like achieving at all odds and just like winning, it's something about their aura that just attracts me to them.
That's
Aw,
nice.
You know,
it's very nice. What a nice thing to say. And he's of course talking about my accent. He's like he's achieving with his accent. Very wholesome. I'm a Steakman Darcy.
it's
Okay. All right. We are going to get to some serious news here in a moment. Obviously, we're going to be talking about the Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who was killed while reporting on a raid that was happening in occupied territory by occupation forces. Obviously, I'm not going to like make a joking ad break thing right now. I'm just going to run the ad at the top of the hour. It's the first of the day. And then we're going to talk about this, and we're going to talk about like Israel executing journalists and other atrocities. And also America's coverage on the matter, and like American and Western media coverage on the matter, and what kind of defense mechanisms there are in place every time something like this happens. But yeah, here's the 1 minute ad break now. You can avoid if you subscribe for $5 or for free. Something like 55 journos since 2005, even more than that since 2000. Okay, here's the 1 minute ad break. Okay,
Overnight, a reporter for the Al Jazeera network was shot and killed while covering an Israeli raid in the West Bank. Imtiaz Tayyab is tracking the latest developments for us from London. Imtiaz, it's always sad when a journalist dies in the field. Reportedly, this journalist was wearing one of those familiar blue flak jackets. It said press clearly. Good morning. What else?
wearing a blue flak jacket and a helmet, for the record. And the reason why the helmet is important in this situation is because she was shot by a sniper in the head, is what the first-hand accounts are stating. Now, of course, as we've talked about time and time again, as we have talked about time and time again, if you just listen to the first 19 seconds of this, you're like, well, by who? They make it seem as though like a stray bullet was just flying on its own. Who knows? Who knows? Who knows where that bullet came from? You know, bullets that are just bullets that are basically naturally flying around in that region. That's just how it is. That's where the natural territory of bullets are. Well, according to the first-hand accounts and according to the on-the-ground coverage from humanitarian aid groups, this was the Israeli occupying forces that actually shot her and killed her.
What else do we know?
Tony, good morning. Well, what we do know is Shireen Abu Akleh set out early this morning to cover an Israeli raid in the town of Jenin. Now, a warning here, some of the images are distressing, but she can be seen wearing a helmet and body armor that was clearly marked as press when she was shot. The journalist next to her here said they were targeted by Israeli forces. Now, Abu Akleh's employer, Al Jazeera, said the veteran reporter was, and I'm quoting here, assassinated in cold blood by Israeli forces. Israel's prime minister called the death unfortunate and blamed it on Palestinians, claiming they were, quote, firing indiscriminately.
Yeah. The claim is that, so the claim basically is that the immediate claim from Israeli authorities was that this was actually the Palestinians that were shooting at them. They also came out with a video that isn't even near the actual site where this incident was well documented. Like, this is literally filmed. They have it on camera, right? And in that situation, they for any Americans who don't know her, it's basically like killing Anderson Cooper. She was such an important journalist in the Arab world. Yes, this is a person that has been covering the plight of Palestinians for Al Jazeera in the Arab world for a very, very long time. And yeah, B'Tselem, which is a humanitarian organization on the ground, immediately went in and actually fucking the Israeli Information Center for Human Rights in the Occupied Territories, am I saying it right? B'Tselem? Anyway, they went in and basically fucking showed that the Israeli government was lying. And they used Palestinian accusing Israel and Israel accusing Palestine. What's next? It doesn't fucking matter who's accusing what. You have to literally look to the facts of the matter. I mean, there's someone who was right there. The soldiers let them walk through and then shot them. There were actual journalists who were with her who have been shot. It's on video. And yet the Israeli government still had the gall and the capacity and the audacity to just straight up fucking say, no, it was actually Palestinians that shot her. There was indiscriminate fire from Palestinians in that area. Okay? Her partner who was also shot, it said that they were on the lookout for Israeli snipers as well. According to a reporter accompanying Shireen when she was shot, she was not only wearing a press vest, but also a helmet. The reporters were facing the Israeli snipers. There's no way they mistook her. They hit Shireen where her head was exposed in order to kill her. Okay? Now, I'm going to show you, the Electronic Intifada actually did a decent coverage on this. Hold on. They finally, when they are no longer fucking talking about Ukraine for once, Jesus fucking Christ. Thank God. They are a little, I mean, as much as I like the Electronic Intifada, their coverage on the Ukraine stuff has been a little fucking a bit much. A bit, like, you know, a lot of people say I'm, pro Russia or whatever, but like, anyway, it's unrelated to this circumstance. Let's. Okay. So the Al Jazeera correspondent Shireen Abu Akleh was fatally shot during the Israeli raid in the occupied West Bank early Wednesday morning, causing shock and anger across Palestine and the wider region. In a tragic and deliberate crime that violates all international laws and norms, Israeli occupation forces assassinated our correspondent Shireen Abu Akleh, the Qatar-based network said. Israel initially blamed the Palestinians for Abu Akleh's death, but later walked back those claims. Her death was announced by the Palestinian Health Ministry shortly after video circulated online showing her limp body being carried into a car and evacuated. The veteran correspondent was hit by a live bullet on Wednesday while covering the Israeli raids in the city of Jenin and was rushed to the hospital in critical condition, according to the ministry and Al Jazeera journalists, the network's English language website reported. Abu Akleh is a Palestinian with U.S. citizenship. Remember, she also has a U.S. citizenship. As well, was wearing a press vest and a helmet when she was killed, and she was 51 years old. Shireen Abu Akleh's colleague and eyewitness who was standing right by her described how an Israeli sniper directly targeted her. They were both like I said, I'm going to repeat this one more time. They were both wearing press jackets and helmets, as you saw in that video. Shireen was shot near her ear where the helmet didn't cover. It was a shot of extreme precision. A second journalist, Ali Samoudi, was shot in the back during the same incident and was reported to be in stable condition. In interviews from his hospital bed, Samoudi insisted that the journalist had been deliberately targeted by the Israeli forces and there was no fire from Palestinians at the time towards the Israeli soldiers. Samoudi said the journalists were in an open area and would have been clearly visible to the soldiers. He said he could not see any Palestinian fighters or even civilians in the area, only Israeli soldiers. We were going to film the Israeli army operation, and suddenly they shot us without asking us to leave or stop filming, Samoudi said. The first bullet hit me, and the second bullet hit Shireen. There was no Palestinian military resistance at all at the scene. Shatia Hanaisa, another journalist who was right next to Abu Akleh, also said there had been no confrontations between Palestinian fighters and the Israeli army and said that the journalist had been targeted. Now, the reason why I'm covering this, obviously, because I cover stuff like this all the time. You know, I covered when a American journalist was executed in Ukraine. But the reason why I'm covering this with this level of thorough eyewitness testimony is because, like I mentioned, the immediate fucking reaction was from Western media to declare that, like, use passive language. The immediate reaction from the occupying forces and their defenders was to say it's actually the fucking Palestinians that shot them. So I want to make sure that you understand, like, there is no like, oh, I don't know, in the fog of battle, like what happened. Like, these are journalists, and this was better documented than even the American journalist that was killed in Ukraine. Like, there is enough information coming that it is very difficult to muddy the waters here, in the same way that, once again, the Israeli occupational forces tried to. Okay? Now, Israel immediately acknowledged that its soldiers were in the Jenin refugee camp and looking for what it calls terror suspects. Near daily raids by the Israeli occupation forces across the West Bank regularly result in injuries and deaths among Palestinians. This has been ongoing for some time now. But Tel Aviv immediately went on the offensive, denying responsibility for Abu Akleh's death. Prime Minister Naftali Bennett issued a statement that I'm going to show you now. Okay? Issued a statement that, according to the information Israel has gathered, it appears likely that armed Palestinians who were indiscriminately firing at the time were responsible for the unfortunate death of the journalist. Now, they put a video out there as well. Bennett based his claim on this video that was shot by Palestinians and shared on social media. In the video, Palestinian gunmen say, "We hit a soldier. He's lying on the ground." Except this area this is such a shit job that, one, it was mistranslated, and two, the area that they're showing here, there's no body. There's no body whatsoever in this video. And the area that they're showing here is not even anywhere near the actual fucking, where the actual shooting happened. Okay? Bennett said no Israeli soldier was injured in the clashes and claimed this increased the possibility that Palestinians were the ones who shot the journalist. Bennett added that Israel called on the Palestinians to conduct a joint pathological analysis and investigation, which would be based on all the existing documentation and findings in order to get to the truth. So far, the Palestinians have refused this offer. Now, you might be wondering why Palestinians would refuse this offer. Because time and time again, Israel has done things like this and then turned around and fucking used it as an opportunity to just straight up lie. Time and time again, when Israeli occupying forces have killed nurses, journalists, children playing, soccer, children throwing fucking rocks or whatever the fuck, they regularly will use this and every opportunity to, like, still vilify the person, straight up call them a terrorist. And then when it comes out that they're not, they're like literally a fucking nurse and it's like very clearly and well documented, they'll turn around and go, well, they were just using them as a body shield. As a body shield. This is a body shield that, the Hamas organization was using, a nurse or a journalist as a body shield. Remember, this is the same occupying force, the bloodthirsty occupying force that has also bombed the Associated Press building in the Gaza Strip. So, it's not the first time that they've done stuff like this. The most moral army, my fucking ass. Okay? Now, breaking new information, of course, when it immediately came out that because B'Tselem conducted an investigation to very quickly vilify this and very quickly show the real accounts on the ground. They had to backtrack it. But before that, let me just tell you, the video does not show any shooting or any person who's been shot. The context, a narrow alleyway, looks very different from the open area where Abu Akleh was shot. It is unclear even if it refers to the same incident. The Israeli foreign minister shared another clip showing a man firing an automatic weapon in a narrow alleyway, and the ministry repeated the claim that the Palestinians were firing indiscriminately and are likely to have hit Abu Akleh. The subtitles in the foreign ministry video do not match its audio, but appear to be taken from the video shared by Ravid. So they didn't even fucking, they like did a shitty ass edit job. They didn't even do a good enough job. Okay? Can't wait for Ben Shapiro and others to defend this and victim blame? No, they won't. They won't even cover it. If it reaches peak volatility, okay, and people start talking about it, then maybe they'll cover it and say, why did none of you talk about all the terror attacks that occurred in Israel? Why do you only care about it when Israel retaliates in self-defense and ends up murdering a journalist in self-defense? And that you're anti-Semitic, and also acts of anti-Semitism are increasing in America because you keep covering Israel's war crimes. Okay? Now, the Israeli army shared the same video. Nothing in either video appears to connect them to the death of Abu Akleh. Israel's immediate goal appears to have been to blow enough smoke to avoid damaging headlines and sow doubt about what happened. Now, of course, what did Western media do, though? What did they do? Well, they immediately fucking took that hook, line, and sinker. They took that hook, line, and fucking sinker. They either A, used passive voice, okay, when talking about it, like a bullet traveled into the head of Al Jazeera journalist, or literally fucking straight up took the Israeli line on it. Israel's defense minister says he's very sorry for what happened and promised a thorough investigation of the killing of Al Jazeera reporter Shireen Abu Akleh. Benny Gantz has asked that the Palestinian officials hand over the bullet that killed her. And for the record, it's happening, yes, on a fucking raid on UN-recognized Palestinian territory. Like, that's where the assassination happened. That was one thing that they said. Another incredible fucking line was when when it originally happened. The first reaction from mainstream media to this was, of course, to use passive voice, and I pointed that out, and immediately, of course, people were like, "Oh, dude, fuck you. You don't know. Why are you jumping to conclusions?" Well, because I fucking saw the video. Here it is. Hold on. I posted about this last night. I said, this is insane. I said, it was the IDF that shot and killed this Al Jazeera journalist. Might be hard to figure out from the passive language in the headline from Associated Press. This was the first headline that came out. Shireen Abu Akleh, a journalist for the Al Jazeera network, was killed by gunfire in the occupied West Bank, the Palestinian Health Ministry says. The shooting happened during an Israeli army raid in Jenin. Now, this is 100% deliberate. There's a reason for it. I mean, they deleted this awful propaganda whitewashing the Israeli apartheid regime's execution of a journalist. Yeah, Forbes came out with a tweet saying that a well-known reporter died after being hit in the head by a bullet, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. Died by being hit in the head with a bullet. Where did the bullet come from? Naturally occurring bullets. It's a wonder. You know, you gotta be worried about that. Naturally occurring bullets. Just a bullet that, it's like hail, you know what I mean? You hate to be in a bullet storm. You hate to be caught in a bullet storm. Israeli human rights group, now we're going to talk about that, Bet Selem, said its field worker in Jenin documented the exact locations at which the Palestinian gunmen depicted in a video distributed by the Israeli army fired, as well as the exact location which journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was killed. Based on its investigation, the group concluded that the video of Palestinian gunfire distributed by Israeli military cannot be the gunfire that killed the journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. So we're going to watch that now, okay? So let's take a look at that. Hopefully there's no TOS in this because, there's usually some. There can be a little bit of terms of service violations in here. But here, here it is. Location of the Palestinian firing in the video distributed by the Israeli army. This is where that video was. This is the hallway. Like, this is the alleyway. Hold on. Let me just, scroll through this real quick to make sure that I have No, this one is safe for work. Okay. So this is the alleyway that the Israeli... This is the alleyway that the Israeli occupying forces said or showed the video from. That's the alleyway where the shooting, the video where they the video that they distributed saying like, oh yeah, they're shooting here, and this is where they like shot and killed her. And then this is the actual area where she was shot and killed. Coming up now. Several hundreds of meters away from the video footage and the shooting that they're referencing. And not even in the same time frame. Down there. Location where journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was killed several hundred meters further down the road. What do they gain by taking this risk, killing her like this, though? What did the American government gain by shooting at a bunch of journalists, 2 Reuters journalists, and killing them from a gunship? There is no risk. Israel can do whatever the fuck it wants to Palestinians, even if they're journalists, okay? They've killed nurses, dog. What are you talking about? There's no consequences in this situation. There's nothing. The Guardian, again, competing for the title of the worst newspaper in Britain. Here it is. Sorry. Al Jazeera accuses Israeli forces of killing journalists in West Bank. What an incredible way to cover this, dude. What an incredible fucking way to cover this. It's just awesome. The IDF has directly killed 52 Palestinians in the West Bank this year, triple the number of this time last year. They will never. Yeah, the World Trade Center collapsed in New York City during a conflict between U.S. forces and Al-Qaeda militants. Only 2 countries that get away with this type of shit are U.S. and Israel because of the U.S.? Exactly. They do this because they know they'll never have to see a semblance of consequences because they have uncritical support from Western nations like the U.S., especially the United States. Bro, watching her, there isn't a single Palestinian that doesn't know her. She was an icon of press covering Palestine ever since I can remember. May she rest in power. No passive voice for police violence, but okay for Israeli police state? Wait, avoid the vague officer involved for shootings and other cases involving police. Be specific about what happened. If police use the term, ask, how was the officer or officers involved? Who did the shooting? This is a change that they made last year during the George Floyd protests. But of course, the passive voice is still being used when it comes to Israeli cops, which are operating under the lack of accountability created for them by, again, the American military state. So and all of the major headlines since the killing of Shireen Abu Akleh by Israeli forces earlier today, all obfuscate and all obfuscate the blame away from Israel, and literally will turn around, like will turn around and even go so far as to say, including the Associated Press, of course, will turn around and run defense for the Israeli occupying forces, and will take the word of the Israeli occupying forces over the eyewitness testimony of people who were fucking shot at. Al Jazeera reporter dies following disputed incident in the West Bank. Al Jazeera reporter killed during Israeli military raid in West Bank City. Al Jazeera journalist killed during Israeli raid in West Bank. Palestinian-American journalist fatally shot during Israeli raid in West Bank. The death of Shireen Abu Akleh, a well-known reporter for Al Jazeera's Arabic language channel, sparked immediate outrage in the region and beyond. Al Jazeera's Shireen Abu Akleh is killed while reporting on an Israeli raid. Who killed her? How did she die? Did she die on accident? What happened? Did she stumble onto a bullet? No. She got shot in the fucking neck. She took the necessary precautions, knowing full well that she was putting her life at risk. If she was in Ukraine, the headline would be very different. Yeah, of course the headline would be very different because Russia is America's enemy, okay? So when a foreign adversary of America engages in horrific, bloodthirsty actions, as Russia has, then it gets not only adequate coverage, but sometimes even more than adequate coverage. Like, they'll literally be like, we need to fucking, we need to kill 10 Russian babies for as many fucking shots fired towards, U.S. journalists in Russia. Like, they get whipped up into a frenzy. And by the way, that does not fucking absolve Russia of the sin of invading Ukraine, okay? They are completely in the wrong for that. I'm not even making any sort of defense. I'm not running defense for that at all. Contrary to popular opinion. I know that people get like super fucking triggered and immediately go, oh, wow, like this must mean that you're defending Russia. It's like, no, you only would feel that way if you think I'm defending Israel or defending America in any meaningful capacity in any of these situations. When I compare a country's actions to America or Israel, okay, that is the worst thing I can do to the country, okay? Because these are bloodthirsty nations, okay? These are nations that get away with so much bloodshed. Understand that. But when I make a comparison to Russia, or when I look at Russia's actions and say, wow, this really reminds me of things that the IDF does, or this really reminds me of the things that the United States does, understand that that's the worst comparison I can make for Russia. And of course, it's always a clash. It's always a clash. It's a two-sided situation. It's incredible how quickly the media turn murders and massacres into mere clashes when it suits their agenda. At least one dead white nationalists ignite Virginia clashes. Chilean protesters decrying inequality clash with police. Death toll rose to 11 as authorities try to restore order. Bolivia's crisis turns deadly again as 5 killed in clash. Al Jazeera journalists are killed during clashes in the West Bank. By the way, to add more insult to injury, she's from the declining Palestinian Christian community. Not only did we lose an icon, the Palestinian Christians had a big loss today. Yeah, it's always a clash. Now, let's hear what Jen Psaki had to say about this. Let's hear the Psaki bomb on this issue. This is an American journalist, okay? This is a Palestinian American journalist that was violently and brutally and mercilessly executed. Okay? So let's hear what, Jen Psaki had to say about it, the Psaki bomb. We are heartbroken to learn of the killing of the Palestinian-American journalist Shireen Abu Akleh and injuries to producer Ali Samoudi today in the West Bank. We send our deepest condolences to her family, friends, and strongly condemn her killing. Shireen was a reporting legend followed closely by those who care about the region and is mourned by all who know her. Just last week, like, who did it? Where did it happen? Like, how did it happen? Thoughts and prayers. And also billions of dollars to, of course, the state of Israel to, like, literally continue doing this, okay? And also always will run defense at the UN Security Council to ensure that, like, no such consequences ever come to Israel for these actions, okay? Just last week, World Press Freedom Day marked the role journalists play in its free flow of information, ideas, opinions, including dissenting ones, as essential as being essential to inclusive and tolerant societies. It's heart-wrenching to see the killing of a journalist 1 week later. For the record, I just want to mention something else here, okay? I want to mention something else here as well. This is the press secretary still, before she goes to fucking MSNBC, of course, to get a nice little job. This is the press secretary of a government that is still very actively hunting down and unjustifiably holding Julian Assange in contempt of some court for a crime that he did not commit, for being, for being responsible for the website that published hacked and sometimes, declassified data. So remember that. Like, it's bullshit. Bullshit that she's saying this. Just last week, World Press Freedom Day marked the role journalists play on the free flow of information. We call for an immediate and thorough investigation and full accountability. Investigating attacks on independent media and prosecuting those responsible are paramount importance. We will continue to promote media freedom and protect journalists' ability to do their jobs without fear of violence, threats to their lives or safety, or unjust detention. Unjust detention, Julian Assange. Her death is a tragic loss and an affront to media freedom everywhere. No mention of who is responsible. But you don't want to hear them actually say who is responsible, because mark my words, there is a likelihood that when they do come out with who is responsible, it will probably be somewhere along the lines of the Palestinians were lying, and also it's actually the Palestinians themselves that were responsible. Anyway, so we already talked about that, but B'Tselem did this quick on-the-ground coverage on it. And for the record, this isn't new. Israel has had a long history of using fake videos, images, or ones taken out of context to evade responsibility for its actions. Is 100% true. One of the most comical approaches in this matter has even been so far as to, what was it, Bella Hadid, who was at a fucking protest. It was Bella Hadid, right? She was at a fucking protest. It was just like a pro-Palestinian protest. And people were saying, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And they literally made it seem like, in the subtitles, they made it seem like that they were saying, like, throw the Jew in the sea or something. No one was saying that. It was very clearly them saying, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. And they subtitled it as, like, throw the Jew in the sea. Look at Bella Hadid, claiming that Bella Hadid was saying, throw the Jew in the sea. That was cool. That was a fun little thing. They do shit like that all the time. And they're not bad at propaganda, okay? They're not. Israel is not bad at propaganda. Israel's very good at propaganda. And they're kind of a victim of their own success in this situation. For so long, Israel's been so good at basically controlling the flow of information in the Western world with respect to its crimes against humanity and its mistreatment of Palestinians, that it's on autopilot at this point. So there's never been, there has never ever been an instance where the public opinion on this matter started turning in favor of, like, the recognition of Palestinians as human beings. This is like a very new thing. Okay? It's a very new thing. Only in the past couple of years have Palestinians been seen as, like, human beings. And even then, regardless of our recognition of the humanity of Palestinians, the human status of Palestinians, oftentimes we are still very quick to overlook the crimes that they are subjected to by the Israeli occupying forces. Anyway, let's continue. Israel later, after this video came out from B'Tselem, Israel later walked back its accusations against Palestinians with its army chief Aviv Kohavi asserting that at the moment it is not possible to determine from which fire Abu Akleh was killed. Kohavi said the Israeli army would hold a self-investigation to clarify the facts and present them in full as soon as possible. So there's that too. So they went from the Israeli Foreign Ministry even tweeted out stating, okay, there was no claim that the gunfire in the clip killed journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. Rather, that Palestinian terrorists were firing indiscriminately and that they identified shooting down someone that looked to them like a soldier, i.e. perhaps wearing a vest and a helmet. This video shows Palestinian terrorists firing indiscriminately and likely hitting an Al Jazeera journalist, Shireen Abu Akleh. A free and fair press is fundamental. They literally fucking straight up said, look at these Palestinian terrorists firing at this journalist. And as soon as they were fucking called out for lying about it, they're like, oh, we would have never said that. We would have never said that. That's crazy. Who could have said such a thing? Not us, of course. You know, not us. That's not true. Sounds a lot like Ukraine shot themselves. Yes. And this is why it is fucking my coverage on Ukraine on this matter has literally always made these comparisons, because Russia, this is why I always say Russia is doing IDF shit. Russia is doing America shit. They do it all the fucking time. This is just like this is what the superpower in the fucking conflict does. Exactly what I'm saying. Their entire iOS play is to muddy the water and release the truth once people no longer care. Exactly. Okay? We were wearing flak jackets clearly marked as press. Journalist Shatya Hanaisha bears witness to the cold-blooded murder of Al Jazeera's Shireen Abu Akleh by Israeli snipers in Jenin, north of the occupied West Bank this morning. There were 3 eyewitnesses. One of them was shot and survived. Okay? And the immediate reaction from all of the Israeli propaganda outlets was to say, oh, it's fucking bullshit. The Palestinians did it. Or they deserved it. Do y'all understand how scary it is that the media brainwash people into believing that villagers with stones are oppressing a nuclear superpower? Exactly. I mean, but you know, when you can get people to believe that, then it's over. It's a wrap. Yeah, we investigated ourselves type beat is always famously very successful when the cops do that as well, when they investigate themselves. You literally said Russia could copy strike Israel and the USA? No, I said Israel and the USA could copy strike Russia. Or it's fucking ridiculous. Correction. An earlier tweet misstated Al Jazeera's comments about the death of Shireen Abu Akleh. The network said she was killed by Israeli forces in the West Bank city of Jenin. It did not say she was killed during clashes between Israeli forces and Palestinian gunmen. Yeah. There, look at that correction. Nice, dude. Shireen Abu Akleh, a Palestinian-American journalist for Al Jazeera, was shot and killed in the West Bank early Wednesday, the Palestinian Health Ministry said. The circumstances around the shooting were not immediately clear. They were immediately clear. What is this? Do you think it's more of a I don't believe the American government, but there's nothing I can do? What do you mean? Anyway, I'm going to cover a couple different angles on this as well. Meanwhile, Itamar Ben-Gvir, by the way, a far-right Israeli lawmaker notorious for praising violence against Palestinians, justified the killing and said this: when terrorists fire on our soldiers in Jenin, they must return fire with full force, even if there are journalists in the area from Al Jazeera who often deliberately stand in the middle of the battle and disturb the soldiers. To get a better understanding of like how fucking reactionary Israel is and how reactionary some of the Israeli politicians are, there you go. It's like, dude, it's little America. You know what I mean? She was reportedly injured in the fire by the terrorist, Ben-Gvir also claimed, but in any case, full backing to the heroic Israeli army soldiers. U.S. Ambassador to Israel Thomas Nides said he was very sad to learn the death of the American and Palestinian journalist Abu Akleh. That's what Tom Nides said. I encourage a thorough investigation into the circumstances of her death and the injury of at least another journalist today in Jenin. This gentle tone contrasts with how U.S. officials reacted in March when American filmmaker Brett Renaud was killed in Ukraine. I mean, it's wild that they're even fucking mentioning it. So that's at least that's like somewhat positive. Although the circumstances of Renaud killing were unclear, State Department spokesperson Ned Price immediately denounced when he called it a gruesome example of Kremlin's indiscriminate actions. In February, the State Department called on Israel to conduct a thorough criminal investigation after Israeli soldiers were the previous month attacked Omar Assad, an elderly Palestinian American man, leaving him dead. The U.S. demand to investigate Assad's killing followed a quick Israeli internal investigation that gave 3 soldiers involved a light slap on the wrist. Washington, which provides Israel with billions of dollars of weapons each year, has no history of following up with its demands and measures to hold Israel accountable. Here's the whitewash mechanism. I don't think we killed her, Rankachav, a spokesperson for the Israeli army, told the public broadcaster. We proposed the Palestinians to open a swift joint probe. If we indeed killed her, we'll take responsibility, but it doesn't seem to be the case. So the reason why this investigation is dog shit is because historically it's always been dog shit. They immediately start off by saying Palestinians actually killed her. And as a man in the sun is correctly pointing out here, that the shooting was actually, then an investigation is concluded and the shooting was in accordance to the rules of engagement. And also then if they go buck wild enough, they'll go so far as to say she was actually a body shield. She put herself in danger on purpose to make Israel look bad, / she was being used as a body shield. And then they'll... And this, obviously, by this stage, though, it's like already gone. It's long gone. People don't give a fuck about it at that point. You know what I mean? Like, the Western world does not give a fuck about it at that point. And there's a reason why the Israeli humanitarian mission B'Tselem announced it would stop cooperating with the Israeli military investigations because Israeli military investigations... They termed it a whitewash mechanism. The renowned Israeli human rights group added that 25 years of fruitless filing complaints on behalf of Palestinians brought us to the realization that there is no longer any point in pursuing justice and defending human rights by working with a system whose real function is measured by its ability to continue to successfully cover up unlawful acts and protect perpetrators. Okay? Israeli forces attacked journalists covering the Great March of Return, the mass unarmed protests in Gaza that started in 2018. 2 journalists, Yasser Murtaja and Ahmed Abu Hussein, were killed and dozens were injured during its bombing campaign in Gaza this time last year. Remember, Israel deliberately targeted buildings housing dozens of local and international media offices. Remember, they fucking literally bombed the building that the Associated Press was in. And then turned around and said, there's Hamas in there. Hamas was there, actually. We know of it. We know Hamas was there. And not only that, but then the rest of the world this time around was like actually turning on the unconditional support they usually offer. The Western media was even turning on the unconditional support they normally offer to the Israeli coverage of their war crimes. And they said, okay, show us proof. No proof was given. And yet to this day, no proof has been given as to why they bombed a fucking massive building in Gaza that supposedly that the Associated Press was in, and numerous other international journalism outlets were in. And to this fucking day, no proof. Almost 1 year ago today, Israeli warplanes leveled a building that housed the offices of the Associated Press and Al Jazeera. Israel claimed Hamas military intelligence was using the building but never offered any evidence. Israel, which brags about its intelligence capabilities, later ludicrously claimed it had no major world media organizations were housed in the building. An Israeli air raid also killed journalist Yusuf Abu Hussein, 32, in his apartment in Gaza City. He was a popular broadcaster with the voice of Al-Aqsa Radio. Reporters Without Borders last May said it condemns Israel's disproportionate use of force against journalists who should under no circumstance be treated as parties to the armed conflict. And last month, International Criminal Court received a complaint about alleging war crimes against journalists by the Israeli occupation forces. The complaint concerns the systemic targeting of 4 Palestinian media workers who were killed or maimed by Israeli snipers while covering demonstrations in Gaza, according to the International Federation of Journalists. Except nothing will happen. Nothing has happened, and nothing will continue to happen. As a matter of fact, these kinds of investigations are oftentimes used by the likes of Ben Shapiro here in the United States of America to claim like that there is an unjustifiable microscope under Israel, and that all of these other countries do war crimes, and that nobody gives a shit. Except that's not the case. That's not the case. Plenty of people give a shit about the war crimes of America. Plenty of people give a shit about the war crimes that Saudi Arabia is engaging in. Plenty of people give a shit about the war crimes that Russia is engaging in as well. And obviously, when Russia engages in that, the entire Western world's like, all right, fuck those guys. Let's cover it. Let's get some kind of justice here. But when Saudi Arabia does it, you avoid it because it's who is the victim? People in Yemen. Nobody gives a shit, right? And it's being done with our weapons of war, with our fucking targeting systems, with our refueling systems, okay? So when we are responsible for the famine in Yemen, we are responsible in Israel, this violence against the Palestinian people. And it's never covered. Okay? It's never covered. It's never actually it never amounts to anything. Here's Abdullah Fayyad, writer at the Globe Opinion and the editor who's on the editorial board of the Boston Globe, who's a Pulitzer Prize finalist. He says, what a strange, revealing thing for an Israeli military spokesman to say as a preemptive defense of killing a Palestinian journalist. Kochav described Abu Akleh as filming and working for a media outlet amidst armed Palestinians. They're armed with cameras, if you'll permit me to say so. Yes. That's right. It's a weapon. And it will never amount to anything? Of course not. Here it is. The Israeli gunfire didn't stop, although Shireen was laying on the ground. This is one of the eyewitness accounts from first-hand eyewitness accounts of the people that were shot at. Okay. Hold on, I'm gonna scroll through this. The gunfire didn't even stop. People were trying to and then pull it out. Okay, it's just sorry. Okay, they're not showing anything. Okay, good. Here. The Israeli gunfire didn't stop, although Shireen was lying on the ground. The gunfire didn't even stop. People could also reach her from. People couldn't also reach her from the other side. People were trying to reach her. Even the private vehicle that took her to the hospital was hardly able to reach her due to the continued gunfire. One young man jumped off a wall and pulled me out. He then pulled Shireen out. This proved to me that we journalists were being deliberately targeted. We were a group of journalists. We were wearing the press gear. Shireen was even wearing a press-marked helmet. She was wearing a helmet. This means he who fired at her was intending to shoot her in an area of her body that's uncovered. I consider what happened an assassination of all of us, journalists, and my colleague Mujahid, and I tried to reach her. We would have directly been targeted by the gunfire. People were warning us that the Israeli snipers were not far away from us. We were opposite to the building where the Israeli snipers were positioned. This man was present there, and he told us that the snipers were there. He was seeing them. The Israeli soldiers were opposite to us and were seeing us. We were standing in an area where the soldiers could identify us as journalists. I told one of my colleagues, let's go out of this area, but he insisted that we remained He insisted that we remain in the same area so the soldiers could identify us as journalists, and then we would advance. We stood in an area opposite to the Israeli soldiers. We stood up as a group, and then we advanced. The gunfire started after we reached an area where we could not pull back. This means that if the gunfire was not aimed at our killing, then we, the snipers. Why am I reading the subtitles? Because not everyone is fucking able to watch. Some people are just listening. You ask this all the time. Al Jazeera and the USA Department briefing and questioning.
Right now about the killing of our colleague. Let's listen.
As being essential to inclusive and tolerant societies. It is heart-wrenching to see the killing of another journalist just 1 week later. We call for an immediate and thorough investigation and full accountability. Investigating attacks on independent media and prosecuting those responsible are of paramount.
So before we get into this, I do want to talk about the accountability aspect of it again. Okay, I want to talk about this, investigation. First and foremost, the Israeli police went to Shireen Abu Akleh's home, and one of the things that they did was to ask to take down the Palestinian flags hung outside. There was a big commotion there as well. So they ransacked through the fucking house, or tried to ransack through the fucking house. So remember that, okay? Understand that that's what they did. After they fucking executed this journalist, their immediate move was to go and fucking go to her house. Okay. So there's that. And then also on top of that, so they have now since then have backtracked on the initial claim that Abu Akleh might have been shot by a Palestinian gunman. And the IDF Chief of Staff General Kokavi said in a statement that at the moment it is not possible to determine from which the fire Abu Akleh was killed from. And here it is, okay? This is one of the reasons why the Israeli investigation conducted on like Israel's own occupying force is oftentimes just fucking bullshit. Here is Adala obtained video footage of police investigating the murder of a Palestinian citizen, Musa Hasuna, in Lod during the violent May 2021 events. The footage indicates that the Israeli politicians pressured police to close the files against the 5 Jewish Israeli suspects. This is like the suspects that aren't even these are like random citizens that are fucking engaging in acts of violence, not the fucking IDF, okay? Adala appealed the prosecutor's closure on the cases on behalf of Hasuna's family. The police conducted a negligent, flawed investigation with the ultimate aim of closing the cases and clearing the suspects. Palestinian citizens were met with police brutality and armed Israeli Jewish vigilante groups. This is the other part of it, okay? This is the other part of the fucking the awfulness, the bloodshed is that it's not always just the IDF, the occupying forces, that engage in this kind of brutality. They also allow citizens to engage in this kind of brutality, and they defend them. This, of course, happens in the West Bank, right? The West Bank is where there is state-sanctioned violence. There's direct state violence, but then there's also state-sanctioned violence, where they let, some of the Israeli people go and blow off some steam by beating the living shit out of Palestinian kids in street clashes. And this doesn't just happen in the West Bank. This happens internally within Israel as well, okay? In the full-blown occupied territories of Israel, not just West Bank, but this happens in territories inside of Israel where there are Palestinian Arabs that have Israeli citizenship, the lucky few that are treated, again, as second-class citizens. Like, Lod is a city inside of Israel. In May 2021, Palestinian citizens were met with police brutality and armed Israeli Jewish vigilante groups to conduct the conduct of politicians in this case shows that the groups had their full support, were even seen as a force multiplier for authorities. The appeal was filed by Adala's attorney, Nariman Shahadeh Zoabi, who is representing Musa Hasuna's family. Here it is. Investigator 1 says, the head of the weapons lab told me he won't check the weapons unless charges are filed. Listen, he's crazy. I told him, don't you understand that in order to decide whether or not to file charges, we need to know who fired the lethal shot? He said, you have the suspect's testimonies. Investigator 2 says, is he serious? Investigator 1 says, I just had a huge argument with him. Investigator 2 says, I must be dreaming. People have gone completely insane. Investigator 1 says, listen, it's crazy. I told him, okay, understand. We're together on it. And he says, we pay a lot of money for these tests. The tests in this case are my last priority. Investigator 2 says, oh, really? He should tell that to the minister who is calling every 10 minutes asking for updates on the case. And Investigator 1 says, I told him that some of the detained suspects claimed that they fired their weapon into the air. We need to check their testimonies, and we need to finally know. The bullet removed from the body from which weapon it was fired. For the record, they didn't do that. Like, this is just in the eyes of the Israeli occupying forces, it's not worth the dollar value to figure out, because they openly admit that they were shooting their guns in the air, but they just could not fucking figure out whose weapon the bullet was fired from. Oops. Like, they know someone got fucking killed with a gun. They know who was there with their guns. The people that were there with their guns openly admit that they fired their guns, but they just simply cannot conduct an investigation into who was actually the one responsible for firing the gun. Wouldn't it hit the top of the bulletproof helmet then? No. This is a separate. That video is from a separate investigation. That video is from a separate investigation that was basically folded, okay, and shelved. That video, the reason why I showed that is because I want to show you that, like, the Israeli investigation into crimes committed by even Israeli citizens against Palestinian or Arab Israeli citizens is rarely ever getting, like, the actual full-blown, investigative tools of the authorities. But then also on top of that, the IDF investigations are even less conclusive. Like, they just don't care. They will turn around and say, oh, it was the proper rules of engagement. They'll turn around and say, this is, we are the most moral army. They'll fucking, they'll cry about it afterwards. Like, oh man, we are really sad that, we were forced to kill so many of these innocent civilians. I mean, that were all actually meat shields, defend Hamas. I joined countless others in mourning the death of Al Jazeera journalist Shireen Abu Akleh, who was killed by the Israeli military while on assignment. This is what Congressman Andre Carson in the Indiana 7th District said. The U.S. must hold the Israeli government accountable for its and all other acts of unjust violence it commits. This is crazy to hear, by the way. And then, of course, look at that. Pro-Israel and proud. Zero tolerance for anti-Semitism. Julie Lenar says, Fact 1. It remains unclear who killed Shireen Abu Akleh. Fact 2. Israel called for a joint and transparent investigation. The Palestinians rejected to offer. Fact 3. Blaming Israel prematurely for her death has nothing to do with responsible journalism. It's propaganda. So why the fuck are you blaming fucking Palestinians then? Why the fuck did the Israeli government blame Palestinians? Did she write a fucking article about that? I think not. She probably didn't go so far as to say, hey, that's really fucked up. I can't believe that Naftali Bennett would like show a completely unrelated video from a different area. And go so far as to fucking lay the blame of Palestinian journalists at the hands of Palestinians and then have to backtrack immediately after. Okay, this doesn't have any. Here, the journalist above details. I'm just gonna go through the details here because, like, this is, this is in Arabic, and there's no translation there. Okay. The journalist above details what happened. At 6:30 a.m., a vehicle carrying a group of journalists arrives at the first roundabout in the Jenin refugee camp. They were there to cover an Israeli raid on the camp, and a number of Israeli snipers were stationed on the rooftops. Shireen Abu Akleh got out of the vehicle wearing a helmet and a flak jacket clearly marked with press. An Israeli sniper shot her, hitting just below her ear. She fell near a wall, and the shooting continued, hindering other journos from reaching her. Okay? Barbaric, brutal, savagery. Okay? Here it is, by the way, the location where the journalist Shireen Abu Akleh was killed and the location of the armed Palestinian firing in the video distributed by the Israeli army, for the record. I've gotten flack from college professors and friends comparing the situation to the Holocaust because it's supposedly anti-Semitic. They use that reference to Israel. I'm sorry, that what was never again supposed to mean then. There is ethnic cleansing happening at the systemic level. Holocaust is like a singular event. But calling this ethnic cleansing is appropriate. And anyone who runs defense against that is just simply trying to shift the attention away from the horrific crimes against humanity. Israel is an apartheid state. They mention that they are an apartheid state. They openly state that they are an apartheid state. So I don't know why the fuck we have to, whitewash that shit. The case I remember is when they ran over the activist girl with a bulldozer. Oh, in like the 2000s. Yeah, back then Israel was also... Back then, the Netanyahu government was not openly stating their... Oh, the Palestinian Authorities denied that Israel approached them? Wait, what the fuck? Member of the Executive Committee of the Palestinian Liberation Organization. We hold the occupation government responsible for the assassination of journalist Shireen Abu Akleh. May God have mercy on her. We deny that the Prime Minister of the occupation government announced that they were heading to the PA to conduct an investigation into her assassination. We reconfirm that the Palestinian Authority will transfer this file to the International Criminal Court. Shane Bibi missed that plane ride? No, it's not that he missed the plane ride. It's that Israel, unfortunately, has a rule against having next of kin on the same mission. That's why he survived and his brother died. You know, that's the IDF Special Forces protocol, is that two brothers or immediate family members can't operate on the same mission, because if they both die, then, you know, their family lineage is done. Unfortunately. Okay. No. We're talking about a mission that where Bibi Netanyahu's brother died in what was it? It was in Africa, where they was it Entebbe? Yeah, the raid on the Entebbe airport, where Yonatan Yoni Netanyahu died in Operation Entebbe, which Bibi Netanyahu was also in the part of the special forces. Like, he was supposed to be on the mission, but they told him that he could not. Anyway. What's crazy is where people don't think it's wrong for Israel to do this, but it's right. Oh, come on, dude. Let's finish this here. This is the story. We already mentioned it here. There's some more coverage on here. I'm going to finish this up in a second.
Forces. Israel's prime minister called the death unfortunate and blamed it on Palestinians, claiming they were, quote, firing indiscriminately. A second journalist was shot in the back but survived. Now, the U.S. ambassador to Israel is now calling for a thorough investigation. There have been near daily...
Bro, why the fuck did you send us two asshats from Pennsylvania to run the country? Yeah, that was... Listen, motherfucker, you voted for him. Homies in Israel were like, this guy from Pennsylvania, that's my guy. Okay? Imagine, dude. Imagine looking at a guy from Pennsylvania and being like, this is the dude that should run the country. Pretty solid. For those of you who don't know, we're talking about Benjamin Netanyahu. I wonder how many people know that. Like, I wonder how many people know that Benjamin Netanyahu is from Pennsylvania. I mean, look at this Washington Post article. Why Benjamin Netanyahu is so tough. He's from Philadelphia. I'm glad to be in Philadelphia, Benjamin Netanyahu said when addressing a graduating class at the University of Pennsylvania in 1999. A pretty good portion of my intellectual capital was developed in this city. You are aware that Israel's prime minister, due to address Congress in a historic joint session today, spent 4 years in the city of brotherly love as a teenager. I mean, to be fair, a lot of Israelis aren't actually from Israel for reasons Lamau. Yeah, I mean, yes. Okay, let's continue. Finish this off.
Israeli raids in the West Bank amid a series of deadly attacks inside Israel, with Jenin a main flashpoint. Now, on a purely personal...
Dude, this is great. Look at the footage. Like, I mean, there's no TOS here. I just want to show you. Well, actually, there is big TOS here.
Attacks inside Israel.
Notice the terms of service violations I'm showing you currently. I don't even know why Twitch is allowing me to show this. What you are seeing is a bunch of violent Palestinians with incredibly deadly weapons that are hidden inside of rocks. Those are actually not rocks. They are small thermonuclear grade explosive devices. But it looks like a stone because of the incredible technology that the Palestinians have. Yes.
With Jenin.
Notice this. Notice this.
Now.
Wow. Wow. They are straight up throwing nuclear grade ballistic weapons at these vehicles, these heavily armed, these heavily armored vehicles. You see that?
Personal note, I knew Shireen. We used to work together in Jerusalem, and she was a kind and generous colleague, always looking to give voice to those who were so rarely heard from. But more than anything, she was a pioneer, a household name across the Arab world. Shireen started her career in the 1990s when there were few Arab women reporting on issues that affected their communities. She truly inspired a generation of other Arab women to do the same, and will be greatly missed. Gail.
Yeah. I love that. Wait, did someone say a stone can actually kill someone? Yeah, you know what also can kill someone, you fucking dumb bitch? 5.56 rounds and like all of the guns and all of the fucking actual artillery and shelling that the Israeli occupying forces use on a regular basis on unsuspecting Palestinians for the crime of living inside of the world's largest open-air prison in Gaza, or the crime of living in the occupied territory of West Bank. So that's what's more likely? Why doesn't the American military invade Iraq with fucking rocks then, huh? If rocks are so fucking solid as a tool, if rocks are so good and so valid, why is the American military using depleted uranium shells? They could have just used rocks. Like the fucking Beast Titan, dude. What's up? Why is America not using the Beast Titan? He killed so many with rocks by throwing them. He had a really good throwing arm. Why isn't the American military doing that, huh? You ever think about that? Fucking stupid. How do these words come out of your fucking mouth, dude? To be fair, uranium is just spicy rock. Yeah, exactly. Did you cover that the head of ADL deemed that all criticism of Israel is anti-Semitism? Dude, whatever. ADL's position has been that for a very long time. They say anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism, okay? Who cares? It's the fucking bullshit. It's bullshit. I don't give a shit.
Big news.
Anyway. Holocaust survivors are heavily discriminated against by the already established Zionist settlers too, yet they turn around and use them as propaganda. 1/3 of Holocaust survivors live in poverty in Israel. Yeah, dude, I have not given a shit about what the ADL has to say about anti-Zionism or criticism of Israel for a very long time. Palestinian kid 16 my age died today next to my school in Albira, West Bank for no reason. I would love to hear you debate the Israeli activist Rudy Rockman. You can look him up on YouTube. I really think it could be an interesting conversation. I would kill myself in a video game instead of doing that. I would rather fucking, absolutely fuck no. Do you understand? Let me make it clear for you, you fucking debate pervert. Okay? I am not going to debate that issue in any capacity. Okay. Did you ever watch the Jubilee videos? Secular Jews talking about Orthodox Jews. They talk about Israel, and it's pretty interesting. Yes, we have. It made me. Dude, I'm also not trying to get fucking banned, okay? And I feel like there are certain topics and certain videos that will frustrate me to such a degree that I will fucking say some terms of service violation shit, and you know, it will get me in trouble. I will get banned, and I don't want to do that. I don't want to get banned, okay? Felix should take about it, though. Yeah, Felix is going to be here soon. And when he gets here, I'm going to try to stop him from saying terms of service violation things, which will be very difficult, in my opinion, especially if we talk about this issue. Can't time people out right now. Sorry, I put it in emo-only mode. Yeah, it's fine. All right. It's okay. We can get off of emote-only mode. It's all good. So we are going to move on to anti-Semites again. Oh, my Lord. When will the world and those who stand by the apartheid Israel that continues to murder, torture, and commit war crimes finally say enough? Shireen Abu Akleh was murdered by a government that receives unconditional funding by our country with zero accountability. It's true. Dude, this is awesome, by the way. Ben Shapiro, who routinely will like run defense for like actual racists and actual anti-Semites, immediately hits that fucking SJW line of being like, I do not have any arguments, so I'm just going to say anti-Semitism. Please explain to me how it's anti-Semitic to ask Israel, our ally, anti-Semitic for American Congresswoman. Demand accountability from as we offer them billions of dollars of support. Please explain to me how it's anti-Semitic for an American congresswoman to demand accountability from Israel, our allies. We offer them billions of dollars of support to continue killing Palestinians. This is hypocritical since we don't even hold our own military accountable. Why do you not look at the keyboard when you type? So you don't type slow? Something that pisses me off recently is people's willingness to support the hell out of Ukrainians violently resisting invasion and occupation, but saying the same about Palestinians is a lot harder for them. I wonder why that is. I mean, of course, it's you can't do that. That's supporting terrorists then. Anyway. Here's the video of Thugger in Zoom court yesterday. Okay, we'll talk about that in a little bit. All right, we're done with this. Steven Crowder, I kind of want to watch. New inflation figures for April have been released, but the real inflation does not come at the top of the hour. That's still a 1-minute ad break that I'm going to serve you at the top of the hour every hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, of course, all you need to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Twitch Prime is steal someone else's Amazon Prime account and connect it to your Twitch account as well. Here is the 1-minute ad break now.
News expected today on the cost of living in this country. Gas prices hit another record high overnight, and that's part of why lots of other essentials like groceries are also more expensive.
Vitch of Meyer,
is there
for
any
the 5
relief
get the
in
subs.
sight? That is the question. New numbers out today are expected to show.
Yes, they are currently in the Senate holding a vote on Roe v. Wade, but it's going to be a more like no v. Wade, okay? Because even Joe Manchin, even fucking Joe Manchin is not in support of it, as he said already. Progressives marching to the Senate to demand passage of abortion protection. Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second. Okay, let's just continue.
Joe,
Let's
we
talk about
may be
inflation,
turning the corner,
and then we'll talk about abortions.
But not fast enough for most Americans. Nancy Cortez is at the White House, where President Biden says tackling inflation is his top domestic priority. Nancy, good morning.
Good morning, Nate. And President Biden is going to be heading to Illinois later this morning to talk with farmers about the very real impact that inflation and supply chain shortages are having on their ability to grow food. And the farmers we spoke to warned that we could see more empty store shelves in the coming months.
I know the families all across America are hurting because of inflation.
President Biden Tuesday called inflation the country's top economic challenge and pointed the finger at two causes.
The first cause of inflation is a once-in-a-century pandemic. A second cause, Mr. Putin's war in Ukraine.
Mr. Putin.
And U.S. farmers are bearing the brunt, facing higher prices for fertilizer, seeds, and diesel fuel.
So you're looking over $550 plus or $60 just to fill up one time in my tractor.
John Boyd is a fourth-generation soybean and cattle farmer in Virginia. He says his upfront costs have roughly doubled in 1 year.
We weren't able to pay for seeds, so the struggle is real.
I gotta pee.
And the struggle is going to be real for the American people in the coming months as it relates to food.
Krista Swanson, who grows corn and soybeans in Illinois, worries what will happen to those who can't cover the new costs.
Farming is, a passion and it's a way of life, but it also is a livelihood. And so, you have to be able to make some money to stay in it.
On Capitol Hill, Republicans argued the White House hasn't done enough to help struggling Americans.
President Biden's mismanagement of the economy
All right, I got my guest is here.
Has really
ahead of
trapped
schedule.
Americans in an inflation nightmare.
Mr. Biden
I was about to pee myself, but my guest is peeing, so I can't pee yet. But, yeah. Dude, by the way, my legs are so fucked. Every time I stand, it's been 2 days since I did leg day 2 days in a fucking row. First I did the hamstrings, and then I did the quads and isolated exercises. And my legs are so fucked right now that every time I get up, my legs hurt. Spent $2 million, only got one bathroom, what in the world? I have multiple bathrooms. I just don't want to fucking use the bathroom with no one here. Why did you look so thick when you got up? Because I'm thick as fuck, dude. I'm thicker than oatmeal, baby. What do you mean? I got a whole lot of ass, dude. Is this your first time on the fucking broadcast? You're unaware? You're oblivious about how much ass I'm packing, dude? What are you, fucking crazy? I'm thick as a motherfucker, dude. I don't even want to sit down because, like, getting up is going to be painful. All right, you know what? Fuck it. Shit. Do not lower body 2 days in a row for real. Well, I mean, it's the worst part is I did it right after COVID, so I'm, like, fucking dying. I just hit a PR squat of 250 today, putting up the numbers. I need an ass like yours. Good luck. An ass like mine is also partially genetic, if we're being real. Okay? On. Go.
I need to get these mic stands.
All right. Here it is. There it is. The man, the myth, the legend, ladies and gentlemen, Felix Biederman in the building.
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. I'm like, I'm not going to say permanently in LA. I'm in LA at least 3 months unless... if things don't completely go my way in those 3 months, I will give up. I will go back. But for now,
why did you say it like that?
It's like to negotiate from a strong position between me and Hollywood studios.
You made it
make things go my way.
Yeah, you made it seem like you're gonna bring a gun to the next meeting.
I'm
gonna completely give
not
up.
The first meeting. You don't do it during the first meeting. That's
Okay.
like rule number 1 of show business.
Yeah.
That's like if you're in development hell, you have to take everyone to hell with you. This is not a threat, or this is parody.
Yeah, he's just kidding. He's just kidding. He's just it's just a joke.
I am kidding. But I am a California resident.
Your hairline has gotten better.
It's like moved up 2 inches, or
I see
moved
it.
forward 2 inches since I moved here, and my skin's getting more leathery in a way that I really like.
Yeah, you're starting to look a little bit more. You're looking like a German retiree.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think that like the leathering influence of the sun is better for you than the poisoning influence of like.
I agree.
Just blue light, which was all I was getting in New York.
I agree. You accidentally get a lot of sun out here. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's good. I don't like tan anymore. I have sunburn and I don't tan. So
How do you?
I don't know why.
How do you like LA so far? What's your like assessment so far of Los Angeles?
I really like it. I mean, to be honest, my lifestyle is not really that different from New York. You know, most of the time I'm only going like 3 places. But I mean, I guess I lived like pretty far from everyone when I was in New York. Now I can tell people I lived on the Upper West Side, like the last year I lived there. And I was the only person under like 85 in my zip code. And
Can I call you Trap Lore Felix, by the way?
Yeah. You know what? Yeah. That's in my podcast name, and I love lore. People do know that about me. All types of lore I love.
Do you know what I'm talking about, right? Trap Lore
Ross. Yeah.
Trap Lore Ross.
I think
he's a down ass white boy.
He does very good videos, in my opinion.
I think so too. He's very, very detailed.
Yeah. I understand the criticism some people have of him, but I thought like his more recent videos, like the Jacksonville one, he approaches it in a good way. I think a lot of people agree with that. Like that thing he says at the end where he's like, it would be trite if I said, oh, the Fulio and ATK should just like get along and make money together, because it's never going to happen after everything that's happened. This is a digression.
Yeah.
How much I like LA. I don't know. It certainly seems like there's like I'm doing more than in New York. Though that could just be like you have the thing of like you spend all this time and money moving, and you're like, oh, I mean, I should like do shit. I shouldn't like just go to Equinox and like try to do like a no summons Melania run every day. But I am.
You can do that here. You do that here. I do it all the time. This is what I do in Los Angeles. Describing what I do normally.
Well, I need to get a car. I need to like. I'm not going to say learn how to drive. I had a driver's license before I moved to New York 7 years ago. I have not touched the steering wheel in that time, so we're going to say relearn how to drive. I need to do that so I can lease an Audi, which is a real dentist car.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get an Audi.
Yeah,
Cancel.
yeah.
Fucking canceled, dude.
What? Well, no, I'm gonna lease an Audi. That's sick.
Yeah. No, you are super. I leased a Porsche, and obviously that was unacceptable and inappropriate. So, no, you'll be fine as long as you just like do not respond to the fucking brain damaged psychos on the internet like I do. You'll be all right. But I think you guys know how to deal with that a lot better than I do. Where is it? So is it true that this is actually how your weekend is? Like I want to get started. I want to get started with, where is it? Where's the fucking video? God damn it. Who posted it first? I thought you posted this video.
Wait, which one?
Did you hide it?
Which?
Your weekend. The where you go to all the restaurants that have like cool names.
No, it's like I was posting a lot yesterday. I don't know what was going on. It's gonna be down there. It's gonna be.
Oh, here it is. Here it is.
Yeah, there we go. This is
before
what New York was like.
This is what his weekends look like in New York. That's why he was like, I'm going on a sabbatical. I'm going to Los Angeles to not do this anymore. I'm too busy in New York.
Weekend in the life of a 26-year-old in New York City.
Which you're also 26 years old.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
And
when I say I moved 7 years ago. Yeah, I moved when I was 19 years old in 2015.
Yeah, same. I'm also 26, so it's normal that we know so much about the internet.
Yeah, no.
Because we're just in the appropriate age range.
I was just precocious. I was reading the Oatmeal comics when I was 10.
Yeah, you just were fascinated with millennial culture. Not because of your age or anything, but because just, you were one of those Zoomers, I think. Me too.
Yeah. We were 7 years old reading fucking Cyanide and Happiness.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
A lot of people can relate to that.
Yeah, or what was the one, the PAX Penny Arcade? Or the one with the famous like cancer, what was that one? Control Alt Delete?
Control Delete that one's a miscarriage.
The miscarriage.
The best way a miscarriage has ever been dealt with in fiction. Probably a shot in the arm for the anti-choice movement.
You know what's funny about that? Like I unironically read those in Turkey.
Oh no, I didn't read Control Delete because I don't know why. I think you were like a one or the other guy. I read Penny Arcade when I was like 11.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Maybe that's when puberty starts, or that's when you figure out what kind of person you are. When you're like 13, and you're like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
What am I reading?
All right, so let's watch your weekend real quick.
Friday was one of Reddit's mental health days.
You look good though,
day
King.
Off, and I city biked.
Yeah.
Reddit Mental Health Day.
Which is funny for a website that gives people mental illness, like directly responsible for mental illness running rampant.
I will say this about Reddit is the closest thing to the old internet forum.
Which is part of the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Would you okay, so Twitter's worse then for mental
Absolutely.
health? Twitter's worse for mental health? I think so. Yeah, I agree.
It's a far more malign influence.
I agree. All right.
Mud in East Village to get brunch with my coworkers. They have a really dope outdoor space. Was decently buzzed, so then we headed to Maiden Lane on Avenue B. One of my.
How do they have so much? Like, what's gearing this economy? Like, is it truly the Donald Trump stimmies? Like, is that how they just maintained a presence like this? How?
I think no, because this was going on before, and I think part of it is like it used to be if you were, the son or a daughter of a decent doctor or lawyer, you self-replicated, right? You become a doctor or a lawyer or a fucking architect. And now it's like if your dad was a good enough doctor, you could start the shittiest restaurant ever. You can start a bar that closes in 3 months.
But like, how does it stay open? Like, it's just or do they just like close and open over and over again? Because there's like a never-ending flow, like a never-ending supply of doctors firstborn.
Well, it's both a lot open and close in like a year, but also like money has been very cheap for a pretty long time. People could just like borrow a shitload of money, or like get their parents' friends to invest or whatever. There are people who do not come from an upper middle class background who also start shitty restaurants, and I don't want to cut them out of this conversation.
Fair. Also, speak closer into the microphone. People are saying that they sometimes have a hard time hearing you.
Okay, there we go.
Let's order. Let's order food too, because we gotta do that as well. Here, just tell me what you want.
Got it.
We're getting Chipotle, but tell me what you want from Chipotle.
Oh yeah, just like a chicken burrito with no rice.
That's it. Like, do you not? What kind of sauce? That's what I mean.
Hot, and then the mild kind.
I forgot how to live on the salsa.
Yeah,
dude, he's so bougie because he goes to Mud. That's why he doesn't even know. Yeah. He's like, what Chipotle? How do you order from? What is it? Chipotle?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah,
I haven't been to Chipotle since Obama put his hand over the sneeze guard.
Oh yeah, that's.
It's never been good since that.
Well, that made it better in my opinion, but that's just me, I guess.
I really didn't like it.
I'm a dick rider.
I just did not
double
like
chicken.
Nah, just regular.
Why? You don't want the extra protein?
No, I'm like
Okay.
lifting again, but
white
not
or
that
brown?
Much. White. Or wait, is there no rice? Or,
there is no rice. Yeah, you don't want rice.
Yeah.
Black beans, pinto beans.
Take black.
Okay. Queso.
Nah.
Fresh tomato salsa. Roasted chili corn.
Is that the
roasted chili corn
is
salsa?
That the hot one?
No, the hot one is I think the tomatillo red chili.
Yeah.
But do you want corn?
Nah.
Okay. Sour cream.
I'll take sour cream and cheese.
Fajita veggies.
Nah.
No. Cheese. Romaine lettuce.
No, we're good to go.
You want the double wrapped tortilla? No. Okay.
Thank you.
No problem. Okay.
That's the most anxious I've ever been performing in public.
What? Just ordering Chipotle burrito?
Order, because it's just, like any food thing, that is actually the thing you'll get yelled at the most on the internet, because it's the thing that everyone thinks is funny to have like a vociferous opinion about.
Yeah. Well, or fucking DC Marvel shit, I think.
Yeah, I've decided I like support the comic book shit now.
Yeah. What made you change your opinion?
Well, no, I mean, it's not. Don't get me wrong. Those movies are shit. And they I go into it.
Well, you deserve to be executed, according to some on the internet.
Sure. I mean, I don't care when people say. My goal is for people to say that to me. But
me too.
Yeah. No, that means I've done something right. But they're bad movies. Don't get me wrong. I don't know. I'm sick of seeing the same post. Oh, Martin Scorsese's good and Marvel's bad. I fucking know. Okay. Do you want me to start saying Doctor Strange is cool? Because I'm going to if I keep seeing the same posts.
Doctor Strange is cool.
So he's like a surgeon who went to hell?
Dude, I have no fucking idea, dude. What do you mean? I used to read comic books, and I still every now and then pay attention to that stuff, but I don't know. Moon Knight was bad.
Moon Knight had some pretty bad propaganda in there. That's what I heard.
What the fuck? That's not what I was saying.
Did you see?
No, that's not.
I know. Did you see that? Did you see the Grey Wolf guy? The actual Grey Wolf guy, not Chapo fan Grey Wolf, but the actual guy with Grey Wolf shit in his Twitter profile was like, "This is the worst shit ever." Martin Scorsese was right. Marvel's bullshit.
That's when when they acknowledged the Armenian genocide, and it's I saw that. I watched the first episode, and it was hilarious because it's such a random aside. It's not in any way meaningfully contributing to the plot line at all. So to be pissed off at that, you have to actively search it.
Yeah.
You could have totally just not even heard that part. You could have not even paid attention to it and accidentally didn't even hear the part where they even briefly mentioned the Armenian genocide. And yet, a lot of people on the internet were up in arms about it, I guess.
It was, that was, I really like when that happens. I don't think you should deny the Armenian genocide, but just when someone was a Marvel fan and they're like, all right, well, I'm done with this now.
Yeah, because
just throw it out.
Because they brought up the Armenian genocide. Yeah, it's over. It's done.
What was the context it even came up in?
I don't remember. I think they were talking about I think the bad guy is talking about, I don't know, a bunch of atrocities that have happened in the world or something, and literally briefly mentions Armenian genocide along with a bunch of other things. Going to reply to every stupid discourse about superhero movies with this video from Ethan Hawke. Oh God, is this what we're...
Okay. No offense to Ethan Hawke. This is the first time anyone has ever downloaded a video of Ethan Hawke to send to people. That's not from a movie. This guy is trying to tell people what to do, and he's like, let me just go to my Ethan Hawke folder on my desktop.
Yeah, I mean,
I won't speak too soon. I want to see what he has to say.
I love superhero movies. I like every kind of movie. I don't think there's a difference between high art and low art. There are movies that people put their heart into, and there are movies that people try to cash in on. And the ones that I like are the ones that people put their heart into. And you can feel it in a superhero movie, or you can feel it in a horror movie, or you can feel it in some art house movie. I was making the joke that if Logan and Dark Knight and Doctor Strange are great art films, what is Fanny and Alexander? Nothing is the problem. There's no. Would that be in the theater it wouldn't be, and that's my point. And those are my favorite superhero movies: Doctor Strange, Logan, Dark Knight. Those are great films, but they're not the only thing there is. And young people grow up today thinking that's all there is. Yeah.
There's a green screen and not involved, then it's not.
Then it's not. And our country turns everything into a competition. They want to.
I literally don't care about. I don't care. I don't know why. The only reason why this is a matter of discourse, and I think you and I agree on this at least, the only reason why this is literally a matter of discourse is because we have nothing else to, we have nothing. No one has anything. So it's all our commodity consumption that is turned into a cultural signifier that we have to engage in these little battles around, because there's no other way that we can ever be there's no other way that we can ever be productive or have meaningful systemic change. It comes from a place of powerlessness for the most part, I think.
Well, I mean, I want to start off by saying I'm even more baffled by this man's choice to screen record this and to keep it on his computer and send it to anyone. Great. Because I don't think it's a stupid thought. It's just one of the least interesting things I've ever heard. I'm sorry to say, but yeah, he's not going to be oh, these movies suck, and I mean, I guess he's right. Like you're gonna have like action movies, and then you're gonna have art movies. My point has always been that these are bad action movies. They're bad, like lifeless action movies. I think action movies and stupid movies are great. These are just bad examples of that. They're a degeneration of that. But I think the Marvel versus Scorsese shit, it sucks, and I'm so sick of seeing it. But I think it's kind of interesting in the abstract because it's the last the last culture war thing where it's not inherently political. There's like a little bit of a political side to it because I guess some Marvel people use idpol to like the fucking Eternals are the most POC cast ever or something. But that's not the broad gist of it. But it's one of the only things in American culture where people are fighting against each other, and it's purely about like which movie is better to watch. We don't have a lot of that anymore.
I just don't care. Just make good movies. That's it. And if this brings joy to people, then great. I don't give a fuck. I don't know. It's probably the inverse of or kind of what he's saying. I'm on team. You know what? Fuck it. I'm on team Ethan Hawke. Okay. I think he's right. Who cares?
I'm fine to table this issue.
Okay. I'm not sure you know what good movies are. See, this is what I mean. This is like so stupid. You're a stupid person for like trying to debate me on like what you think is a good movie. It's like all the people that when I said like the Batman movie is like too long, people were just like, fucking dude, I'm so powerful and strong because I'm capable of watching a 3-hour movie.
Did you watch Irishman?
I did, yeah.
Did you watch it in like one sitting or like two?
I watched it in multiple sittings. I could not
same.
go through it in one sitting. I thought that was too long too, but it was a great. I mean, I liked it. I enjoyed it.
Well, yeah, I don't think we, not anymore. I don't think we have like an honest appraisal of what's too long. I mean, we're talking about how like Twitter has fucked people up like worse than Reddit. I mean, it's not really Twitter. It's just like phones. Phones have destroyed any ability to watch a movie like outside of a theater. That's the entire reason that people buy like blackout blinds and a projector. Neither of us can have an honest appraisal of if a movie is too long anymore or not. I don't think.
I don't know. That was just my personal opinion. I was not trying to say like when I joked and said it should be illegal to make movies over 3 hours long. I wasn't like literally saying we should make it illegal, but now I do because it'll hurt your feelings. So now I do think it should be illegal.
Is it a long 3 hours? Is it like what happens?
Did you watch the new Batman?
No, not yet. I have to get my projector and shit. My blackout.
It's not great. Okay, let's finish your weekend trip.
Then I started making my way over to Bushwick for my friend Zita's pop-up for her brand Your Name. It's super cool. Go check it out.
They have too many things going on.
Just like 10 out of 10. It was so much
America's
fun.
land of bounty.
And I even got a tattoo. Cute, right? Later, Allie and I went to Jeff's house party, and then he took us to Playhouse in West Village. Not the best Saturday morning for me.
I love that he sets up these like shots ahead of time. This guy's a filmmaker. He should be making he's allowed to make 3-hour movies.
What if someone is holding the phone there and it's not like a sexual partner?
Yeah,
it's just like his servant.
To be fair, I did get my brother Marat to film me destroy a watermelon by blowing it up with my legs earlier this week. But that was for raising money for abortion.
That's raising money, and it's less weird than filming someone waking up.
Yeah, that's true.
But it was a perfect day. So Mad, Cece, and I biked the bridge, went to the Bedford in Williamsburg before they got.
What is too much?
This is Dave and Buster's for people who went to college.
Okay, it's too much.
Or Cheesecake Factory.
Too much is happening here. Like what? I don't know. Did you not feel overwhelmed?
Yeah.
Too many things.
You know the thing of Khrushchev coming to America and going to a supermarket and being like overwhelmed and blown away by the choices?
That's me, by the way. That's literally me. I'm not even kidding. That's every foreigner is like that.
Yeah, but I think he'd have like the opposite reaction if he had this guy's weekend.
Yes.
He'd go back home and just launch the nukes. So we got to end this.
So here's the thing, right? I loved, like, when I was younger, every time I came to America, I fucking loved going to, like, Walmart or, Rite Aid even. Like, that was, like, a cherished trip for me because I was like, look at all the fucking options of things that you can buy, right? So I was always a big fan of that, and that definitely like made me a big fan of America too. But now I look at this and I despise it. I'm like, I don't know. Now we have too many options.
Yeah, because I mean,
limit this shit a little bit.
This is too. But like, think about like you're hungover. You take a bike ride on like a 75-degree day over the bridge, and you're like, 4 pounds of custard to split with my friend.
Yeah,
He got tatted at Live by
Let's go.
the Sword.
Also, why are they keep getting tattoos, Felix? Explain this to me. Why are they getting tattoos all the time?
Yo, because we're young and wild and free. The official theme song,
Who the fuck?
Z.
Who the fuck gets? There has never been an instance where like someone's like, I'm gonna have 2 tattoo opportunities in one fucking weekend in a matter of 24 hours. Too much.
I think it's like it is like for whatever socioeconomic group this guy is. I don't want to like call it out of hand. I feel like I'm going to be like, "Oh, this guy's dad is an orange dealer," and then he'll be like, "Oh, actually I'm a double orphan." You know, my parents and then my grandparents died, and I swept floors for $3 an hour to pay for myself to go to RISD, and now I like support myself in New York, and this is my weekend, and I'll feel bad. But maybe it's just like a marker of being like, we don't give a fuck. We're crazy. We can do whatever. We're creative directors.
Yeah, at Reddit.
Weston invited us to Knickerbocker's 1-year anniversary barbecue party in Soho. Everyone was super stylish. I don't know what this clip is. Later, Dakota gave us the hookup with the Illusions DJ set in Hudson Yards. Zach feeling himself again. Woke up on the couch on Sunday.
God, he's awesome.
Dude, he just gives like a bro, he melted that camera. The side look where he like, I woke up and then he gives a side look like he's fucking in Bollywood or some shit. That is the trademark Bollywood side look, okay?
I like him because he has like his entire physical presentation is like, yeah, it's like Gen Z. It's, you know, everything you see in the Lower East Side. But he is kind of like the face of Red Foreman from that 70s show.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yes.
I'm not saying ugly. He has just a recognizable character actor.
He has the face of a man in the 70s, but like in peak Zoomer aesthetic.
Yeah.
Tattoos, like the hair, everything. I feel you.
Yeah, this guy is supposed to be like arguing with Nixon over price controls. And here he is. It's just an accident of the universe.
So this is a My Life a Movie for Real video, but also like the movie is causing me to have way more anxiety than watching like a Safdie film. You know what I mean? Like I just like this short 1 minute and 35-second sequence has caused me to have like the first time I watched it, I was like having heart palpitations. Like my chest was like fucking closing. I was like, there's too much shit happening.
Well, just because of like the overwhelming amount of places.
Just so much. Why is he doing so much? I've never done this much in my entire life. This is like he had enough activities, okay, that a normal human being would like capture over the course of like an entire month.
I honestly think like the like clubbing and bars and shit, that's like pretty standard for like a 26-year-old in New York. The real thing that gives me palpitations is the amount of restaurants he goes to. Because he goes to like 9 restaurants in a day and a half, and then at the end of it, he's like, okay, I'm finally going to make dinner. I'm making baked grapes or something.
Yeah, in the end. Yeah.
The Hangover Walk.
Wait, hold on. He's at the Ludlow
I
Flea
headed over to
Market.
Lost Cafe on Grand on the Lower East Side.
There's another cafe. What's he doing there? Why are there so many cafes?
Cafe is fine. That is, you do a lot of that in New York where or I did when I was his age. I did one worse.
You're 26. You're his age.
When I was 17 and moved to New York, no, like when I like did so, I like something less cool and like shittier. Me and Mullen would like sometimes we would just like run out of places to go or like be, and you know, just have nothing to do because you know you're like an underemployed freelancer and like dog walker and shit when you're there, and we would just like go to Dunkin' Donuts for like 4 hours. It's like beneath what this guy's doing. We were like hobos basically, like old style like train hopping hobos.
Okay, that's more valid, I think. I mean, but like these cafes are fine. These guys.
The
Okay.
cafes are fine. It's the restaurant. Like, it's so many fucking restaurants. It's way too many. And I will be honest, I have a bias against that. I don't like going to them. I don't enjoy it. This guy has, on his deathbed, and he's probably going to live to 150. He's probably after the cutoff point.
I don't understand how much money like someone that works at Reddit makes, by the way. It's too much. I think that I'm becoming, when I watch this, I turn into like a conservative, I turn into a Republican. I'm like, yeah, we need to cut these bi-coastal elitists' salaries.
Maybe they give you like a Reddit discount at these restaurants.
At Mudwater?
Yeah, it's like it's New York doesn't have veterans discounts. You just get spit on and called a baby killer. But if you work at Reddit, they're like, oh, here you go. Like 2/3 off.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like if you're doing abortions and that's another place where you get discounts at too. Yeah. They love that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, salaries in tech are pretty good, right? It's more the fact that this guy will spend a third of his life waiting for the bill. That is what's upsetting to me. But I'm sure, everyone has things that they are wasting their life with.
Fair. I mean, we do. You play a lot of. How many times?
I'm primarily wasting my life.
How many times have you beat? What are you on New Game Plus on Elden Ring?
I'm on New Game Plus with my initial character, my Dex Int guy, and I am attempting a no summon Melania run with my faith strength character before I beat Elden. I mean, Elden. I'm just gonna tear through fucking Radagon and Elden Beast with my faith strength guy. With the blasphemous blade, it's gonna take like one fucking try.
There you go. That's literally that's how you're wasting your life away.
Laura then met up with me, said what's up with the homies at 1 of 1 and LES, and then vibed out at Washington Square Park.
I don't understand this. Do people actually do this? This is a New York thing. Like people just go to like Washington Square Park and like dance and stuff.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I like find that kind of charming. I don't know. Like or at least I'm envious of it. Like, wouldn't you love that if you could go to like a public park like this? And New York City has amazing parks, thanks in part to my brother's service to the parks department over the years. But like, you don't need an activity. You don't necessarily need to like the conceit of like, oh, we're doing acid in the park, we're getting drunk in the park. You're just like, oh, I'm getting so much energy from the people here. Like, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
that's awesome.
I
wish.
Like the only time I go to a park is there's like a goal, you know what I mean? Yeah. It's to play basketball. I don't understand. I don't know. I just don't understand how you just go to vibe out at a park. I don't understand it. It's just like
quick pit stop at 7.
Maybe Reddit Mental Health Day works. Maybe his brain isn't so like we're maxed out. We're like we have redlined so much of our brain just through like notifications and our phones. I think, I don't want to say irreparably, I don't want to be a pessimist, but they fuck up your brain chemistry. I think that's undeniable. And for us, maybe we can no longer do this. Maybe we can no longer like go to a Washington Square Park and be like, oh, the energy here. Or maybe we could never do it, but maybe this guy, through his adherence to Reddit Mental Health Day, is like, oh, I'm going to, take fucking notifications off my phone. And he's still able to access some part of himself that does not need 12 points of stimuli to avoid his own thoughts.
Yeah.
Quick pit stop at 7B Horseshoe Bar on Avenue B. Then I got home and made dinner, and that was my weekend.
This is the best part.
Roasted grapes. That's insane.
He made roasted grapes.
I mean, isn't that a raisin?
I don't know. I don't know what a roasted grape would be. I don't even
grape. Those look like fucking raisins. He's eating raisins out of a cereal bowl.
No, those are roasted grapes, Felix. No, look, he roasted them in the back.
Fresh. I mean, that's undeniable. But they just look like fresh raisins.
7 tattoos, 12 dinners, and a roasted grape. How is he not fat? Dude, I don't even know.
Look how much he's moving around.
He moves too much.
No, it's super hard to get fat in New York. I've done it multiple times, obviously. But if you like are constantly going to shit, you're walking all the time, you're fucking taking the subway, you're just in constant motion. It is like I was like underweight the first few months I lived in New York.
No, I see that. That is definitely one positive to living in a city like that, is like you have to walk all the time.
I think it's like definitely preferable to the default in America.
Which is I agree. Yeah. You're not gonna catch me shitting on walkability, okay? In like one of the only places where there's like, it's like I guess the closest we have to a walkable city.
It's sick. Like
yeah.
I'm anti-car, I'm anti-bike, I'm pro-walking and pro-horse. Everyone should just walk. Like your job's 20 miles away. Don't care. Start walking. Like leave the night before. I don't care.
Here's the LA version.
Ever wonder why LA stays so litty?
Yes.
Because you can have the most perfect solo glow up.
It's crazy that you're in both of these videos.
Well, this guy has the same taste in music as me. He's spot and got him beatbox.
Cam is friends with Jack, right?
Oh, is this?
Yeah,
it's
Cam Tang.
This guy's joking?
Yeah, no. He's definitely joking.
Okay.
He's Jack's. He's Jack's friend.
Ever wonder why LA stays so litty? It's because you can have the most perfect solo glow up. I started by jumping out the jet in this icy little fit before pulling up to Erewhon. The hot definitely feels different. These buff collies go so flippin' hard.
Okay, to be fair, okay,
those are good.
Erewhon is disgusting. It is an affront to God, and that in a just world it would not exist. Okay. But those buff collies do be hitting though. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say that the buffalo cauliflower there is actually pretty good.
Everything they make is good. Like
they're also $1 million.
If Erewhon existed in Russia, there would be like 20 articles. It's like the Red Tsar Putin's insane oligarch grocery store, where all brownies are
Or
$28.
China.
China. Yeah, the Red Emperor's communist oligarch grocery store, where they Chinese-listically make $35 single serving desserts.
Do you remember that article about a museum? Where they describe the concept of, the New York Times described the concept of what a museum is and what it does, but because it was like a Chinese museum, they were like, look at them whitewashing their atrocities throughout history, and I was like, that's a museum.
Yeah,
you're describing that
literally. Yeah, the exact same as like any state museum in America.
Yeah, literally.
But I look, Erewhon's awesome. It's evil, it sucks, but like, I actually haven't been since I got here.
I despise Erewhon. I'll say that, and obviously, like I make a lot of commodity purchases that are flamed by the internet on a regular basis. But this is one where I'm like, it's nasty. Except for the buffalo cauliflowers, which do taste pretty delicious.
Man, they have a lot of good shit. Like I know it's. I'm
Wait,
sure.
have you ever had the like the dumb fucking you don't have like shakes and stuff, do you? Where it's like $28 because they put like poop in it.
Hell yeah. No, when I would like last year when I was coming here like every month, every 2 months, I would always stay in Silver Lake because I would always like, that was like my consolation prize for flying. It's like, oh, we're going to get a $28 fig milkshake.
Yeah,
calling it smoothie. It's sometimes, I mean, I'm sure the owners are bad. I saw people in chat saying that. I'm sure they're the worst fucking people who've ever lived.
No, that's my favorite. As opposed to what? Any other brand? Like, where is a good CEO?
Costco.
Okay, where is another good CEO?
Outside of Costco.
Except for Costco.
Costco, Matthew Lesko, and then I think that's it. That's all.
It's just like, so it's you had that fired up, by the way. You were ready to go with that $1 with the $1 hot dog argument. But yeah, no, I agree. But it's like, oh, and Arizona iced tea.
Yeah. That is like the main reason I want to get a car is to go to Costco. I didn't let my Costco executive membership lapse. Like I still have it, but I would just feel like such a piece of shit, like calling a Lyft to Costco and then like being like, oh yeah, they're like, come around front and pick me up and let me load like 48 seltzers into your trunk,
into your Prius.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. I would.
You need a car. You can do that out here. I don't even know where the Costco's are out here, but like you can get a car just so you can go to Costco. You can get an Audi.
Yeah. No, I'm gonna lease an Audi and I'm gonna go to Costco with it, and that's the only time I'll ever fucking use it.
Yeah. All right, let's finish this.
Sometimes I'll just post
also, the
up
food is here,
outside and
which
fire
I'll
up my
grab in a
favorite
second.
pod while crushing
I'll just
an
grab it
elixir.
right now.
This one's the inner piece. If you have anxiety, it's on site.
I
It
love how much
absolutely
money he put into
snizzacks.
this video.
Now it's on to the Grove for me. Yes, Sirski. This
Yeah.
place is a straight faucet because
It's a
you
great
can
video.
load up on drip.
He
First
put
I go
hundreds of
way
dollars
up
into
at the
this.
OVO store. Then I say what up to my slimes over at Edo Bites. Make sure to cop a Bomboloni like in Forte. Ugh, so fire. Then it was time to tiptoe on back to the Brib for some R&R. I slip into my Supreme Cargo jammies, throw on my House 99 moisturizer by David Beckham, and use my Divinity Rose Quartz facial roller and gua sha to push away all the stress and anxiety from the daily grind. And that's what I call going up on a Tuesday.
You know that roller
Ever
thing
wonder
that
why?
it has the handle of a razor? You like roll on your face. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh, is it like a face roller?
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's ice. It's for makeup. It's for people who like put a lot of makeup or like beat their face up a lot. I think that's what it is, right?
It's okay.
A derma roller, a jade roller.
It might be either of those.
There was some girls that I was staying with at Coachella that were using it on their face, and they just like would put it in the freezer, and then it was just there's like ice in it, and they would roll their face up with it. I don't know. I think it was one thing. Help removes the puffiness. Yeah, hold on. I gotta pee.
I could use it. I don't know. My sleeve's been like sort of weird lately, and that's like, I mean, that's the only thing I really care about when my sleeve is fucked up is just my face becomes huge. I become the moon face knight, and I like if you're tired, you can just take Adderall or I have an espresso. But puffiness of the face, if there's a device for that, I would love it. I'll probably get one of
It
those.
is the ice thing for sure. I think that's what it's for, right? You can also just use moisturizer. Put moisturizer and use your hands though. I don't know. I'm not a. Wait, what do you think about this? You
fucking
riff
love
on this
her.
while I go pee.
So
She sold 300 copies of this book.
okay,
300.
I would need to, for equal time, we're gonna get her side of the story for this. According to her, Bad Republican was #2 on the Audible charts. Yeah, look, that is pretty good. I do not know. I don't think the Chapo book ever did that good on Audible. I would have to check. And we were New York Times bestsellers. That's undeniable. We sold tens of thousands of copies. I'm assuming, she sold a lot of audiobooks, and she said, oh, the reason this is 244 copies was that everyone had already gotten it, and they wanted this hardcover re-release. Look, who knows? I out of professional courtesy, how one soldier respects another soldier, I, as a member of the media, will give her the benefit of the doubt. Because it's like, well, why didn't we hear the book scan numbers earlier? People have confirmed it was #2 on Audible. I do think, regardless of if your book bricks or if your book is a bestseller, putting it on John McCain's grave, even if he is your dad, it's not going to move those units. But that is ultimate. Yeah, sure. What do you want? Do you have like that 7-Up Zero? Yeah. Oh yeah. Which one? If you have 7-Up Zero. Oh yeah, no, that's perfect. All right. Thank you. That is my opinion on the Meghan McCain book affair. Thank you. There you go. I mean, did you saw her justification, right?
No, I did not. Wait, she has a justification?
Yeah, she said
she doesn't even need one. She's a queen.
I love her. I love her because she's like Meghan McCain. It is an understatement to say the McCains are like, old money or even Mayflower people. They're not literally Mayflower people. They're not, but there's something beyond that. They're like archons. It's like 50 generations of admirals.
Oh
if
yeah.
If you go back to like Cro-Magnons, the McCains were probably the first people to like, put a raft in a river and spear a fish.
That's the only reason why they let John McCain like literally drop more fucking drop more planes than Al Qaeda.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Everyone in the family is like a fucking oil executive or an admiral, like a 4-star admiral, all this shit. And then the one of the endpoints, one of the final results, Meghan McCain, she has the continuation in the dynasty. She does not have it with like another naval officer or an aristocrat or like even a particularly rich guy. She has it with like a guy who has to write for the Federalist because of like a plagiarism scandal. And she named her fucking kid. She didn't name her kid like, you got to give this to WASPs. They don't do it like Jews. And, all our names are 5,000 years old. But at least WASP names, they don't do anything made after 1700 usually, right? She was like, no, my WASP daughter, her name is fucking Liberty. That's it. Look, she really does love this country if she named her kid Liberty.
Respect.
If she's from that family and she named her kid Liberty, she understands this country in some way.
Yeah. I just love that. Like I said, it's sold 300 fucking copies. Like, who is publishing that? What is there money to be made in this situation? Like, it's one of the best, like one of the most anti-capitalist movements in America is funding conservative publishers and funding conservative outlets in general. Like, the Federalist is read is a great example. Federalist is read by like 8 people, and on accident, and yet like they still are in circulation.
Well, I think a lot of the time, like the publisher of conservative, and I mean oftentimes liberal books too. They say all business is being a great middleman. Like Adnan Khashoggi said that. They say that in Layer Cake, more importantly. But the publisher, in the event of like a movement conservative or movement democratic book, they're just the middleman because they facilitate the book being produced and copies being published. And the end point for those books is like a think tank buying a bestseller amount with their slush fund.
Yeah.
And the publisher gets to make a little money off that. But, even if in this case where the hardcover bricked, we know that for sure, publishers kind of do what movie studios do, where it's like, oh, we've never made any money. Oh, everything's a tax loss. So if they get an actual loss, it's like, okay, fine, add it to the pile.
So what do you think happened? Do you think like they were just normally they would buy it, like you said, and be their own like, it's like the whole I'm my own number one advocate. Like what's that meme? You know what I'm talking about?
No.
It's like I'm my biggest fan or whatever. They just like go and they buy the fucking books. But in this circumstance, like what happened? The spigot is closed. Like they didn't want to fucking buy her book to make it like a bestseller.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I get she's kind of in an awkward spot, right? Because she's like, for a while, it's like, oh, I'm a Republican maverick. I'm a Republican who like likes gay marriage.
Donald Trump.
Or well, even before Trump, it was like, I'm the maverick, renegade Republican. I don't like the Tea Party, blah, blah, blah. And then it's Donald Trump. I'm aligned with Democrats. I'm like vaguely aligned with the liberal media. But then like since Ilhan Omar, since like all this shit, since like the Ellie Valley cartoon, calling it the most anti-Semitic thing she's ever seen.
She's like, I'm a Jewish person now.
Yeah, which like, I won't be too mean. I won't say that. But she's kind of like, that was always a shaky marriage, right? Her and like liberals. Because even corny liberals, like, they could tell that there was something like disingenuous about like the attacks on Omar and like a lot of the shit she says, because she still is like a pretty conservative person. She has a lot of like, still has a lot of
named her fucking daughter Liberty.
Named her daughter Liberty. She's not like Jennifer. Dude, Jennifer Rubin, fucking like 8 years ago, when she was 60 years old, was like a fervent, like fucking anti-choice person. And now, no, she switched it up on them. Meghan McCain did not do that. Still an incredibly right-wing person, so she's kind of a woman without a country now. Because most normal institutional Republicans don't like her either. So no one's buying that. No one's doing an institutional buy.
Michael says, kind of a fail headstone for such a rich guy.
It kind of is. It looks like a criminal's headstone.
Yeah. It is a fail headstone, straight up. What are they putting on it? There's like dollars on it?
Wait, what?
That's like money. Someone put like money on top of the headstone.
Well, maybe he like loved the $1 bill. That's like what got him into politics.
I said, look at Jose's mausoleum in comparison.
Well,
Yeah.
this is Jose's mausoleum for Gen Xers and Boomers, Michael.
True. Which is why you would expect it to be an actual mausoleum. Yeah, there's still fucking boomers out there that are like, man, I think Drake also facilitated a hit on John McCain.
If I die, it was Drake.
Yeah, John McCain taken too early.
John McCain was in Arizona trying to buy a Ducati.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I go, Drake stole my whole fucking flow.
Yeah, they're like making YouTube essays. Boomers are making YouTube essays about the conspiracy of Drake with his hitters.
I love the idea of like Boomers treating it like the Jose mausoleum and going there and just smoking like the shittiest dirt weed ever. Yo, I'm vibing
Taking
out.
photos, posted up, yeah, at the John McCain mausoleum. I mean, that's kind of what she's doing.
Yeah, I mean, it is. I mean, if you can do it with anyone, you can do it with your dad or your mom or something, right? But yeah, did you see that? Did you see the Steve Schmidt thread about her? I thought it was pretty interesting. I normally don't care about that stuff.
Didn't he like? Wait, does anyone in the chat have that? I think they he like kicked her out of the fucking plane or something because she was being so fucking annoying.
Well, there was a lot of interesting stuff in that thread. I thought it was interesting because the Meghan McCain stuff is like pretty predictable. Like, oh, she's an awful brat who treats people like shit. Who would have guessed? You know?
Yeah.
But the stuff he said, where it's like, okay, well, John McCain like didn't give a shit that we were working with Paul Manafort's guy, and he was like, John McCain was like kind of a fuck up and a pussy and like ruined his legacy. I thought it was very interesting he said that.
Yeah.
Maybe he said that because his like chips are cashed on that side, but I did not expect him to say that.
I can explain this. When I kicked Meghan McCain off the 2008 McCain plane because of her outrageous behavior, I talked to her mom and explained what was happening and why. Cindy got weepy and said, I just want to say I raised 2 good sons. And I said, everyone knows you did. How fucking brutal, dude.
He fucked her up in this thread.
She literally is like, I mean, she is a lolcow for boomers.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what she is. She's just like, she gets farmed on so regularly.
She became Chris Chan for 60-year-olds.
Yeah, no, literally. That's exactly what she is, 100%.
Fuck, that's a good life.
Yeah. My daughter was 3 at the time, and I made a promise to myself that I would make sure my #1 priority in life would be raising a child that never acted like Meghan McCain, a spoiled, rotten, entitled bully. She's graduating high school next week. Mission achieved. Everyone who's ever worked with McCain from ABC, this is not the thread, right? This is a different one. The thread you're looking for, the thread I'm looking for.
This like kicked everything off, but there's a later one where we start talking about Rick Davis and Sarah Palin.
Yeah. I think this might be it. Hold on. Here's my story, the dumbest decision of my life. I had met briefly with Palin the night before, along with another top staffer. We had agreed that we would not discuss anything around the vetting procedures that were being run by the vetting council and Rick. I think that this is a little bit of revisionist history, by the way. If I'm being fair, I think like the George W. Bush campaign and his like style of governance is what I guess like that was like the original shift towards more like populist rhetoric within the Republican Party from Reagan, obviously, but like then George W. Bush, but then Sarah Palin was like a recognition of the Tea Party branch and like really pumping that up.
Well, yeah, with the, I guess if you want to go from Nixon, even though Nixon is like very different from every Republican from Reagan on, Republicans on culture stuff, it's a constant ratcheting up. It's always upping the ante. Because you can't talk about the same things for like 4 years or 8 years, because eventually your base is going to be like, well, what the fuck are you doing about it? So, you know, Reagan upped the ante, George H.W. Bush tried to up the ante with some crime stuff. He couldn't sell it well enough. He was also unfortunate in that America stopped wanting WASPs by the time he was finally the man. The Republican Revolution in '94 upped the ante in its own way for the issues of the 90s. Bush upped the ante, the shit that they did with McCain's adopted daughter or gay marriage, using gay marriage as a wedge issue in 2004. That was
Newt Gingrich, baby.
Yeah. And obviously gay marriage had been a tool, like a political tool before, but like making it a national issue for presidential election, that was upping the ante. And then Sarah Palin is upping the ante. But the thing with upping the ante with this stuff is every time you do it, there's a shorter interval. There's a shorter interval in how much time you have before you have to go to the next like bigger, more outrageous thing where you have to take like some action. And Sarah Palin is when, I guess, when it became unpalatable to guys like Steve Schmidt, even though, George W. or H.W. or any of this is repulsive. But I don't know, this is interesting because it's both self-serving and also self-crucifying. It's self-serving because he's saying, okay, when I worked for Republicans my whole fucking professional life before this, it was good, it was honorable, we cared about the country, we cared about a woman's right to choose in the environment like Nancy Pelosi wishes we did.
Bullshit, though.
They didn't, right, of course.
I mean, John McCain did, to be fair, advocate for... Actually, John McCain's change on environmental issues is a perfect representation of how little Republicans have ever cared, and Democrats don't care either, obviously, but how little Republicans ever actually cared about environmental issues. He used to be the carbon tax guy.
Yeah.
And then when Obama ran on it, because that's the Democratic line is the same as the Republican line in that situation, because it was like the maximum fake position that you could take as a progressive without like really genuinely offending big oil or anything like that, the real corporate benefactors. Then John McCain switched it up and was like, cap and trade, more like, what does he call it? Like, it's like death and this is like murdering companies or something. It's
Utility
like, motherfucker,
death
that literally was your, like, that was your agenda item.
Yeah,
So-
no, that's the dance in American politics is Republicans in like state government or like in a think tank have this idea for like a really shitty like public-private partnership that is meant to solve an inefficiency or a problem of the current condition. And then Democrats go, oh, we'll do exactly that. And then Republicans go, that sucks. Democrats go, what if we made it worse? And then they make it worse. Going back to Steve Schmidt, though, it's self-serving because he exonerates everything he did for Republicans, before 2008, before Palin. Self-crucifying because he's basically saying, by not doing enough, by like helping pick this woman, by doing all this shit, I am responsible for the total degeneration of this great party. But, it's like how they say that self-loathing and being an egotistical person, it's the same thing. It's just narcissism run through a different filter.
Yeah.
And he's kind of giving us both.
Yeah. It's the same difference of like either being like overtly racist towards black people or what liberals do when they like, well, not liberals, but like really aggressive fucking hyper woke liberals. Like they'll fucking like self-flagellate.
Yeah.
Or be like, I'm going to clean black people's feet and shoes. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, what is the one where was that it? Do you know what I'm talking about? Where like it's all the old white people wearing the shirts that just say "I'm sorry."
Yeah, exactly.
Is that real or is that like a gag? Is that
No, that's real. There's like a lot of people like that, and then there's like the Uhuru. There was like a Uhuru movement that was built around Black Hammer, the organization.
Support the one political party I support.
Yeah, are you in the Reparation Corps with Brace Belden?
Hell yeah, I am.
Yeah, that's why he's here. He's gonna.
Well, no, I don't have to be. I'm mixed race. I'm German Jewish and Ukrainian Jewish.
There you go.
It's slash Russian. It was Russia at the time my family left, but that's mixed race.
That's just absolutely. Anyway, let's move on from this before chat blows a fucking gasket. They're being really fucking annoying.
I don't see how they bitch at you about a stun lock. I'm like the most stun locked person. In
No,
history.
they're fucking annoying because like we're not paying attention to the chat. That's why they literally lose their minds. It's like 30,000 babies in the chat that go fucking ape mode when you don't like constantly respond to like every little thing because it's all about just like me.
I'm sorry,
just
I'm not
uploaded
in
a
the
video about
habit.
you for what?
Wait, what is this?
Fuck! Why did Keemstar fucking upload a video about me? Okay. Anyway,
I'm sorry, Chad. I'm not in the habit of acknowledging my audience ever.
Yeah,
I will try
and for good reason. Don't do it. Actually, like it's the worst fucking thing when you acknowledge them one time and then they expect it all the time. They're fucking little babies.
Well, I'm going to stream like later this week. I was gonna do it last week, but I had some like fucking stomach condition. But I try to be good about it when I stream, but it's not a habit I have.
Okay, let's talk about this real quick. So
Impact.
Finally, thank God, we have a lend and lease program for Ukraine. To give Ukraine at least $40 billion worth of weapons. The original goal was $33 billion, but like the Democrats were like, we'll give you 7 on the top. Now, one of the things that they were going to do in this was at least like tack on a little bit of pork spending and like actually do COVID funding, which is a necessity because COVID is still a thing. I mean, I fucking had it like last week. And you know, COVID spending is still absolutely a necessity in many states where, you know, underserved populations are still going to get COVID. They're going to still need to get tested for it, but we've completely fucking dropped that in its entirety. Okay?
What? Oh, well, that's not. Yeah. Well, this is how I find out.
Oh, dude, what the fuck?
Rassing.
I actually DM'd Gideon recently to talk to him after his video. I was like, yo, did you really think the white separatist guy wasn't like racist? The fuck? I guess we
can't
might
wait to see that video.
We're gonna watch it.
Wonderful.
We're gonna have to watch it.
This is people are arguing with me about all this because I do not see how you can make the case that American weapon shipments don't start off as or end up as the bad thing that happened to a bunch of people.
Always, like historically.
Yeah, what the fuck? I mean, who are you gonna believe, me or your lying eyes? I don't. They're openly saying we don't know where these end up. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. I feel like, you know, it's been months of talking in circles because before February, you know, I remember saying the idea of a war being fought over this is horrible. I am disgusted at the idea of 19-year-old kids and fucking mothers and anyone dying either for fucking Ukraine or Russia, either of those governments. How awful it was, and unfortunately, it's happened. But in what way has an American bonanza of weapons ever made anything better? It would be one thing if you could argue that we know exactly where everything is going, how it's going to be spent, where it will end up, which we don't. They're pretty open about that. And it would be a one thing, too, if Western leaders weren't showing up just in surprise visits with the subtext of, like, don't fucking come, don't negotiate, keep fighting this fucking war. It's just, it's an awful situation. And unfortunately, if you're skeptical of it, at the very least, you're supporting genocide.
Yeah. No, saying exactly what Hillary Clinton said, but as a leftist, means you are a supporter of genocide.
This was
at the time when I said this will turn Ukraine into Afghanistan. Okay. And that's not good because I care about the perspective of the civilians in Afghanistan, just like I care about the perspective of the civilians in Ukraine, like the random casualties of this kind of unnecessary bloodshed. Everyone was like, yo, fuck you. You're a piece of shit. You're in support of Russia. I'm not. Why the fuck would I give a shit about a kleptocratic oligarch and his bloodthirsty interests in its neighboring country. Okay.
I do not see how anyone can make a one-to-one comparison of this and Lend-Lease in World War I, because it is. I mean, was Majin Buu the weak Buu, and then Kid Buu is the strongest one, because that's the military-industrial complex in 1939 versus now.
Oh yeah.
Like it really is not a one-to-one, and I would be more willing to entertain that argument if there was some evidence that we knew where this shit was going.
The other side of that also is that, like, and I've said this before, there's a reason why Article 5 is part of the reason why Ukraine can't join NATO, right? Why? Because mutually assured destruction, nuclear holocaust, all that sort of stuff. So if that's the case, then you can't treat this like it's World War II. Like, you cannot, because people always say, like, oh, it's appeasement. It's like, well, the other side of appeasement is, like, actually going to war. And if you know full well that you're not going to put your full-throated support behind Ukraine, and you're not going to actually, like, go balls to the wall mode and actually engage in, like, military warfare against Russia because you are afraid of the consequences, understandably, which is nuclear war, then the alternative is just exhausting and fighting this war until every last Ukrainian is dead.
Right. Well, the position with this, right, is that the javelins and other things have been so, like, enormously successful, and it's definitely, like, given the Russians in a lot of places hell. You know,
Oh, for sure.
it definitely fucked them up in a lot of places.
Absolutely.
The thinking there is, like, okay, if we do the maximalist position in this, we do, like, full, like, Lend-Lease program type thing, then it will destroy the Russian army to the point that, like, they will fully lose. Which, I mean, just put it like that, removed from the realities of these weapons and the conflict itself, I understand the argument. I have trouble seeing that playing out in a straightforward way, or in a way that spares the most amount of lives, I guess. I'm prepared to be wrong. I think everyone's experienced making poor predictions.
Oh,
I will say, on the day where I made my bad prediction earlier in February this year, when we had Derek Davison on, I made a decent prediction inside a bad prediction, and it was I don't think he'll, like, go all the way, try to go towards Kiev, because I'm not even sure the Russian army could take over Ukraine. So I was right even when I was wrong, and even when I was right.
Yeah, that's what I said as well. But people still hyper focus on the fact that I said Russia will not make a psychotic move to try to, like, occupy or full blown invade Ukraine. I said that as well, because I said that they don't have the military capability to fucking completely take over Ukraine, or let alone, you know, occupy it for an extended period of time. That would be impossible for them to do a counterinsurgency in a country with 44 million people that have their nation building project exclusively revolve around their nation state building project in Ukraine, like, pretty much revolves around a resentment towards Russia. You know what I mean?
I want to say that I do not think I'm acting like the frog who's on the ventilator. Is that the copium frog? I don't think I'm acting like him. There are a lot of frogs I act like. I act like the one who spilled the tendies. I act like the one who's the Kekistan frog all the time. I support the Kekistan movement. Based Kecker. But I'm not the coping frog. Okay?
You're a little bit like the Kekistani frog, but also a little bit like what is it? Griffin?
Who's Griffin?
No, the fucking Philadelphia.
Gritty.
Gritty.
Yeah, I'm Gritty. I'm both. I'm a Gemini.
Yeah. Sometimes you're like Gritty. Sometimes you're like the Kekistani.
Frog. That's like any Gemini like me knows that. Like, some days you're based and you're memeing, and then other days you're doing the guillotine. I've been like just Google image searching Kekistan lately. And
I know
laughing.
you've been posting a lot about that.
That shit's so fun. I swear to God. Okay, if anyone like watching this right now, this is such a fucking digression. But
It's literally because you saw the bag that Peter Thiel was throwing at these post-left people.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'm Kekistani for life, brother.
Yeah, I want an espresso milk frother. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm a grown man. I need that. But I'm sorry to stun lock on the frogs. I'm trying to interact with chat. I saw the frogs. It made me happy. I'm sorry. But, while I'm digressed, if you're out there, okay, if you're like a 23-year-old woman who lives in LA or New York or any like probably Baltimore, like big art scene in that city, you're like a hot art chick. You're cool. Guys are intimidated to talk to you. Maybe you got kind of a weird haircut. You should start wearing as much Kekistan shit as you can. That would look so fucking funny. That would be such a good joke. And it would honestly look it would be pretty cool. I would really think highly of that. I would do it if I were you.
Don't do that.
But okay. I'm done. I'm done talking about the frogs. I'm sorry.
It's called a prison cut. Yeah, turf bangs. Okay, let's see what Nancy Pelosi had to say.
The impact that it is having on food for the world. So when you're home thinking, what is this all about? Just think about when I was hungry, you fed me, in the Gospel of Matthew. It also is so pleased that Mr. Meeks, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee.
Bro, this is a $40 billion Lend-Lease package with, I think, almost like a laughable, like a comical percentage actually going to food. A comical percentage of this, I think it's like to the tune of $900 million, I believe, is actually going to like refugee resettlement and like refugees. So hilarious that she's like, yeah, it's like when you're hungry, I gave you food. It's like that. But except like we're talking about javelin missiles.
Yeah, the like corn slop from America we give them. It's like the most dangerous thing we send out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I feel like it's the fucking producers. Like to say this when like half of all the baby formula is like withheld from because of a lockdown in Shanghai. Like it's probably one of the worst things she could say. But who knows? What a grim fucking time.
When I was hungry, you fed me weapons, which have the same level of microplastics as the food that you would feed me anyway. So we just started eating it because it has the same nutritional value.
I wonder, I always want, like, how much food aid do we typically send to the European continent? And, like, how much of it, does it just get thrown out the second it comes there? Because it's like, oh, we can't even feed this to pigs.
I remember there being, like, something, there is a shrine, I think, is it in Kosovo? Have you ever seen this?
No.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. But wasn't it, or isn't, hold on.
Did food aid like work in Kosovo?
No. Wait, hold on. Is it in Sarajevo? Yeah, no, it's, I think it might be. Hold on. Yeah, I think it was. Hold on. Here, I'll show you. Yeah, here it is. The ICAR Canned Beef Monument in Sarajevo.
That's
the ironic war.
I really like that as a work of art.
The
honestly.
ironic war memorial thumbs its nose at a campaign of inedible humanitarian aid food products. The ICAR Canned Beef Monument. Okay, they're saying if there is another siege, I would rather die than eat ICAR. That's what it says underneath it. Traces of the memorials of the 1992-95 siege of Sarajevo can still be seen throughout the city. The canned beef monument is, however, somewhat different than it with its ironic touch. The food that they had sent, the canned beef, was so bad and inedible because it was already mega expired. The Serbian siege of Sarajevo led to what would become the longest-running humanitarian airlift in history. Running between July 3rd, 1993 and January 9th, 1996, it even surpassed the 2 years of the 1948-1949 Berlin airlift. The I-cart canned beef soon became a symbol for the shortcomings of the humanitarian help. According to the eyewitness reports collected by writer David Charles, sometimes the food was leftovers from the Vietnam War that expired 20 years earlier.
Oh my God, we suck so fucking bad.
And then this other one is also funny. Sometimes it was pork, an egregious oversight when half the population receiving the aid were Muslims.
Even when we're the good thing that's supposed to be happening to someone, we're the bad thing that's happening to someone. Man. Ooh, we fucking suck. Damn, dude.
After the war, the grateful citizens of Sarajevo thanked the international community through this golden meter-tall can of ICAR beef. Something other than the food and medicine Sarajevo was in dire need of during the fighting was weapons, but because of the international weapons embargo put on the belligerents, they had to turn to Colombian drug cartels and smuggle the weapons into the city illegally because of this. Some people say that they did more to save Sarajevo than the UN and that they should get a monument of their own. Well, at least we don't have a problem with the fucking... you know, the weapons. You know, we're giving a lot of weapons now.
Colombia is really Mr. Worldwide, aren't they? It doesn't matter if it's like on the other side of the world. They just, it's like no relation to the conflict. They're like, oh yeah, no, you can like have our mercenaries. We'll like help you get guns. Like Yemen.
They're like
fucking all
they're
over
like
the
Cuba,
place.
but instead of doctors, they're sending mercs.
Yeah. yeah.
We have the best mercs.
I don't. What is with? Are they just like always on LinkedIn? I don't know a lot about Colombia. Why are you guys?
What do you
so
mean? They're on
enterprising?
they're rising grind set, dude. What do you
Fuck
mean?
yeah,
they
they
got
are.
Sigma grind set.
They're like, well, this guy's in Colombian, but they're like Bukele, Salvadorian dude.
Oh yeah,
Bitcoin, Mr. Bitcoin.
Oh yeah, dude. Oh my god. He's if he wasn't hot, he wouldn't be able to get away with all this.
He honestly is like, I mean, he has that like, you know, the handsome Palestinian guy look, where it's like he naturally looks like a little airbrushed.
I cannot wait to see this image in history textbooks. Vote Union. I mean, that's great.
I like no.
Furries
I'm cool
deserve
with furries.
rights. Yeah, furries deserve rights as well.
Yeah, it's not 2004. No, I'm rocking with this furry.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Do you want anything to drink while I'm up?
No, I'm good. Should we watch the Keemstar video or should we get into your trap lore?
Oh,
We'll do both. We'll do both.
I haven't read the indictment.
Okay. Lend-Lease already kicking in. Everyone gangster until NATO starts shipping Burger Kings onto the scene. Wait, what the fuck? This isn't real. This is from like probably, let me guess what this is, right? I assume this is from like the Iraq War or something. This seems like, right? HasanAbi rap correspondent take. Young Thug wasn't given a bond and will face life sentence if convicted of all counts. They are treating him as a kingpin of YSL and are using lyrics against him. They are also building cases on other Atlanta rappers that involve Lil Baby, Playboi Carti, and more. No, I know. I know. I think it's abhorrent. Like straight up. If you don't have a good case, then you build it over. Wait, what is this? Common Commanders rookie QB Sam Howell says that he only eats chicken. Yeah, so do I. Is that why you're saying this is me? It's actually Afghanistan, but you were close. Got him. Fucking got him, dude. There you go. You absolutely have to see this.
Such thing as bad publicity.
Uh-oh. Oh, what's going on here?
I need 15
We got friend of the show, Chris Clemens, doing his man on the street interviews.
more minutes.
See, I'm looking for 15 minutes less, so this is going to work out real great. What do you do for a living?
You don't want to know. I'm an LGB activist.
Like, from Russia?
No.
What's the LGB?
AGB.
Oh, okay.
Lesbian, gay, and bisexual.
Oh my God, okay. No, I've heard of it. I've thought there were more letters. So what's the difference between the LGB and the LGBTQIA+.
You tell me. Are all straight people. The woman was too stunned to speak. Anything to the right of the LGB is straight people. Didn't you?
Trans people are automatically straight across the board. Yo, Chris found a turf, dude. Let's go. Hate crime is coming from inside the house. I love that.
To have any other letters. All of a sudden, they decided it always had letters. No, it did not.
Hey, you're really against the letters.
Well, no. The same-sex attraction is one thing, and all those other letters are not about same-sex attraction. There are 3 sexual orientations: homosexual, heterosexual, and bisexual. LGB is about sexual.
At least you said bi visibility. Some of these people don't even like bisexual people. They're like, oh, there's too much straightness going on there for me, you know, for my taste. So
Orientation. The other letters have something the people could, in some backwards way or forwards.
I didn't realize that like there were TERFs out there that were transphobic because like they think trans people are straight.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
they-
no, yeah. There's a like yeah, they have like an anti-trans lesbian thing. Yeah.
No,
That's, like, a
I
big
know
focal
that. I
point.
know that. Like, I know that. You know, TERFs are just fucking transphobic, and they think like, you know, they just say like, you know, trans women are actually men, that sort of stuff, right? Like,
Yeah.
But I didn't realize that's gonna fucking light you up. I'm letting you know.
Oh, is it how much?
Read the fucking. Oh, dude, that's my secret weapon. It's
Okay.
better than a bang though. Like it makes you feel better.
100. Oh, that's not that. That's 160 milligrams of caffeine. That's not that bad.
No, there's more. There's guarana and ginseng in it too.
All right. Well, I won't finish this whole thing.
Just read it. Read out all the
Okay.
properties. It should
Organic
say it.
guarana, 50 milligrams.
No.
Organic ginseng, 60.
It says it some. Oh yeah. Organic guarana 50 milligrams, organic ginseng 50 milligrams, and then organic caffeine 160 milligrams. Yeah.
All right. I should get a like normal drink. I need to.
No,
pace
just drink that, dude. Drink
I'm
it.
not gonna face that whole thing. I like drink things too fast. That's like very intense. That's so much. Damn. I
love that. I cracked one of those before I played basketball. It's awesome.
Have you ever had that Brazilian guarana soda?
Maybe. I think someone might have sent it to me in my PO box.
It's so fucking good. I used to, when I did Muay Thai, when I was doing study abroad in college in Spain, like they didn't have enough like American like pre-workout or energy drinks. Probably good that I could easily find. And so I would just get this like Brazilian guarana soda before I'd go to Muay Thai, and you felt fucking clean because it was cane sugar and guarana. You felt amazing.
Oh yeah.
You were. I mean, part of it's like just being young, I guess, but
Yeah, there was a time when I
would
always-
spar like fucking 8 rounds, no problem. The only problem was that I sucked.
I remember a time when I always felt amazing. It was awesome.
Yeah.
That was great.
22, and damn. I mean, I sucked, but I was like the good type of sucking, where I could spar with the guys in the gym who were good and not like totally waste their time. I only got dropped once, and it was when a like semi-pro guy just like drilled me with a fucking liver shot. Not like that drops anyone. I think.
I don't know enough about fighting to adequately give you assessment here. I don't know anything about.
I mean,
that.
this is like 8 years ago at this point. This
Yeah.
is like immaterial. I've like forgotten everything. I hit the heavy bag sometimes, and I like see myself, and I'm like, I fucking suck so much.
I feel you. Okay. Before we move on to the Keemstar thing, by the way, before we finish this, I forgot to run the top of the hour ad break, so we're gonna do it at 2:37. Okay, because I totally forgot. You confused me with your presence, and then we looked at Meghan McCain, and I totally forgot. So I'm gonna run it right now, boys. You already know you can avoid it if you subscribe for $5 or for free, and we're gonna get into the Keemstar. Hasan is racist.
What Rasic?
Yeah.
Is that how it?
By the guy who's like most famous for screaming the N-word. He's gonna say I'm racist.
There's a
I'm
context to
racist.
that clip.
Oh, wait, really? Well, you're the #1 Keemstar correspondent.
Okay, the context of that clip is like when people like were reposting it a few years ago. He's like, "Look, I shouldn't have said this, but this guy was taunting me about being Italian." I'm not kidding. Like I am not kidding. That was his.
That was his context.
He's awesome.
Yeah, I respect that.
America
that's
should
fucked
give
up.
him $40 billion.
Yeah,
okay?
no, it's just like Well, he is pro-choice.
Yeah, no, he's like
he came out. The Republican Party lost Keemstar on the fucking abortion subject.
Yeah, that is another prediction that I made before Roe v. Wade, the Roe v. Wade decision leak, that I thought that like Republicans were going to do something that was going to like what they always do with social issues. They like juice their own base, and then other conditions allow them to pick up like their usual swing voters or independents. But then they always, like usually later rather than sooner, like overreach in this way that really upsets like those swing voters and like the Democratic base. And when everyone was talking about how like they were positive the Democrats are going to get slaughtered in the midterms, on like fundamental fact and everything that we know, like, yeah, probably. But on the matrix on which I make my decisions and predictions, which is if I see everyone say the same thing will happen, I don't think it will happen. I started like thinking like maybe they'll overreach. But now it's like, dude, Keemstar is saying he's not going to support fucking JD Vance. Like, I don't know, maybe. Crazier shit's happened, right? All bets are everything that was like a rule in American politics, it doesn't seem to work anymore. So who the fuck knows?
When you lose the Keemstar vote, dude, you're this is a misstep. Okay? That's all I'm going to say. Of course he's pro-abortion. Wouldn't have his 21-year-old baby mama sue him for child support? No, I mean, I think there's more to it than that. I think like even he legitimately, no matter how fucking dumb and idiotic and conservative he is, he's like a dumb conservative guy. He's the perfect dumb conservative guy. And even he's like, yeah, I don't really understand why people are. Same with the Barstool guy.
Yeah.
Same with fucking
Dave Portnoy.
Yeah, Dave Portnoy came out and was like, what the fuck are these people doing? Like, now obviously I think the tides might change maybe with like overwhelming Republican opposition, and they'll like pump it out through every fucking media outlet. Yeah. But I think reframing this as like a war against Christianity is not necessarily going to win over a broader base of support from like other Republicans, and people like Dave Portnoy or Keemstar who would otherwise vote Republican are not going to be like, oh yeah, I really love the Christians.
Evangelical movement is not quite the same thing it once was. It still has a lot of power in a lot of ways, but it's not. It isn't exactly 2002 right now. I mean, that's the thing. Being pro-choice is like, it is an overwhelmingly popular position. Overwhelmingly so. To the point that the Republicans don't really want to fucking talk about this at all. If they do talk about it, they talk about how like the leak is bad and like going to Alito's house.
Yeah, exactly. That's why the Axios
so fucking unpopular.
Yeah, that's why Axios, when they showed like the talking points that the Republicans were made to use, none of it revolved around Roe v. Wade, and all of it revolved around, like you said, the fucking leaks.
Yeah. I mean, but if anyone can take like an overwhelmingly popular position and like fuck it up, it's Team Blue, you know?
Oh yeah,
certainly it's Team Blue, but
I can't wait. Yeah, no, they will somehow manage the. I mean,
my stomach turned. I saw Neera Tanden retweeted this thing where I forgot who it was, but they were like, well, like most people think like support like all abortion in the first trimester. Why don't we just have a bill that makes it so all abortions are like, what the fuck are you doing?
That's
what the
awesome.
fuck are you doing?
Oh, was it? I think it was Matt Iglesias.
Yeah.
It was Matt Iglesias. He was like,
fucking God.
Here, I fixed it for you. Here's a popular solution. It's like, why are you conceding? This is a winning issue. And you're already like fucking making amends with this like Republican Party that's literally not interested in that at all.
Jesus. Yeah, no, that deeply alarmed me.
Oh, it's awesome. They will fuck this up. They will somehow fuck this up. Speaking of which,
really
okay,
hope they don't.
Keemstar,
Like, God damn, that fucking guy. Like, this is
Keemstar.
I mean,
Keemstar's. We're gonna move on to Keemstar. Okay.
Yeah, I don't want to.
We're moving on.
Yeah.
We're moving on to Keemstar. So here's what happened. Keemstar, I guess, he was suffering on the view count. So he did what a lot of shitty video essayists and stuff do, and he was like, let me do a video on Hasan. Okay. Which I'm sure this will trigger warning, citing of Keemstar. Well, I guess not really. This is just a clip from Gideon's reaction to me reacting to his video. Originally, do you know who Gideon is?
I'm not familiar.
So he's like a young TikTok comedian, kind of like he does like the classic like prank shit. He has some pretty funny. Sometimes he has some pretty funny clips and whatnot, but then he like popped off on Twitter, or not Twitter, on Twitch when he first came onto Twitch, and basically was, like there was a whole thing with like him and Pokimane, which he apologized for and made amends with.
Oh, I tried figuring out what that was about.
Yeah.
And it was like...
He was just like doing like a hate raid on her by being like, yo, he like changed his Avi to Pokimane and whatever. Just like...
was it just one of those things where like just people see her and they're like, fuck you. You just like hate her for no reason.
Yeah, exactly.
There was no previous
just
thing?
like regular, no previous thing. And then he tried to like, say it was because like, I mean, this is squash beef already, and I think that they handled it well, so I don't really care about that. He's reached out to me before, and I've like corresponded with him before on Instagram DMs and stuff. I think he was like looking for someone to fight for like
the new boxing shit that gets on.
Well, I don't know if it was like specifically about Creator Clash, which iDubbbz is throwing, but like basically that. Something along those lines that I was like, no, I'm not going to fight you, but I hope you can find someone, whatever. And Keemstar does suck, obviously, as we all know, even though we are fond of him and fascinated.
It's kind of editorializing, don't you think?
I wonder if ACC still... Oh, fuck. Okay. I'm not going to read that. That's stupid of me to read that. Okay, so anyway, Keemstar, Gideon exposes Hasan for be racist. He got so horny that like he like forgot how to type appropriately. 3,000 likes by the way.
This is how people say Russian bots type.
Yeah, personal.
Like troll. He's typing like a troll farm.
I guess it was 9 a.m. in Moscow. Yeah. Keemstar, more like Kremlin star. Got him. Damn. Okay. Personal opinion: Gideon is just 21 years old, and you can tell he's way smarter than anyone gives him credit for. I've never thought that he was like stupid.
He's 21.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, yeah, okay, look, I mean...
I think Keemstar's automatic predisposition is that he was stupid for some reason. I don't know. Like,
yeah.
I never thought that, but...
I want to say then, look, sometimes you just fucking yell at someone and troll someone for no reason when you're 21 online. I'm certainly not going to condemn him for that. Shit,
Yeah.
I was doing that when I was like 27.
Oh, for sure. You're allowed to be stupid. How he sniffed through the bullshit of Hasan and got to the base of reality of Hasan using Gideon's race, intelligence. I don't even know what this is, but I assume so.
This is
right
a
here.
Crazy attempt at a construction of a sentence.
Yeah.
This is like, it's sort of like if the car that Homer designed was a sentence. It is barely holding together.
Yeah. So what this is like Gideon goes to the most racist town in America or whatever. How is it like? And he's right there in that video. He's talking to a guy who's like, "I'm a white separatist. I don't believe in white power, but like, I want blacks to be somewhere different."
Oh, so a swing voter.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And basically, like, well, I even gave him props for like looking to find the president, the leader of the Klan. Like, he was literally like searching.
That's right, dude. And it was just him. He didn't have like...
No, he had like one other... I think he had... Well, it was him, his other like white friend, and then just an army of Zoomers from that town that are like big fans of his.
I'm fucking glad those kids were with him. But like, even still, like, that's ballsy as shit.
So that's
like,
what I was... That's
really
yeah,
fucking
exactly.
ballsy. Damn,
exactly.
Dude.
He's like straight up putting his life on the line. But of course, he's like one of these apolitical guys, right?
Yeah,
so...
yeah.
Ultimately, I think his argument was that it's like, this town is not that racist. Like, look at the mayor. And the mayor apparently is like the type of mayor who was like, what did he say? There's no police brutality here in this town, because there's no black people in this town, something along those lines.
Yeah, we passed a law that says you like can't sag your pants in 1996. So we have no crime or police brutality.
Yeah. Some shit like that, right? And I don't know if like the mayor himself was like personally racist or whatever the fuck, right? But there was one person who said like the town itself is like, there's racist people there, and there's of course not like, there's racist people there, and then there's like obviously not racist people there,
Right,
which is
yeah.
duh, of course, right?
Yeah.
That's how it works, and it's something that I mentioned as well while we were fucking watching the video.
So he talks to the mayor, whose name is Bernie Sanders.
Yeah,
Burlington, Vermont.
Yeah. So let's see. This is where the headquarters of the Klan are, but let's see what he had to say about my reaction.
This is what I'm taking away from it. just because he didn't, you're basically saying to me, this is how I personally feel. This is how I feel. Like, bro, like, this isn't like factor. This is all opinion. This is how I feel. What you're saying to me is, I don't understand basically what's going on in this situation. That I just had this was a 45-minute conversation that we cut down. That in this 45-minute.
Wait, where's my take on it? What did I say to him that got him to be this way? I don't remember. But anyway, let's just watch.
I have no idea what was happening and stuff like that. And I need to relook everything. That's basically what I'm hearing. I'm feeling very patronized. And stuff like that. And I'm not gonna lie. What did the girls say? It's given, like, bro, it's given white savior vibes. Like, I'm sorry.
I'm not a white savior. As Keem Stark pointed out, I'm a racist apparently. So
yeah,
I'm not.
Yeah, well, or you're a Gemini, you know.
I am a Gemini.
One or the other.
I got both. I got both going on.
Do you ever feel like you're like in the movie Memento? Or like, or you're in like fuck, what's that David Lynch movie with Naomi Watts, Mulholland Drive, like something like that, where it's
I've never seen that one, but I have seen Memento.
Right,
I do feel that way because I'm on Twitch all the time. I'm streaming nonstop,
like,
so my brain is broken.
This is insane. Like you're like freeze frame of you reacting to his video, him reacting to you. It's like,
yeah.
Man.
Yeah, we do this a lot. This is the only way to do back and forth. But yeah, I guess he said I was he thinks I'm being patronizing to him, but like it's because I was critical of him kind of like whitewashing a little bit this dude who's literally like, I'm a separationist. I'm a white separationist. Like literally next door neighbors to the guy who is the main clan guy, which actually, that part was really funny because he's like, "I want to be like Israel, but for the whites."
yeah.
Says that.
The old Richard Spencer line.
And then, and then he goes like, "What do you mean? Are you like? I thought you guys didn't like Jews." He's like, "I didn't say I like Jews."
That's like a gotcha question.
Yeah. He's like, "No, I meant for Israel for whites," which I thought was really good. Like that was actually pretty funny. He said, "I'm not a segregationist. I'm a separationist." You know, like separate but equal.
It's an interesting. I mean, like there is an interesting history of this because this guy Gideon, he is definitely not like a black nationalist at all. Like
I was there because
I don't like he's not that, but there is a history of in black nationalism, like Nation of Islam would have these.
No, but he's not, dude.
Right? No, I'm saying he's not, but I'm saying like there's an interesting history just where like black nationalists would have like George Lincoln Rockwell speak, and be like, "Well, like, what if we did this?"
Yeah. But this person,
I was there. I always have NOI on the brain.
I was there because I worked on his filming set. I had no idea who he was until I started watching you. To be honest. Oh, this was one of the dudes. You were one of the kids that were with him. Yo, his house smells like fresh garbage bags and dog shit. It was pretty gross. That's awesome.
Okay, look, if you're 21, that's going to happen.
No, not him.
Oh, the mayor?
No, not the mayor. No. He's not talking about Gideon. He's talking about the fucking racist dude's house.
Oh, okay.
He's talking about like because he went to the separationist dude's house. The where is it? Yeah. Okay, let's watch the rest of this. But like basically, I'm saying like he's a separationist. Like he is literally this peak racist. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing more than that. So me calling that out is not white savior vibes or whatever. It's just I'm a political commentator, and he's one step removed from the fucking clan leader.
Like it is given white savior vibes and stuff like that, bro.
Bruce Drop Him Off also watches and brought up similar points, but it's funny how you're targeted for saying this. Well, because like I'm a fucking political commentator, and also I'm white, so obviously it's like way. It's way more politically palatable for like apolitical people for him to like dunk on. For him to fucking dunk on like a white guy who's being a white savior,
bro. I don't need what I'm hearing.
So I'm
feeling very patronized. I'm feeling very
totally
patronized and stuff like that.
Like,
and I'm not gonna lie. What do the girls say?
None
It's
of the history
giving
or anything.
like, bro. It's giving white savior vibes. Like, I'm sorry. Like, it is giving white savior vibes and stuff like that, bro. Bro, I don't need anybody to save me. I don't need any race to save me and stuff like that. The only person I need to save me is the Most High. That's it. That's the only person I need to have my back and stuff like that. I don't need a white savior. I don't need a black savior. I just need me, myself, and I, and the Most High. Other than that, I'm good and stuff like that.
If you were black, he would say you were acting like a victim. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what he would say. It doesn't really matter.
And for you to interject,
Whenever I see two
your
people
opinion
argue,
thinking
I
that
sort of swap
I
their
don't-
races around in my head to see what it would look like. So I'm exactly like that chatter.
Okay.
Understand
Hold on.
what's going
This
on.
is tricky territory. Everything
Yeah.
everything you and I will say will be used against me
No.
regardless.
I was gonna say something very measured though before I made that.
So make
that
sure-
joke I shouldn't have made. What I was gonna say is like, if I were a totally apolitical dude, and like I just I didn't like, I didn't my mom didn't have me when she was 40, and I had the resulting brain conditions where I like wanted to read the fucking Robert Caro, Lyndon Johnson books when I was 14. And I just didn't give a shit, which is really the normal position in America, right? If you're like a 21-year-old kid, you just like, even if you're smart and like a good entertainer, politics is for fucking perverts and weirdos in America. And like someone, you talk to someone, they express like their ideas, like all races are separate, but everyone's like equally treated, even though like if you're interested in politics or history at all, that wouldn't be the case, like the history behind this position. But if you're just coming into it as much of a blank slate as you can be, I am sympathetic to like not immediately going, oh, what the fuck? This is the same thing as, Klan shit or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think I don't even remember like criticizing him in that situation. I think I was just like literally correcting what his analysis of the situation was, which was wrong. I mean, and that's okay. Like being black in this situation doesn't mean if you can be black and have like the incorrect assessment, because the entire purpose of white power or all lives matter is basically to market it to as broad an audience as possible. That's why they don't say they're racist. Like racist people never say they're racist. You're never going to find a Nazi that's like, I'm actually a Nazi.
Varg.
Except for Varg.
The king.
Fair.
The
fair.
greatest one in the
It's
world.
true. Varg does say he's a Nazi like all the time. Thulian.
Yeah, I'm sorry. He's the greatest one in the world because his plan of political action for Nazism is like quit your job and go live in a car in the forest.
And impregnate like 8 Scandinavian women.
Yeah, live in a hut, like live in an outhouse. I'm sorry. This is a digression, but did you see when the guy who commented on Varg's video, the screenshot today, where it's like, listen, I don't agree with you on the racism shit or the Judaism stuff, but like you make some really good points also. That's me.
Yeah. If you were meaner to him, I think you would have gotten less shit in this particular situation. I mean, I wasn't mean to Gideon at all. I didn't even care about what Gideon was doing. I cared more about like him having a conversation with a white separationist who was coming across as like in the most calculated and like and polite way possible. And liberals straight up are incapable of like parsing through this information. Which, by the way, he called me a liberal, which is funny. From what I understand, according to Fizz, one of my moderators, his assessment is that conservatives are openly racist and liberals are like secretly racist. Conservatives are more openly racist though, but liberals are secretly racist, which he's right.
I am.
He's right. I agree with that. He misunderstood what a Chotter's comment was trying to say, which is why he called you a liberal and then said liberals are racist. Look at how polite he is, by the way. He's forming the local teens into a gang. Yeah.
I'm forming the local teams into a gang, bro. Bro, I swear, man.
Wait, he thinks. Oh no,
I was someone else said that.
Yeah,
and
he said hoggers, like he's being like a conservative, like he's LARPing as a conservative in the chat.
Oh man, that's tough.
Guys, I'm gonna tell you this right here.
Okay, you're a comedian, Gideon. What the fuck? Anyway, the Chotter's comment had hoggers in lowercase, so it didn't show the emote. He didn't know. Yeah,
damn,
he was, dude. Every micro, like every like little fucking thing is fair game when you're a Twitch streamer.
That's why I'll never do it.
But he would not know. Like this is literally the hoggers emote, like right underneath it. You know what I mean? Look, hoggers. Like it's like what we do to make fun of Trump supporters.
I have to.
Oh, you have to leave soon?
No, not. I don't have to leave for like 90 minutes or so.
But don't show anything on your screen, by the way.
I'm not. There's like nothing interesting on here anyway.
But
no, there's just a quote I'm looking for.
He's a streamer. He knows. No, but he's not a Twitch streamer. He got banned after his first stream, so I assume he doesn't know. Anyway, look. I don't really care about that, but it's pretty funny. It's pretty funny that people commenting in the 2-hour video Papa Gut made about you are mad that you weren't loud enough when someone donated $10K saying basically you didn't care about it, Lamau. What?
Well, yeah, act like you've been here before.
The racism of Hasan? What the fuck? What is happening? Why do so many people... Dude, they're like fucking sharks. You know, Lil Xan was right, dude. I'd much rather be in a room full of friends and family and loyal friends than a room full of clout sharks, dude.
That's what. No, I like.
All right, let's
I
see it.
literally could not like do that. Like do this. I just every day I say like things that could be taken horribly.
No, the
On
problem.
purpose.
That's why I made an alt account too. Like, dude, it's because like I can't even tweet like fucking sarcastic shit or like shit posts in the same way that you do because like. Once you read a search, once you reach like a certain level, like no one wants to be charitable at all. Like no one will see it as a joke, and they take everything I say seriously. Like I'm 100% serious. Like I'm making serious political commentary.
Yeah, that's why I'm happy I'm fucking capped out.
Like even when I said like Lil Xan was right, I'm sure someone is gonna be like, look at this fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, Lil Xan destroyed his car. Do you realize how bad that was? That he did that to a G-Wagon?
Yeah.
No, that's why I'm really happy I'm like capped out. I can still retweet John. I can retweet those whispers that our friend John makes where it's like, you know, reblog this if a guy's ever put his cock in your ass and pissed.
Yeah, I can't. I mean, I can't. Yeah. I can't do that, but I was not gonna do that anyway.
I think I've reached the maximum amount of people I'm ever gonna reach, that the exact percentage of population I'll ever get, and for that I can still mostly be myself.
So. Let's get back to it. I don't want to. Hold on. Let me see what the fucking Keemstar clip was. Let's finish
that. Just because he wasn't being racist to my face, that he's gonna be violently. If he was gonna be racist, he said violently racist. How's he gonna be violently racist behind my back? What the fuck is he gonna do behind?
What? He like literally did not understand. Oh, because okay, I remember what I was talking about. I was talking about how like racist white people aren't like overtly racist in most instances to black people in their face because they're like afraid of black people. And I, as someone who's like super white passing, like I've been involved in, I think I was talking about like my personal experience of like my personal experiences with like my black friends and how the dynamic in college and stuff would be dramatically different, where I would hear people say some like really suspicious shit that they normally never would say around black people. And I think that's precisely what I was talking about. Bro, you're white? No, I know I am. That's the point. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. I'm saying specifically that like white people that saw me as a white person, and I am a white person, were very comfortable about saying some racist shit around me that they would never say around black people because they're like afraid of black people. I said this exact same thing yesterday. This is why I enjoyed being red pilled. At least I knew they were racist outwardly, unlike leftists. Yeah.
Man.
Racism is only when I get called the N-word to your face. No, I mean, I don't think he's... They act differently when black people are around. They act differently when black people aren't around. It's really embarrassing. Yeah, I don't know why that was like that aggressive for him to come at me with that. Because like... There's a reason why these motherfuckers wear hoods, you know what I mean? Like at the rallies, they don't want to show their faces. That dichotomy is like right there in front of your face. Like the reason why they do that is specifically because they don't want like their public persona to be unkempt.
Yeah. You got to figure that like most Klan chapters are like 60% informant now, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Cops love that shit because it's like one of the like few things they can like not fuck up infiltrating for some reason.
Yeah, I wonder why.
Yeah.
I wonder why historically cops had a... I mean, I guess they didn't prosecute it back then. I don't even think they prosecute it as hard now. Maybe there was like a little bit under the Trump administration. There was a little bit of like the woke FBI, but...
I mean, like, define prosecute. I think that like They're probably still doing the shit where they like goad like, mentally ill Muslim teenagers into this shit.
Yeah, they're
we
doing it for-
probably just like don't hear about it as much, and it's a little bit hard to like evince anything from just like court filings, even though there are a lot of people who are very good at reading those. I just like it seems that like at least the media's focus shifted to them doing that to like, you know, fucked up like mentally ill white people. As for actual prosecutions, I don't really know. I have no idea.
I mean, they're fucking it up anyway. Okay, let me finish this.
My bad. If anything, he should have got the whole gang and like kicked me off his property. I was on his yard. If Brody wanted to go crazy, he had every right. Could have said it was self-defense and stuff like that. But no, he came outside. We had a civil discussion.
Wait, why is he straight up defending this dude who's like, I'm a white separationist? What the fuck's going on? That's crazy, dude. I didn't realize he was like actually fucking... I thought he was defending the mayor. Like,
so this is the Klan guy he's talking to.
That guy he's talking to is literally the neighbor of the fucking Grand Wizard of the KKK. And he openly, in that conversation that they had, apparently which was 45 minutes. I want to see the full one. I want to see the full cut. Straight up fucking says like, you know, you can't come to our church because it's a white church. And says that he's not a segregationist but a separationist. He hates you more than racism. I don't think he hates me, dude.
I obviously like this guy they're talking to, you know, bad guy, amazing jawline.
Oh yeah, I made fun
Look
of that.
at that.
Yeah, I was saying like he's fucking
chiseled.
systemic inbreeding. That's what happens when you do white purity.
I could grate cheese on that. Damn, that's sharp.
Boom. Like, that's why, like, bro, I'm not saying you're a racist or nothing like that. But what I'm saying is, like, wait, everything that you're saying in this video and what your chat's saying, I feel is way more racially motivated than anything he said.
Dude, why would the fuck would my chat be racist? What the fuck? What is he saying?
Anything that anybody in that town did to me and stuff like that, because
I feel like he's keeping things polite to get a better chance of talking with the Grand Wizard and to avoid a fight. Yeah.
I feel like I'm being patronized, and when you're being patronized, that means you're not on that same level because the people think that they're superior. Like,
we getting you in hot water again? I mean, always. But first of all, like, we monitor the chat pretty aggressively. It's like one of the best, one of the best, like probably the only political chat that doesn't get out of fucking control. So if you can find one comment in a sea of like fucking otherwise like normal commentary, when there's 33,000 people in here, and you use that to be like, yo, you're a fucking piece of shit because you misunderstood what was going on, I don't know what to tell you. The other part of this, though, is that this shows me more than anything else that like he straight up doesn't think this white separationist dude is a racist, which is, I didn't really see. Yeah, he said I'm more racist than the guy who's literally in the Klan. Like he is unironically making the argument that like I am more racist than the guy who's in the Klan and is saying like he's not a segregationist but a separationist, because I'm correctly saying like that historically speaking, white supremacists will oftentimes temper their fucking attitude around black people and in civilized society specifically so they can fucking subtly drop their fucking arguments into conversations to make themselves seem more normal.
I'm gonna ask sort of like a meta question. Dude, when you're like in the midst of something like this, like a React prism or like infinite mirror hall.
Wait, did I misunderstand? He didn't say. Wait, sorry to not respond to what you said. He didn't say I was racist. What? He said he literally said he's not calling you racist, but he fucking goes forward and says like I'm doing white savior shit, which is racist, but I guess he's not calling me. It's Keemstar that's calling me racist.
Yeah. Do you like, okay. Is there ever a point where you would watch something like this and go like, oh, like this is pro wrestling? Like, I don't think this guy fully believes this.
All the time.
Or
all the time.
Do you ever get the impulse there to like be like, okay, well, fuck it, I don't care. Or
yes.
I like won't touch it.
The smart thing, I usually don't. I used to all the time. You're being farmed by the lowest level of shitster. Not gonna lie, this person was also pushing the narrative that Pokemon was a coke fiend. Don't forget it. Yeah, I think like, there was a time when I would like take everyone super seriously because I had like a fucking brain disease where I thought like no one on the internet is being like you know, a certain way specifically to create content. I'm sure they're being serious, and especially if I've like talked to someone in outside of like a on-camera situation, like I will usually assume that they're approaching a subject matter in good faith. He said, "I'm not calling you racist, but Hasan and his chat comments are more racially motivated than the Grand Wizard's friend guy."
So he's saying like more obsessed with race, right?
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
he said, like,
classic.
that-
It's
yeah,
a classic
that-
conservative take, which is like
Right.
liberals make everything, libtards make everything about race or whatever.
It's one of those things that's like they kind of don't realize how true it is. Because everyone in America, it's like how no one in America is actually like a free speech fundamentalist.
Yeah, of course not.
Everyone in America is they got a little bit of college in them. They got a little bit or a lot, but everyone has enough to do like a little standpoint theory.
Oh, yeah.
And like a little id poll. Everyone does. Everyone.
Dude, Republicans
have
do it
that for
so much now.
Like everything. Like tow truck drivers have like like college
Yeah.
like, standpoint theory type things.
Oh, yeah.
It's kind of amazing. But yeah, I don't know. I this is interesting to come in from the outside to say, because I feel like I've, on a much smaller scale, I've been both you and him. I've been the guy who's just, you know, making the most fucking unfair assumption about like the guy bigger than me.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I mean, we're not as good at remembering our own lives as we'd like to think we are, maybe. But at least I don't think at the time I was consciously thinking like, oh, I don't fully think this guy thinks this, but I'm doing this to like grow my own profile or like build my own career, or because it's like this is a singular opportunity I have. I don't believe that I had that conscious thought, though. Again, like maybe I did. Who knows? You can really allow yourself to think incredibly like transactional weird things when you're like 24 and doing this shit. But I, after a while, like you definitely like get tired of it, because you are being fundamentally dishonest in your own internal monologue in a way that like makes you kind of insane, even if it is good for your career, or even if it does like produce like a largely positive reaction, which it does like the newer you are. But, you know, I've also, you know, year 2 and year 3 of doing like a show that's pretty popular, not almost every day of the fucking week, like 12 hours a day with like tens of thousands of concurrents, but like fairly popular, been on the other side of that and gone, like tried to see it from the angle of like, well, yeah, if I was this guy, I'd fucking hate me too. You know, if I didn't feel like I got in the right place at the right time, I'd be like, fuck this cunt. Like I'm going to take like the most ungenerous interpretation possible, because
But
it's
it's motivated.
like,
It's
online
motivated.
entertainment.
It's motivated by financial benefits too, though. Like a lot of people, especially when you're like, I mean, ultimately we're a brand, right? I'm a brand. Whether I like to see myself as that way, and I try not to conduct myself that way at all, I'm still a brand. And basically, what ends up happening is in that situation, like if someone is getting a lot of shit all the time, and it's like pretty easy to just be like, I'm positioning myself against this brand, right? And my brand is like, fuck Hasan. You can get a lot of people with a lot of like-minded people to like jump on that train and be like, yeah, you're right. And I think what's going on here in this situation is like, in a weird way, his defense of this dude is like way worse than the original video itself, where he was like talking to him and whatever. By like saying I'm wrong, and by defending the fucking, you know, chinless inbred fuck over here, who literally said like, I want to do Israel but for the whites, straight up, and said I'm not a segregationist, I'm a separationist, you know, and shitting on my historical analysis in regards to the Klan and the messaging that like white supremacist movements use. His video lacked any sort of historical analysis in regards to the Klan. You added that, but that was the point of the video. Most racist town isn't that bad. Let's put hate aside. Exactly. So when he does that, he is in a weird way basically finding himself to do, you know, propaganda for the Klansman and his ideas, And I mean, I don't know. Call me a white savior if you think that that's addressing that with appropriate historical context makes me a white savior. But like, I'm gonna do that no matter what.
Right. I mean, like, the thing, like, what I was gonna say, like, at the end of all of that is that, like, that's kind of the point, is that online, but especially like any online media, you are not a real person to anyone else. They are not a real person to you. And like, it's just sort of like plot without characters, if that makes any sense. It's like the literal substance of this video, like, for his purposes now, is not important. It's just like the reaction vector.
Yeah. And now
But,
it's not even the sub. No. The substance of the video is completely transformed, and now we're not even talking about the substance of the video. That's precisely why the Keemstar proportion that was publicized on his Twitter doesn't even have my take on it. It's just him saying you're patronizing me and you're like racist for doing so. It makes me feel like you're being a white savior in this situation, which I'm not. You did make the distinction that he's clearly not knowingly doing propaganda. Yeah. That was what I was, that is what happened here. And now it's even worse than the prior situation. Let's see what Keemstar's fucking idiotic take was, though, because I do want to see that. I do want to see what Killer Keemstar had to say, considering that he said Hasan racist, which love that didn't change. Look at the title. He's so awesome.
Fucking love him.
He's so fucking
I hope he doesn't
dope.
have a repeat of Christmas 2016 where he hits the fucking dog.
Oh god. Oh yeah. Yeah. Nobody. Yeah. He does not. He should
Greatest
not
tweets
get.
of all time.
Yeah. He should not have that. He should never have to experience that. Okay, where is it? Where am I on the video chat? Like, I don't want to see all this other shit. I don't give a fuck. Okay, he's talking about. Oh, here it is. Okay, let's
go.
With Gideon ending racism.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Video has popped off, getting over Atlantic. Ban all my music from all YouTubers. Get a real job.
Oh, you're right after Young Boy.
Speaking about yikes, I gotta tell you this story. Back. Okay, Gideon. All right, Gideon went to the most racist town in America. He uploaded this video 4 days ago. I went to the most racist town in America. The video has popped off, getting over 6 million views. Now, here's the thing. When Gideon went to this town, the most racist town in America, obviously is...
Why this motherfucker not, like, how does he not know how to shoot like a horizontal video? What the fuck? Why is this a vertical video, bro?
No, this is cinema verite. He's a genius.
Yeah.
He's the best.
Why is this vertical, bro? What's happening?
It's just like how I do not agree with Gideon, but I'm sympathetic to, being in the react vector, to being, the reactor and the reactee.
Uh-huh.
I don't agree with the content of Keemstar's video, but you cannot deny his talent as a director.
Yeah, no, it's good. He's right. He's probably cutting this for Snapchat too.
Black man, right?
Yeah.
He didn't really get a lot of hate. He didn't get a lot of racism. He actually talked to people. He had good conversations. The kids in the town were fans of Gideon. They invited him to the school. They had a prep rally around Gideon. So, like, when you watch this video, you gotta applaud Gideon for getting the...
No, I think he's just like real horny because he hates me.
Yeah, he did this like today.
Yeah, no, I ratioed him so fucking hard that he like literally broke up with his super young girlfriend at one point, and then he blocked me again.
I'm not gonna make fun of that because that's like gonna be me.
Yeah,
I'm gonna be like shittier. I'm gonna do like a one. I'll have like somehow like been fired from Chapa when I'm 39. And I'll do like the horrible, like just a podcast version of this basically. And I'm going to date like a 21-year-old girl, but people will think it's okay because she's wears the Kekistan t-shirt.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm not, I'm not going to condemn him. I'm not condemning anyone today.
All right, let's see.
Results that he got, which were all positive and not necessarily racist. But you know who had a big problem with, Gideon ending racism? Hasan Piker. Now, if you don't know Hasan...
But, like, he's making fun of Gideon ending racism himself. What? It's like... The funniest thing is, like, obviously Keemstar's fan base are just, like, a bunch of little fucking 12-year-old
I'm 30
weirdos.
years old.
Well, except for you.
Yeah.
Or the 30-year-old contingency, which is just, like,
Business
fucking
owners.
4chan guys, all right? The only people left on 4chan. So... for them, like, they're not even going to comprehend that Keemstar literally is, like, on the one hand, laughing about, like, Gideon ending racism, but, like, which is something that he's joking about, but also something you should take seriously, except for Hasan, who's fucked up and criticizing it. Like, what? Am I not allowed to fucking criticize something? Like, my criticism was, like, pretty light, too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy he's here and, like, involved in this whole thing because he's kind of the maximalist position, right? Of, like, if you, like, kind of keep reacting as you age.
Oh.
Like, for me, I'm saying, like, therefore the grace of God. That I could be doing that. You could argue that I still do a bit of it. Maybe I do. But, man, it's like a foolproof method. And he's very good at it. Yeah. But I think it irreparably alters your relationship with reality.
I mean, he lives in Buffalo. You know what I mean? Like, fucking
Buffalo rocks.
I'm just saying,
Erie
like, at
County.
that point, you don't need to be that in touch with reality.
I mean, I guess you do. Like,
He lives like a god probably in Buffalo,
oh
dude.
my fucking God. Like,
with his salary, with his YouTube salary, oh my God.
What do you think? So I'm going to assume, like, on the lowest end, he probably makes what, like $5 million a year?
Probably more, yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, most conservative estimate. In Buffalo, dude, he's like, he's Charles Foster Kane.
He's
in Kubla Khan.
Buffalo Oblast, dude.
Yes.
He's the representative. He owns Buffalo.
He's Sosa from Scarface. Every time people talk to him on the phone, there's like a money counter on the other end.
Okay, let's continue. Let's see what.
Piker's like, he's like this political guy, right?
Like he doesn't know who I am. Yeah, some fucking political guy. I don't even know. I haven't made like 11 fucking Twitter videos like angrily from my phone every time he used to tweet. Like, this is some political guy.
Damn.
So, he's always trying to be the savior of black people and whatnot. I personally always got the feeling that Hasan wants bad stuff to happen to black people. So then...
Can he say that? He really popped off. He really popped off. He popped off on this one.
He said, I've always felt that. I've always felt that way. I've always had that feeling that he wants.
Oh no!
So since the fucking moment he saw you, since you were on TYT, he was like, this guy wants bad stuff.
Oh, dude. Even back when I was saying the N-word all the time, I thought this guy cutting videos about Black Lives Matter and getting death threats was thinking bad thoughts secretly. Dude, that's awesome. That's great.
I personally always got the feeling that Hasan wants...
He popped off. He literally popped off on this.
I mean, it's like, this is
his greatest work.
This is like a brain-destroying form of expression, right? But he's the best at it. Like by virtue of him being able to say that with a straight face, like, yeah. I've just always had the feeling, like, not that I've always had the feeling he's racist. I've always had the feeling he wants bad stuff to happen to black people. Like,
that's great.
It's like he's like sort of a savant, I guess.
No, seriously. Keemstar literally calls someone the N-word 2 years back and shit. So the fact that he's calling you anyone racist is just hypocritical. I mean, dude, it's awesome. I want to see more.
Bad stuff to happen to black people so then he can defend black people and look like the good guy.
Oh!
And that helps him and that helps his like political buddies. So Hasan Piker
he's like, I mean, by the end of this video, he's gonna say that you're like doing false flags against black people.
Yeah, exactly. No, the thing is like, that's a bit of a self-report, right? Like, is in his mind, he's like, the only time someone could like come out and like defend black causes is if you have like some kind of gain out of it. Yeah. You know what I mean? So like, it's his small-brained world. You know what I mean? So I don't even think he's lying. Like, I think in his heart he actually does believe that, like, why the fuck would anybody ever like defend black people unless they're getting like some kind of financial gain out of it?
Right. It's that everyone has that moment where they start like analyzing all human interaction and desires through like selfish motivation.
Yeah,
which explains a lot, but only looking at things through that lens like gives you a very blinkered view of the world.
Yeah. All right, let's see it.
Reacted to this video from Gideon, and then Gideon reacted to Hasan Piker. This is so
Hasan.
bad. I mean, when Hasan is reacting to this, Hasan is like upset, basically, because they're not being racist towards Gideon. This is
What? That is not what wait, what? What?
I feel like I obviously
Hasan is just showing what his part of the political compass is when people who think they're / better, smarter / than everyone else, and because they needed help. I can't even read this.
That's Connor Lamb.
Yeah.
That's Representative Connor Lamb.
Hasan doesn't want there to be progress because it doesn't fit his agenda. Mans can't see that this video was all about love, peace, and respect. These guys are so fucking stupid, dude.
No,
Do you not realize that you're talking about a Klansman, dog? What the fuck?
No, these are my best friends. This is me and the Keemstar community. These guys are just like me. They're bi-coastal business owners.
Oh, that's awesome.
I feel like I'm watching Future go in the booth and do March Madness when I watch this video.
This is his greatest work.
He's
popping off.
He's like, in some ways, is the best person alive.
Yeah.
This is wild. Roll it.
So the thing is, like, this is gonna make him all so hard. I was hoping you would react to it. So one thing that we need to always establish is that, like, just because a town is racist, one doesn't mean that they're going to be like literally running around and doing hate crimes to every black person they see. I don't know why Americans have such a twisted and understanding of what racism is, which is weird. I mean, I know Gideon doesn't give a shit because he's like, you know, he's a content creator first. Like, that's what.
I mean, no, I do give a shit because, you know, first, I'm a black man. First thing I do care. And then second thing.
Okay.
Where do I get the professional Raw Dogger shirt?
I don't know. I do love the shirt
It's
though.
good.
I want one of them as well. He's okay. Let's just watch.
Yeah.
I don't have a skewed perception of what racism is. I've been black 21 years of my life. I know what racism is. I know the different forms that it comes in and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just unbelievable. Gideon breaks down like...
Okay. Nothing I said. First of all, I didn't say Gideon personally doesn't understand what racism is. Okay, obviously I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Americans don't understand in a lot of weird ways. The broader American public thinks racism is when you say the N-word and nothing before and nothing after, and certainly not even when you're saying the N-word. Actually, if you ask some Republicans, they'll be like, "Well, did he say it in a racist way?" So, and that's. You know, and that wasn't even, I hadn't even watched the video at that point, but I was responding to a chatter, and I'm right. That assessment is like 100% correct. I don't know why, who the fuck would watch that and be like, wow, that's really fucked up that he said that. I mean, it's true.
It seems right. It seems like it's like every single like statement is taken in like the least generous terms possible.
Yeah.
But hey, you know, I'm not going to say it's like 100%. Like, I will not say it's 100% disingenuous because it's like, no, I remember like doing that. You know? So some, like they say in Unforgiven, deserves got nothing to do with it. Sometimes you do it to like people who you wouldn't find sympathetic. Sometimes you do it to people who are. It's just like whoever fucking crosses your path and maybe in some part of your soul, you think like getting one over on them can do something for you. But I don't know. Yeah, it's another example of how this like type of career makes all of us insane.
Yeah.
Patronizing him.
Chat Chili's actually 21, just bald. Okay, guys, listen. Bald solidarity. Okay.
I don't think he's bald.
No, he's very bald.
Huh.
Balding. But that's okay.
We're all balding.
You did say he didn't care. Well, I mean, he didn't. He cut a fucking video where he's like, and then ended up defending the Klansmen. So yeah, he doesn't. He cares more about making like fun content, regardless, like whichever way it goes. He doesn't care about like the underlying message that that the content itself is creating for his like Zoomer audience. So yeah, I wasn't wrong about that. You can fucking turn around and be like, dude, fuck you, you piece of shit, all you want, but I'm fucking right. Like, what do you mean? I think he just wants to be the next Daryl Davis. Someone said that in the fucking conversation that we were having, and I told you guys that like what Daryl Davis has done is put a tremendous amount of work into converting fucking racist people into no longer being racist by empathy, certainly. And that in and of itself is already like a contentious topic, especially in like black activist circles specifically, because some people think that like spending that finite amount of time and effort you have into converting some of the most fucking racist people is not necessarily the best possible way to actually go about it. But he's not even doing that anyway. He was not doing that. He was not trying to convert a Klansman. If anything, it just came across as whitewashing the Klansman because he was being fucking correct. I thought you were joking. Accidental courtesy, Daryl Davis and Raising America? No, it's just I'm very familiar with Daryl Davis's work. I've talked about it before.
My mouth's dry from that.
Oh, from the highball energy?
So much fucking guarana. Do you want anything?
No, I'm good. Those people Daryl Davis converted went right back to being racist once Trump got elected according to Daryl himself. I didn't even know that, but regardless, Daryl Davis had a approach. His job, he wasn't just like turning around and being like, yeah, these guys are so civil to me, a black person, so that means they're not racist. Daryl always knew that the fucking Klansmen were racist, but they could be converted into no longer being racist. You know what I mean? Daryl Davis doesn't capitulate to white supremacists and oh, there you go. I mean, here exactly. Thank you, Chatter, for finding exactly what I said. Converts them actively by being like, white supremacists are good people. He literally shows them the error of their ways. That's the difference between like someone who's literally listening to a white supremacist be like, I'm just a white separatist, brother. And then going, yeah, that's whatever. You know, wow, you're really polite to me. That's not what Daryl Davis does. It's disrespectful to Daryl Davis's legacy in that situation. There you go. Oh, by the way, thank you, Chatter, for finding that very quickly. That was crazy. Anyway, let's continue with Keemstar.
Treating him like he's subhuman and that, you know, he needs Hasan's protection from racism.
Yo, he's just going at it, dude. Let's go. Killer Keemstar.
So like,
I want to run it back.
Like, he's able to overpower so much, like, in his own mind, you know, where it's like, you hear yourself saying things sometimes or you're about to say them and you're like, wait, should I say it? He's just like, no, push ahead, blow past it.
Yeah.
He thinks he's subhuman.
I've never, people have called me like Hasan so many times in like various different ways of, pronouncing my name, but like I've never felt like someone was saying it like a slur.
Yeah.
Before it keeps like, Hasan!
But he is, Alex from our stream, he pointed this out to me. I thought he was lying. Keemstar is part Armenian. So maybe, you know, there's like, there's a subtext here. There is a subtext here. Okay.
Yeah, no, it's valid then. I have to agree. I'm sorry.
Dude.
Okay, never mind. I was wrong.
Dude, this is like the movie Crash. This is the new Crash.
Oh no.
Yeah. No, you're like I guess you're Sandra Bullock. Who is the like woman that helped her? That's Keemstar. I'm Brendan Fraser, I think. Yeah, this is Crash, dude.
Yeah,
he's so much like Crash.
Oh, yeah.
It's in LA, or like partly
stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, this is just unbelievable. Gideon breaks down like Hasan patronizing him and treating him like he's subhuman and that, you know, he needs Hasan's protection from racism. Watch this, roll it.
This is how I personally feel. This is how I feel. Like, bro, like this isn't like factor. This is all opinion. This is how I feel. What you're saying to me is I don't understand basically what's going on in this situation. That I just had this was a 45-minute conversation that we cut down. That in this 45-minute conversation, I have no idea what was happening and stuff like that, and I need to relook.
But I don't get it. Is he saying that like he understood that the guy in front of him was a Klansman and that like he still chooses to defend him then? Like I don't Like, I truly don't understand what his position was in the situation now.
I was going to ask that.
Because I think it was like me being charitable to be like, oh, well, this guy's like using, flowery language to like basically hide his like ulterior motive or his true perspective, which is like horrifyingly racist, right?
I was going to ask that because, like, yeah, I haven't seen the video at all.
I mean, we can show you the Klansman side in a second after.
I wanted to see the video because it's like, I think this would like be easier to get to the bottom of, or not get to the bottom of, but like figure out which way is up. If like I knew what the thesis of the video was, basically.
The thesis of the video is the most racist town in America is actually not racist because people were very polite to him. And even at the beginning of the video, I say like, of course, there's plenty of non-racist people that live in like places that are declared racist, even in sundown towns, right? And here's a timestamp to your reaction to this conversation. Okay, we can watch that in a second. But basically, even from the jump, what I was stating is like, there's going to be normal people. That's what, and I was even telling my chat, like, liberals have this tendency to fucking get mad and be like, fuck red states. Like, you deserve to be fucking punished, right? And there's like plenty of good people there that, it doesn't matter. Like, just because the majority of people didn't vote for the fucking Democratic Party doesn't change that reality. And even in this video, I say, like, I don't give a fuck if someone is even a Nazi. They still deserve healthcare. That's why I believe in universal programs, yada, 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 like all this stuff, right? But basically, in this part of the conversation, he's just straight up talking to the dude who lives next door to the Grand Wizard.
I like the...
and is a part of the same church.
I like that just... like with conservatives, their version of like that debate where it's like, oh, these red states like got hit by a hurricane because they're bad. No,
Yeah.
like good people live there. Their version of that is when they're like, oh, San Francisco is like a fucking shithole, third world country. Like Chicago, they just kill white people when they go there. Like fuck those places. And then other conservatives, when they do the thing where it's like, Trump actually won California. Trump won Chicago. That's their way of being like, no, good people live there.
Yeah.
They're just under Gruesome Gavin or Lori Lightfoot.
Yeah, that's why this is voter fraud. That's the reason.
Yeah.
That's the only reason why actually he lost. Because like, don't worry, there are good places.
There are tons
There
of
are
good people
there are
there.
good people.
But I that is to say, like, there's a great like symmetry in all this. So the line always right is like, well, liberals are racist. They just don't say it to your face. They do it like in polite ways, right? And that's true, of course. But I mean, it's like I should wait until I like see this part. But like that sounds like what the Klan guy does too.
Yeah, no, the Klan guy.
He's for sure racist, but he's also like polite, right?
Let me just I'll just, instead of my reaction to it, I'll just show you basically what the Klan guy said from the original video, I think. Or but let's finish Keemstar's take first, and then we'll show you what the Klan guy said.
That's basically what I'm hearing. I'm feeling very patronized. And stuff like that. And I'm not gonna lie, what do the girls say? It's given, like, bro, it's given white savior vibes. Like, I'm sorry, like
And one other thing I have to mention is like when I'm talking, when I'm reacting to a video, I'm not reacting to fucking Gideon. I'm not like giving him advice. I'm talking to my chat, to my community. That's what I do. There are people in my community that are asking questions. There are people in my community that want to understand or deserve to understand the historical context associated with the Klan, and also how white supremacist movements regularly try to sanitize themselves by using certain kinds of language. So I don't know why people watch my videos like this and then act like I'm, straight up being like, hey, Gideon, like, let me educate you. Like, I don't give a fuck. Okay. For the record, I don't give a fuck. If you can have this kind of attitude, you can think that like a Klansman is actually like a good person because he was nice to you and because he didn't like call you the N-word or whatever, and he only told you that you couldn't go to the fucking the white church, especially you couldn't go to the white church, that like instead of like saying the N-word or whatever, that he's not as bad. Okay, but my analysis of the situation has nothing to do with like me talking to Gideon. He literally said he would call him the N-word if he wanted it. Yeah. So I don't know why. White savior vibes right now? No, I don't give a shit. But But as a political commentator, like this is I am a conservative and a racist.
Yeah, this is a conservative stream.
Yeah.
When I'm on it. If he is just like completely like bottom of his heart, like when the stream ends, he's like, oh, like, you know, got him. This is going great. Like it's just completely cynical, you know? Which, like, you know, I don't know one way or the other. I try not to guess too much what's inside people's heads. He's probably like very disappointed that like I'm here, because it's just like, man, I'm like poison to YouTube metrics. He won't get anything out of reacting to me. I had a bestseller like 5 years ago. He's not getting. There's no burn you can get from me.
I mean, there's no burn that you can get from anyone can get from you if you don't respond. I respond a lot, and I think like once I started responding, like everyone saw that that's like a way to make even more content. So now I usually don't respond unless it's like a third party like Keemstar instigating. You know what I mean? And it reaches like a broader marketplace, a broader audience. That because like ultimately what these guys are doing is basically well, not Gideon, but I don't think Gideon was like personally willingly doing this, but like what Keemstar is doing is just like smearing me. You know what I mean?
Right,
He's like
yeah.
saying like you're a racist. Like here is a black guy who thinks you're you know patronizing him, so you're a racist person. And like it's like a light cancellation. Obviously, it doesn't work. Like who the fuck's gonna? No one with like 3.5 brain cells more than fucking Keemstar is gonna turn around and be like, wow, this is literally like, yeah, Hasan is definitely a racist person.
You know, this, I was trying to like figure out what like this all reminds me of, and it reminds me of like derivatives trading, where it's like you have this like ephemeral thing that's like based on another thing, and that is like reacting to a video someone made, where it's like sort of like in your mind is a tangible thing because it's connected to something that's real, but is already abstracted, and then that gets further abstracted by like another guy reacting to it.
We're playing telephone.
Then, right, you're playing telephone, and then like you have the derivative of the derivative, you have the future, that's like the third react, and then you have Keemstar, which is like the AIG who like buys like $1 trillion worth of those with credit. That's him taking like, you know, the escalation of these derivatives and then going, oh, Hasan thinks he's subhuman. You're like, yeah, no, this is
no, he really popped off. He really popped off with that one. Honestly, that was, I mean, he really dove. He dug deep inside of my brain and reached in there and found the truth.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is giving white savior vibes and stuff like that, bro. Bro, I don't need anybody to save me. I don't need any race to save me and stuff like that. The only person I need to save me is the Most High. That's it. That's the only person I need to have my back and stuff like that. I don't need a white savior. I don't need a black savior. I just need me, myself, and I, and the Most High. Other
chatters, 19-month subscribers. Now, this is the best part. When look. Notice how he was like saying supportive things and smart things in the chat, and I didn't respond to him. This is one thing that like all the Twitch chatters do. This is a 19-month subscriber. Okay. I didn't respond to any of that, so he switched it up. Look, he goes, because it's really bad and Gideon is not representing it well. And then now finally he's like, all right, fuck it. He's not responding to what I'm saying. So he goes, HasanAbi, you're just sad nothing bad happened to him. Like literally every other.
Do you think this guy's joking though, maybe?
Of course he's trolling. Is he joke, man? Like
I think I think he's probably joking.
I think he just wanted my attention.
I have a lot of bad riffers in my replies, and I try to see the best side in them sometimes.
Yeah, it's hard, and I also feel the same way that you feel about your reply guys sometimes about my chat.
They're good. They're fucking. Yeah. They're fire.
Yeah,
stuff like that, and for you to interject your opinion, thinking that I don't understand what's going on, and that just because he wasn't being racist to my face, that he's gonna be violently. If he was gonna be racist. He said violently racist. How's he gonna be violently racist behind my back? What the fuck? I
said violently. I said virulently.
What's he gonna do behind my back? If anything, he should have got the whole gang and like kicked me off his property. I was on his yard. If Brody wanted to go crazy, he had every right. Could have said it was self-defense and stuff like that. But no, he came outside. We had a civil discussion. Boom. Like that's why Like, bro, I'm not saying you're a racist or nothing like that.
I wasn't even saying that he was being violently racist. I was saying that he was being virulently racist. And not only that, but also, like, again, now you said violently. No, I'm pretty sure I said virulently. But even if I was saying fucking violently racist, like, ultimately, it's not what he is saying. He's in the fucking Klan, dude. Like, him being nice when the cameras are on, talking to a singular black person doesn't change the reality that his like entire ideology is violently racist. I mean, the history of the organization that he's a part of is about being violently racist to black people. What the fuck is going on?
Right, and then it goes back to the point of like, is it a virtue or not to like hide your racism? You know, because it's like, it's a point against like liberals, but like for this guy, it's a positive. I mean, I don't know. I've not seen the original video, so I guess I'm a new trading desk. I'm reacting to the reaction of the reaction, but it does seem like the least generous interpretation.
Yeah, and when I say someone is violently racist, I'm not talking about like the direct violence that a person is doing towards like each individual. You said the Klan is violently and virulently racist, which is a factual statement. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like that's the purpose of the fucking Klan, right? I don't know how you did try to degrade him, Hasan. Shut up, bitch. Like, these are the fucking little Zoomers who are so fucking, like, they have no leg to stand on. So they're like, you're trying to degrade him, Hasan. No, I'm not degrading him. Shut the fuck up, idiot. Like, you can't, also, here's what you can't do. You can't on the one side be like, oh, you're treating me differently, you know, because I'm black. And then simultaneously be like, simultaneously fucking do that as a shield at the same time. You know what I mean? It's so frustrating.
Everyone...
It's pretty obvious you was. Yeah, okay, bro. Sure. I don't have any beef with Gideon, okay? The only thing I have... Rewatch the video when they meet the Klan member. It absolves you. Yeah, let's just fucking... Once this video's over, we'll just show you... I'll just show you the part again.
But what I'm saying is, like, everything that you're saying in this video and what your chat's saying, I feel is way more racially motivated than anything he said and anything that anybody in that town did to me and stuff like that, because I feel like I'm being patronized, and when you're being patronized, that means you're not on that same level because the people think that they're superior. Like, that's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm feeling.
Look at how polite he is, by the way. He's forming the local teens into a gang. Yeah.
I'm forming the local teams into a gang.
Oh my God, he didn't show the fucking chat. I'm reading a chatter, dude. Come on. Keemstar's such a piece of shit, dude. Here, show... Where is that again? Let's go back to that, like, that specific instance. So, because we will probably do, this is probably turned into a video. But that's first of all, that is fucking bullshit, okay? I'm literally reading a chatter who is being sarcastic and saying something that the conservative dude is saying with the hoggers emote, okay? Usually we do this, like this is, for those of you who are watching and are unaware of how fucking YouTube or unaware how Twitch works, in the chat, I always do the Hank Pecker voice like this whenever I'm talking about like fucking racist people being racist or whatever. A chatter in that circumstance, that I'm reading in that situation, was doing that. I didn't read it with the hogger's voice, but I'm not saying that like he's actually creating a violent gang or whatever. Like that is. I'm not even going to use the term clip chimp because then people are going to say that that's racist in and of itself, even though that has nothing to do with anything. It is, once again, I'm going to be as charitable as possible and say he probably did not see that this was a sarcastic emote that I'm reading in the chat, okay? And Keemstar most likely didn't care, so it doesn't even matter because he's a piece of shit.
Bro, I swear, man. Guys, I'm going to tell you this right here, bro. Because if you guys don't know, Hasan, he's like really liberal. He's like on the liberal side and stuff like that.
I'm not a liberal.
And his viewer base
all
is
Americans are
liberal
liberal.
And stuff like that. Just as much as conservative people are racist, bro, liberal people are just as racist, bro. They are like, and the thing that's funny about it is liberal people think that there's so
My
much.
problem with your reaction was when someone in the chat said, at least they're trying to bridge the gap, you shut them down. Bridge the gap between a Klansman, you fucking idiot. Shut the fuck up. There is no gap there, you dumbass. How do you not understand this? This is like a very... That's kind of my point, okay? My point is, what bridge are you fucking what gap are you bridging in this situation where someone is literally saying to you directly to your face, hey, I want a separate state for black people, okay?
Yeah, it's also like, I mean...
There is no both sides in that situation.
Even if you do a very generous estimate where you're like, okay, like half the country is like Republican. That's not like half the country are chartered members of the Ku Klux Klan.
Yeah.
There aren't like 12 million Grand Dragons.
Yeah, no,
or whatever in
this
America.
is literally
That's,
like
not
the one
gap you would need to bridge necessarily. That is the more I think about
Bro,
it.
we went back to 2016. This is literally like what I said this before. Like as soon as Biden got that was one of my locks. That's like 100%.
Yeah,
was that as soon as Biden got elected, I was like, we're going back to the Gamergate era politics on the internet and everywhere else, where people are gonna like slowly but surely go back to like doing the fucking rage bait, like YouTube essay shit. SJWs are ruining culture, whatever, and. Part of that is also whitewashing, like, and saying, like, why can't we have a centrist opinion to fucking understanding the Klan and what they have to say?
That's the more I think about it, the funnier it is. Like the idea, like, finally, we're gonna bridge the gap between like the guys who are in the Klan in 2022 and like everyone else. Like half the country is the Klan, and it's like, look, that's why the supply chain is fucked up. Because like half the country are like imperial wizards, and then the other half isn't, and we got to bridge the gap.
Yeah, I mean that's. Yeah,
I mean
you're
like,
right.
That's like the ultra third worldist position.
You're
being like at least half of Americans are in the Klan, like the settlers, Jay Sakai position.
Yeah, America KKK. Yeah. That's actually America KKK.
Yeah,
the fascists. We need to take over the military bases immediately.
That's the center. the center right of being a third worldist is like all Americans are in the Klan, but we have to like bridge the gap with them so we can like solve problems for the JD Pond.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, let's keep going.
Better than conservative people because they're not racist. But bro, it's like their racism is like literally on the same level. And you ask any black person, like they will tell you the same thing, bro.
Why can't
I think the most offensive part about what Gideon is saying here is that he called me a liberal. Like I don't have I don't disagree with his assessment that both liberals and conservatives are racist, but liberals are like politely racist. But I'm not a liberal. So I do take offense to that. So that's kind of fucked up. Okay.
This is neither here nor there, but don't you think that like, I don't know, in the last like year or 2 years of like reconciling with like the complete obliteration and like failure of the Sanders campaign, one of the things that I've thought of like ancillary to that is the idea that like generally, and like this probably won't always be true, but generally, if you're like very politically involved in America and like consume the majority of the media about it, you just kind of are a liberal. Like if you're an American who is very into politics.
I can see that. Even if you're conservative, 100%. That's why conservatives do the whole like my bodies and spaces shit now. They all do it. Liberal culture absolutely dominates. Conservatives are just a different flavor of liberal.
Yeah, dude. No, we're all fucking drinking the fluoride. We're all drinking the pasteurized milk. We don't get to have the raw milk.
It is the hegemonic attitude, certainly. It's because people who are very political are miserable. That's true. I mean, it's just true, 100%. He recognizes that liberal can be politely racist, but is baiting for a Klansman not being racist because since he was polite about it. Yeah, if he understands that like liberals are politely racist, then why the fuck doesn't he understand the Klansman is like being polite to him and racist? It was a good take, Chatter.
There you go. That proves that every American is a liberal, even the fucking Klan guy.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly. No. The Klan guy is a perfect example of this. You're absolutely right. But like even All Lives Matter is liberalism.
Yeah,
All Lives Matter is liberalism because it's PR. Like Because they're not brave enough to fucking be like, I'm racist and I hate black people. That's why they turn around and say like, oh, all lives matter. Why can't you say all lives matter as a way to like distract away from the main argument? You know what I mean?
Right. And then like edgier, like newer shit is like, you know, like the more like online shit is being like, oh, like, yes, I am racist. But it's just, I feel like it's almost like...
No, they're white identitarians. They're white identitarians.
They're white identitarians, but like some of like the edgier ones will be like, yes, no, I'm racist, right? Just as like...
that's so extremely online, though.
But it's, right, it's extremely online. But what I was going to say is, it's the same thing as like in 2018 being like, no, we're gonna like do the Great Purges. No, like I'm like me and Gritty are gonna like kill the conspirators of the American Doctors plot. You know what I mean? Like it's the same thing where like the youngest sector of the most politically engaged on either side of it are responding to like the innate liberalism of American politics and going, no, I'm not that. I'm actually the fucking thing that liberalism despises.
You're saying they're being still owned by liberalism because their reaction to it is still tethered around liberalism and how you are personally removed from that liberalism. Like it's always performative.
Because like in the boomer angle, whether it's like a Klan guy being like, oh no, I want separate but equal, or like let's do the analogy for the leftist side where it's like Michael Harrington, right? Or like older DSA people who before the Sanders boom would every 18 months pass a non-binding resolution calling Maduro or Chavez a dictator, right? Like a sort of like right democratic socialism. And they're like the emotional response of the youngest people to that liberalism. And that liberalism is like both those sides, like looking at a characterization, whether it's like slavery or whether it's like, you know, gulags or whatever, and denying that that's them, denying that they would do that or that they're interested in that. And going, no, I am interested in that. Like, fuck the liberalism of my forefathers, of my literal parents. Yeah.
You're still defined by your proximity to liberalism because the only way that you can showcase your political allegiances is by either leaning into that liberalism to say, oh, yeah, Chavez was a dictator, I'm so sorry. Or by saying, like you're mentioning that, like, no, I love Stalin.
Yeah.
I would do gulags just like him.
And I do. There are people.
So you're still cucked. You're still cucked by liberalism in that situation.
There are people who like give intellectual defenses of Stalinism, right? I think it holds.
Yeah, you.
I am so not one of those guys. I am never gonna read a book by Stalin. I swear to God.
I agree.
No,
I'm never gonna read a book in general.
Just politics has always been.
You're still a reading cuck. Like you're still a read cell. You read the fucking Norwegian guy, so
I just did a podcast about it.
Yeah, I'm more pure than you.
But
I don't read.
Those aren't politics. Those are the opposite of politics.
Call me Pol Pot, baby. No glasses up in here.
Those are the opposite of politics because they're like, no, nothing in your life like has any innate meaning. It's anti-politics.
You're literally read maxing, and now you're coping.
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm the cope frog.
You're coping. You're the copium frog for read maxing and trying to learn.
I'm the cope
loser.
Frog. And my cope frog position is that I will accept, like, you know, someone being like, I'm really into, you know, Stalin or whatever, if it's like not a Westerner. If it's not a Westerner, I'll be like, okay, you're like not infected. You didn't get bit by the college vampire.
Yeah. Well, I mean, dude.
If Zizek is like, I like,
but,
yeah.
Okay,
know.
but America exports its brain rot, as you've correctly identified, in the form of like the Taliban guys wearing the fucking like skin tight Oakleys and looking super tactical. The next wave is exporting the liberalism brain rot, which already is happening.
Yeah.
Dude, this is a really funny and very Turkish story that I'm going to tell you, which you will appreciate. So this is completely unrelated to the Gideon saga, which I'm sure will still be used against me. But there's a Turkish cookie, which is the N-word. Like, do you know what I'm talking about?
No.
Not like the hard R N-word, but like the NAACP.
Right.
N-word,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
So, and it's just a word for black in Spanish, right?
Mm-hmm.
So in Turkey, okay, they revamped the name of the cookie. They revamped it. I think it was like it corresponded basically to the same time frame where they changed the name of the cookie to what did they change it to? There's some Turkish chatters in here. They'll tell me.
Is it that? They just call it narrow?
Oh, they call it narrow now. Yeah, exactly. So
they're naming it after like practically a Greek.
Yeah,
basically a Greek.
Yeah, which is I mean, yeah,
pretty
so
offensive
cucked.
too.
Yeah, it's fucked up. So basically they renamed it, and a lot of and I like kind of paid attention to this, right? I was like looking at this and I was thinking to myself like, why? I wonder. It's very fascinating that they did this because you saw people which always love, like Turkish people love American culture. Like everyone outside of the world loves American culture and like loves looking at American culture and like LARPing as though they are American themselves. It's like a very fascinating phenomena.
Turkish TV looks like American TV 15 years ago. It's insane.
Yeah, which is why it's very successful because they make the good shit.
Yeah.
And not like the weak shit that they do in American Out. But so some people were very upset. They were like, why did you delete this? This is cancel culture. And I was sitting there thinking like, dog, you're literally living in a country where your currency is like done. There is no value to your fucking currency. You're living in like absolute fucking, you're living in basically borderline absolute poverty in a country that has like some of the worst income inequality and wealth disparities on the planet. And you're over here typing on fucking Twitter about cancel culture, like trying to LARP as an American for a brief moment, which is why I think we're exporting that level of brain rot.
Yeah.
The college cultural imperialism is coming to both Turkey and everywhere else. And then on the other side, there were people who were like, this was a good decision. I'm glad that this company finally took a stance against racism.
And it's like
in a country where they did not have chattel slavery.
Right, like then that word like has like not at all the same meaning.
No,
Like,
no, of course not.
Like that's awesome. Are they doing the thing too where it's like they're review bombing it? They're like, oh, they wokeified this.
I think it didn't like. I don't think it like actually turned into like that big of a deal. Basically, I don't think that turned into that big of a deal at all. But it was just fascinating to see like a small subset of the population have this conversation, even for a brief moment. Do you know what I mean?
Damn. Oh my God. Yeah, everyone's gonna do it. Like, man, and that's like, even as the empire, like, it's gonna wax and wane in potency, but generally like trending down in effectiveness, right? But everyone's just gonna be us. Damn, dude.
No, I mean, but like, dude, cultural imperialism is super solid, and America's greatest export. Like, and it will forever be that way. That's why I grew up, and that's why I grew up in Turkey. But I am virtually indistinguishable from an American person because like I grew up being fascinated by American culture. This is like what I fucking read. This is what I watched. So that's what it is. That's this is a consequence of that.
Then before I go, I would have to like plead, if you're out there in chat and you own one of the big, 3 studios, entertainment companies left, let me be NATO's strongest soldier and make American culture. I'm gonna make great movies and TV shows that will add another 500 years of the American Empire.
You're gonna make Turkish soap opera style television.
Yeah.
For America.
Yeah.
Once again.
Fucking, wouldn't you rather have that than Noah Baumbach? No offense to him, but like, come on now.
You're gonna make TV great again. I believe in you. I believe in it. Okay, are you about to leave right now? Because I have to
do a podcast with the Stream Boys, but we can finish this up.
Okay, we're gonna finish this up. I'm gonna just show you the combo that he had, and then we'll
Hasan just acknowledged that Gideon went to the most racist town in America, and like there was progress. People were nice to him. He was nice in return. He was respectful to them. There was progress.
Like he means like that they had.
That's liberalism.
They had a conversation.
That's liberalism. That's liberal brain rot. You you made a YouTube video and therefore bridged the gap with like the Klan. That is the most liberal thing ever. The inverse of that, the opposite of that would be like a liberal getting mad at like a TV show because like the TV show showed racism, and like by taking down that TV show you're actually doing progress.
Yeah, this is the rally to restore sanity.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck? This is awesome.
Yeah.
He's
no, this is awesome. Exactly.
Everyone's playing with old parts, but like he's amazing at it.
Yeah. I do find it fascinating and pretty hilarious when conservatives do it though. Why can't we all be like that separationist old man? At least he isn't scared to say the truth. Says Russian waifu.
Thank you.
Yeah, Russian waifu. Dude, my favorite is like trad cat larpers who have like anime avatars, like you would literally be murdered by the tribunal, like for your hedonistic degenerate, like interest in non-classical forms of art. Like you think, anyway, whatever.
That's probably the real reason like Operation Z happened. It's like Putin's like, look, we got to stop the eastward march, or like we're all going to be jacking off to cartoons. But his army is so shitty that it just accelerated the process.
Yeah, they're all into hentai now.
Yeah.
They're watching Lolly. They've moved on.
Yeah, everyone they drafted for that war is like already jacking off to cartoons.
Yeah, this is making me realize that the Keemstar was actually unironic about claiming that Gideon ended racism. At first, I thought that was such a silly fucking take that he was laughing. No, he believes this.
There was progress.
Respectful to him, and he got good results. Why can't you acknowledge that? I mean, Gideon just goes off on Hasan. He's like, listen, you could donate all the money to the Black Lives Matter stuff and like all this other stuff to help black people, but like, you're not gonna go face this racism face to face like he did.
Is he crazy? Like, what the fuck? I get death threats like regularly. What is he talking about?
But like, is he saying like you should go to that town and make the exact
same video?
Everyone in America should do it.
Yeah.
Until,
Well,
like,
technically,
no one's racist anymore.
technically, he's right. If 330 different million videos were cut of going to that town,
it's like a quantum physics problem.
Yeah, no, he's awesome.
He's so fucking good.
The only way to tackle racism is by having a conversation with the Grand Wizard's neighbor.
Yeah, no, oh my god, he's like an anarchist. He's like against like any institutional process, but it's like no, individually, like as a community, we all have to talk to this one guy.
Yeah,
for 45 minutes.
That's how we're gonna solve it. He's right. He's decentralized.
Like he did this. He went to the town. He talked to people with no security.
And you know what? You can donate all the money you want too.
For the record, like I did give him props for that. I thought that was like pretty ballsy that he like straight up went and did that. I said that in my reaction to his video multiple times.
Yeah, super ballsy. But you was never gonna get down in the trenches and do what I do.
Also, he's wrong. I have done it before. I literally went to a QAnon rally. I do it all the time. It's my favorite thing to do, as a matter of fact. I've gone to gun shows in Oklahoma. I am fascinated by. Fascinated, but I don't even go to be like, oh, I'm going to tackle racism here. I go because I'm like legitimately fascinated by how a lot of these people conduct themselves. But
I love talking to Trump people.
Yeah, but the reason why I can do that, obviously, and it's not the same. I also do debate right-wingers on television, like all this shit. But the reason why I can do that, obviously, is and get in the trenches, quote unquote, and it's different, is because I'm white. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Obviously, like my experience is never. What the fuck? Hold up. My internet is like fucking up right now.
Oh yeah, bitch is buffering.
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Hold up. It's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back. All right, we're good. Yeah, I don't know what that was. It was buffering for a second. We're back. Anyway, but as I was saying, the reason why I can do that and it not be as like ballsy or as even respectable as like Gideon being able to do that is because I'm white and he's not. So for him, that is going to still be, that's still going to be significantly more threatening and dangerous. So that's unchangeable. I think he's saying that it came off as you sitting on your ass and telling a black person how they should experience racism. Not that I agree, but that was my take from his video. Yeah. I'm not talking to him personally. I'm talking to my stream. And I think that that's something that people need to understand in that situation. And also, I mean, he was wrong. If his analysis of the situation, if I am, unless I'm misunderstanding his position, which I might be, like I said, and I'm going to talk to him personally about it. But unless I misunderstood his position, like he is kind of saying like, well, these guys are civil.
It seems like the whole meat of this is like, it at its most generous is like misunderstanding, right? Of like not fully like showing where you're talking to chat or like reading a comment or something. That seems to be like the meat of all of this. Like that is the meatiest part, like per the reaction, right?
Yeah.
Damn.
But maybe
I could so not do this. Like, it's like.
Wait, Nice Bathroom says, again, keep in mind you are being called out because you're a white person in black people business. There are a dozen black content creators that have an issue with what he did. Yeah, of course. I'm definitely a more appealing person to dunk on in that situation because I'm a, in his words, a very extremely liberal white person telling a black person how they should feel about racism from his perspective. But I'm not talking to him. I'm talking to, once again, my community. And are there black people in my community? Of course. But there are a lot of white people in my community as well. And I think that, I mean, this is what I do. This is literally what I do every day. So.
Yeah, no, that seems to be like the juiciest part for all of this, for the React Hall of Mirrors, is like the part where you are like you're talking like very generally about like American perceptions of racism to and about your chat.
Yeah, but he's thinking like I'm directly, attacking him or something. Like I don't give a shit what his perspective is. That's why I said like he's a content creator first. Like he's gonna go and make content first and foremost. Oh my god, what the fuck's happening? I'm effing again.
Oh motherfucker. I'm gonna.
I think so. I don't know what's happening, boys, but we're good. It's just like cutting in and out. Read, right after you read that comment, you did hear the Hank Pecker voice. I'm so tired of Keemstar. Anyway, let's continue.
Don't have the balls, bro. You just don't have the balls. But hey.
Unbelievable. Hassan Piker, stop using black creators for your political agenda. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all that's
like.
He's so
even
happy.
When he's like not like being racist. It's just the way that he says it is so. It's unfortunately like Erie County accent. You can't change Midwest accent, but the way Keemstar just goes black.
Yeah, no, he's just like
just honks it out like a
this is so exciting for him. This is like the greatest moment in his life, dude. He's like, this is awesome.
Oh my god, he's been up for like 24 hours. This is like this is his newsroom episode. This is like the newsroom Gabby Giffords episode for him.
I've not seen that episode you're talking about.
You know, Keemstar loves newsroom.
He does?
Literally he says why he got into this is because of newsroom. I'm not bullshitting. I'm not.
That's awesome. Does he think he's doing newsroom every time he does like a drama alert?
Yes.
That's awesome. That makes me so happy.
Oh, like I couldn't believe I had to like check multiple sources to make sure I didn't like dream that. But no, he's like I fucking love newsroom, and that's like what inspires me to do drama alert.
I love that.
He's an amazing man.
Yeah. Okay, so we finished the Keemstar thing. I'm gonna just like quickly go through the part of the video. Where is the original video? I just want to watch the original video. I don't want to watch like a different oh, watch out, your camera is showing.
Whoops.
This is Keemstar's Afghanistan. Oh yeah. Comp these new cakes. Okay, stop sending me other shit. Before Felix leaves, I just want to show him like the full convo, just the convo part with not Gideon's reaction, but I just want the fucking convo between Gideon and the clan guy. Okay. Here it is.
Yeah. Oh shit, okay, we got some people right here. Hello, how you doing? Okay. I was trying to see if Mr. Rob was maybe here. No. I'm a YouTuber. My name's Gideon. I was just wondering if like we could have like maybe like a little dialogue with Mr. Rob if he has any free time and stuff like that.
Right now he's getting different stuff together for the
this is the Klansman, Felix.
So
I heard about that. What can I ask what that conference is about?
Faith and freedom.
I don't know if there's any way maybe I could come. No.
Especially not.
The
paranoia some people have.
I mean, we aren't anarchists. We just came here, it's America, You got the First Amendment, freedom of speech and everything.
I'm trying
like
so hard not to react in the exact same way I did originally, but like, of course, I made fun of him here for being like, "Oh, God forbid, we're anarchists." Don't worry.
I think he's kind of fucking around, don't you?
No, he is. Yeah, he is. Which is why I'm saying like, but I wasn't responding to him. I was mostly responding to my chat in the situation because chat was like, asking questions about like white separatists and whatnot. And that is the conversation that we were having.
What if this is like the biggest misunderstanding and like the anarchist comment is like dead serious, but like his entire thing and his entire like problem
he's a
with
Marxist-Leninist.
Exactly. He's like a total like centralist ML.
Yeah, no, he's
and
like
what I say about
disgusting.
Stalin, it just rips the whole thing apart. And then Keemstar's next video is like, Felix from Chapo denigrates Stalin's legacy.
it's
the
fucking
Promethean struggle.
Yeah, no, they're gonna call you a Trotskyist.
Yeah. No, you ice pick me. It was
Oh,
fine.
yeah.
I've had a good life.
Aren't the white separatists technically anarchists? I mean, I guess. Oh, okay, hold on. The anarchist comment was serious. Yeah, no, he believes in a federal, fully centralized system. Like,
yeah, agree.
Blaming chat for your racist takes, Pago. Yeah, I know. No. These racist takes are my own. Okay.
Actually, I don't believe in that, because if you have someone who can lose their job and their ability to support their family that they love, where they might have been brave enough to speak up, they won't put their children and their wife at risk.
So do you feel like here the truth is spoken?
I would say as much as can be.
From the videos I've seen online and stuff like that, I'm sure you've seen them.
Yeah.
You know, I was expecting to just like, step right foot into town and
Hey,
then
speak up about what, boys? Anyway.
Called the N-word, but
If it would make you feel better, I'll try it for you.
oh man, I just kept on hearing people do like, nah.
Banter.
Oh,
This is
dude,
fucking banter.
he's having a great time, dude. What do you mean?
I want America to have banter, so I support this. In some ways,
Yeah, this guy, dude. Just a good guy, all right? Look,
suddenly I agree with the Keemstar commenter, whoever it was. This is bridging the gap.
yeah, no, he's
Banter.
solution to the racism. But look, the thing is like, yeah, maybe he's like trolling. He's like obviously aware that this dude is racist, and I'm just like misunderstanding what he was doing here, okay?
The racists aren't in Harrison, they're over in Zinc. And they were talking about how like they like kind of kicked you guys out of Harrison.
No white person, for the most part, moves to seek out diversity. They'll give lip service to it and move as far away as possible from it. Put up gated communities, spend their money.
Me personally, like I agree to a certain extent and stuff like that, As black people, we look out for each other, It's like, people say black power, they look out for black businesses and stuff like that.
I'm not a segregationist, I'm a separationist. Every white country and only white countries are expected to become melting pots of humanity. And that's my stance. I oppose white genocide.
I'm not here to change anybody's mind or nothing. Like I said, that's why I just want to I feel like the conversation should always be had, because I feel like for there to be improvement into the future, you have to hear something different than your own opinion.
I often get an assumption made about me, and they wonder if black people did something bad to me. Well, no. White people have done something bad to me, and I don't hate them either.
Yeah.
But it's never about that. It's I have a certain set of beliefs.
I can't stop, like, the way he says "about." It's just like blowing my mind.
There's some fucking weird accents in America.
What kind of fucking inbreeding caused him to like? I don't know why he just the way he says "about."
This is like actually like very interesting. Like the thing he said, where it's like, yeah, white people have done bad shit to me. It's like very interesting. Hate to take away from this. I'm not sure like why that guy's like in the frame. Like, because he's like not talking to the.
Oh yeah, that's his friend. That's his friend. I think he's like a.
Does he like say anything at any point?
I don't think so. I think it was like he had food poisoning for the whole trip. I think so. He was like mostly just stuck.
It's just a weird filmmaking choice to have him in the frame, but
yeah,
maybe there's a purpose to it.
I was expecting to come here and have like a civil, conversation like this, but I came here with the heart to come with that, and I appreciate you coming out with the heart to have that same conversation with us.
I had one question. So, is there anything you want to say to people out there about Harrison,
okay.
Arkansas, or Zinc Road, or
Shows what I
all
know.
they know is that it's the most racist town?
Well, I sort of like that designation.
Because I like the designation as the racist town.
Hey, if you gotta be known, if you don't have a personal brand,
I mean, he just straight says it, dude. I don't know. Like,
We're gonna run with it. We're gonna rock with it. He's fucking with it.
Most racist town in America. And I was wondering if there's any way like we could have a future conversation with maybe other members of your guys' church, or maybe I can even attend a church service.
No.
Okay.
It is a racial church.
Oh.
It is an offshoot of Israeli identity.
Usually, some
you
some
like
people,
that, don't you?
Hell yeah.
You
dude.
like that, don't you?
Holy fuck.
He said it.
Oh my God. He said, we're doing decolonial Judaism at the fucking white church. I love him. Oh my God. This is a man touched by God.
Dude, you know what I love? I want like Protestants, evangelicals, Baptists to do like fucking, they're gonna find coins in creeks and stuff and be like,
yeah,
actually before the indigenous population supposedly was here, I have this coin from evangelical Christianity.
That's what Mormons are. That's what Mormons are.
Oh, you're
Mormons
right.
are. Holy fuck. Okay.
That is
Elden
true.
Ring fans. Elden Ring fans. Mormons are the Albanorax of like Jewish people. It's America inventing Jewish people. Jewish people, but so they were people treated them with prejudice, just like the Albanorax, because they were artificially created Jewish people without grace. But then, like the Albanorax, they became tough. They became masters of business. And then they, like Israelis, have their own mythology where they're like, oh, no, we were here like 10 million years ago.
Yeah.
Like, angels fucking brought us here.
And Jesus Christ
came
was
to America.
white.
Yeah.
He's white, a blonde guy.
Holy fuck. It's Judaism, Mormonism, Zionism, Elden Ring. We're all in the Erd Tree. The most racist town in America, Erd Tree. Keemstar, Erd Tree. The roots are everywhere.
Yeah, no, for sure. I respect this man and the mythology that he's crafting. You know, Gideon was right. I heard the clan. I heard the Klansman out, and he's got a lot of good ideas.
I've never I feel like
my takeaway.
I feel like I fucking freebased Adderall after hearing him.
Yeah,
it's the most affecting thing to me in my entire life.
Yeah, this was
find themselves racial. They don't like Jews and stuff like that. So that's kind of it's kind of shocking to hear.
Well, we are not Jewish. Jews is not the chosen people. As the white race is.
You have anything to say?
Hell yeah, dude. All right.
Dude. He's
God.
he likes the framework.
Dude, he should debate Blake Flayton.
Dude, I love this part of the video. I thought this was awesome.
I love how he's just his impish giggle at that. What people are.
Jews is not the chosen people. As he sits there with his fucking neck pussy hanging too, I'm the chosen person.
That's his body type, and his face is that's the hick Scots Irish version of Harvey Weinstein, you know? That's the same bad physical form.
Yeah. Well, I mean, this is again systemic inbreeding. This is white people very desperately trying to maintain purity. That's the consequence. That's the outcome.
Yeah.
But he is drippy though. I would wear this outfit out unironically.
The pants are sick.
I like both.
Yeah.
I love real tree camo. Anyway, let's continue.
Really loose t-shirts irritate me, but the pants
I
are
like that. I love really loose t-shirts.
Girls out there?
Oh, thanks for listening.
Appreciate you guys for tuning in.
Bro, he's literally shocked, by the way. He's by the end of this, he's like, I can't believe this just happened.
I know how he feels, dude. I know how he fucking feels.
Appreciate you guys for tuning in.
Sometimes you do a podcast.
Oh, also,
man,
is it bigger
that
than
shit? Nah, fuck.
Oh,
You're
that's
too
awesome.
embarrassed to tell people to edit it out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get him, dude. I really do. I think me and him can both be chosen. That is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Black and
Everyone's chosen in their own way.
Absolutely.
Yeah. What affects one will eventually poison the other.
It is bigger than black and white. All right, thank you for your time.
All righty.
That was something. Damn, you gonna throw up on their property? Damn.
Oh, he was fucking holding it together.
Yeah.
I've had
That's
food
how much
poisoning
Brandon
500
hates
fucking
racism.
times. I know how that
He
feels.
pukes at.
I can't stand that shit.
Makes him sick to the stomach.
How is this different than people who criticize for having for you having Christian Walker on your stream? Dude, are you crazy? I wasn't fucking letting Christian Walker get away with saying insane shit. I was yelling at him.
I'm definitely gonna watch this entire video because of like what I've seen. I've really enjoyed is just like a documentary.
That part is actually like, in
experience.
my opinion, the most. There was a lot of really good parts in it. Honestly, there was.
Well shot.
Oh, he's Sig Heiling. I didn't even notice that part.
All right, let's.
I didn't realize he was throwing it up. Like that was. I didn't even see that part.
We have to Zapruder this.
Yeah, that's
okay. I don't want to. He might be like telling the camera to like go.
No. I think he was going for it. I think. Which
But
you know.
like, okay, Klan guys don't sig hell.
That's true.
They don't.
Neo-Nazis.
Sig hell. That's not their thing.
Yeah.
Neo-Nazis do that. I don't want to. Man, I don't want to like. I feel like I am so close to bridging the gap between you and him somehow.
I mean,
I'm not going to throw it away.
I mean, I think he's like,
sig
look, I get it. Like he's being like edgy. You know what I mean? He's like doing.
I don't think he's sig helling.
No. He's just trying to do like edgy comedy, but like with a escape route. You know what I mean? To be like, well, I wasn't actually doing that. I was just like pushing the camera away or some shit. Okay, that's it.
It wouldn't. I don't know.
He's not like a Nazi. He's not
I
a
don't
neo-Nazi.
think he's sig helling though. Like
I don't know. He probably
tone
would.
should be higher.
I want you're analyzing.
I'm an expert.
You're like, that's why. Yeah,
I'm a fucking expert. I'm like at least half Ukrainian. Like
I don't know what he's saying.
That's the perfect joke because it makes everyone mad.
Yeah, no, he meant as a Jewish person. That's what he was talking about.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a perfect joke. Everyone is mad at that.
I haven't seen the video or you reacting, but I fucking hate motherfuckers like this coming in here and downplaying all the still very strong racist powers that be down here. Yeah. I don't know. I didn't even see that originally. I think it's like at most it's like trying to be fucking edgy or just trying to tell the person to like back up the camera or whatever. But
I want to answer a chatter. When is This Is Sus coming back? You know what? I'm gonna fully say what I'm gonna do. This Is Sus. I will not be doing that this year as a limited series. I am instead doing a new limited series, something that I'm very excited for, called Podcast Rescue, where I, as a podcast industry professional, will listen to troubled podcasts and give my expert analysis on how they can repair or differentiate themselves in the market.
I love that.
I'm so excited to do Podcast Rescue.
I love that. That's
I can't wait.
I can't tell if you're trolling. Are you being serious?
No,
You're
I'm
gonna
being
do that?
serious. No,
I like that.
had this in the
dude. There are more podcasts than bars now, so you win.
I like listen to bad podcasts. Like, is it like there's like a David Brock Network podcast called Zoomed In that I listen to. It's like what's his name? Lev Parnas's son does it.
Oh
like,
yeah,
you've
like talked about this before.
I love that type of shit.
That dude's popping off since Ukraine.
I love him.
Yeah, he's like, isn't he on TikTok like blasting, dude? He's just like, he just has like a lot of, like he really ate it up with the whole Ukraine stuff. Like it really, he went to the White House.
Yeah, he's the new Dan Bongino. He's sick.
Yeah,
like Dan Bongino is like washed. I never see him like most shared Facebook anymore.
One thing that we do need in this world is more podcasts. So it's good that you're helping other people do that. I think that's what we need.
Honestly, I'm kind of hoping to achieve the opposite outcome with this series. I cannot get too mean on this, and the rule that I've given myself is like, even if it's like really funny, like even if it's like really fucking like a shitty show, I am not just gonna do like a bad podcast from people on Twitter that like not that many people listen to. I think that's like a little like too mean and kind of takes the fun out of it. I hate to use punching up and punching down, but I don't know. I think that takes away from the fun of the joke. But I am very excited to do Podcast Rescue.
No, that seems exciting, and right up your alley. I don't know why you love punishing yourself with bad content that you like watching, whether it be TV shows or podcasts. But hey, that's you. And yes, I couldn't hold myself back. I had to fucking tweet out this. I mean, it's so funny.
I would too.
Look at this. How would you say this? Racist? Racist?
It's maybe it's like no, I won't go to that. But This is the perfect note to end on because I have to go to record now a good podcast.
Okay.
I have to record the Chapo FYM Boys' podcast.
Hell yeah.
Who you can watch on twitch.tv/Chapo Trap House. Thank you. I will. It's really easy for me to get here.
Yeah.
I don't even have a car yet, but
We'll do more. We'll have you over more frequently.
I want to do a full day. Yeah. I was late getting here, but I'll see you soon.
All right. Peace, brother. Peace. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Felix Biederman of Chapo Trap House. You're of course tuning in. No, that's my jacket. That's not his jacket. You're of course tuning in once again to the Rasict stream, the number one Rasict stream in America. Hubie is not coming on today. Maybe he found out that I was racist ahead of time, and that's why he premeditatively knew that I was racist. So he's like, I'm not coming on your racist podcast. Rasict. Welcome back to the Racist Hour with Hasan Piker. Yeah. I can't believe you're so. Dude, this is pretty good. I mean, actually pretty funny. Retweet the scare Keemstar. I'm both saddened and dismayed by your racist behavior. I mean, honestly, like, I don't know. Will people actually look at this and be like, "Wow, I really didn't realize how racist Hasan was." Like, I guess Keemstar cut it in a way that like you don't really see the context of it, and you only see like Gideon, a young yes, Hasan. Wait, really? You think people will like watch a Keemstar video and be like, yes? A lot of people are saying yes to this, and it's kind of worrying me. But I mean, I don't know. Nobody that doesn't already hate watch you, so who cares? If it was anyone else but Keemstar, people would freak out. I think that like people who already hate me are going to people who already hate me are probably going to see this and be like, oh, once again, I already disliked Hasan, and yet here's more proof. So that's and most of Keemstar's fan base already hates me. I'm sure Gideon's fan base will be. I'm sure Gideon's fan base will probably have a similar attitude as well. But I mean, I don't know. After leading a heated comment, I saw how many people already believed it as we speak. HasanAbi. It's just weird because, like, if you watch Keemstar, how the fuck people who consistently watch Drama Alert definitely are not in the demographic to watch HasanAbi. No, the thing is, like, if you watch Keemstar, how the fuck are you gonna be like, yeah, I hate racist people like Hasan. You know what I mean? Like, you're literally watching a dude who is like very, very openly a fucking reactionary weirdo. You know what I mean? The J response will affect more than the Keem video? I don't think so. We're gonna watch the Who's the Most Conservative Jubilee video. God damn, there's too much fucking content. Holy shit, there is too much going on. We have the 5 conservatives rank themselves. We have 5 conservatives rank themselves on the political spectrum by Jubilee. We still have the Steven Crowder video. Okay, we still have the Steven Crowder video as well. By the way, obviously, since you saw a racist person, since you watch a racist person all the time, I just wanted to show you guys a non-racist person, Tucker Carlson, really quickly. You know, it's important for you to get both sides of the political spectrum here.
So in order to allow it, you have to erase Christianity. And they've been working on it for a long time. Ever notice how they call Martin Luther King doctor but not reverend? King was not a physician, he was a Christian preacher. They'd like you to forget that.
Yeah. What's going on? They want you to forget that he's a reverend. The attacks against Christianity have gone for far too long. It's already started. Gotta unfollow now. Hope you understand. Oh no. Don't do it. Don't do it. He was a socialist, but they always let him forget that. Oh, for sure. Okay. So 5 conservatives ranked themselves. That's pretty fucking fire. I really do want to watch that. But here, we're going to do a... Fuck, there's so much. There's so much. There's so much good shit. Okay, let's just get started with this one. 5 conservatives ranked themselves on the political spectrum. Just the content gods have blessed me upon this glorious day. Oh my God. All glory to all glory to Allah. I mean, holy shit. I'm going to tell you, let me tell you something. Like I was thinking to myself, like, can we get some good content? Like shit's been fucking stale lately. My Lord, the fucking content God has blessed me, okay? On this beautiful day. Holy fucking shit. I'm in a heated battle. People are saying I'm fucking racist. And you know, just popping off. We're popping off. And we got all this shit going on. Okay. Talking about the next Palestinian journalist who was just killed by the Israelis. Dude, I literally covered it for an hour earlier today, my friend. Like, I do the more serious stuff in the morning, and we covered it for an hour. Go back to the VOD, and you will see. Okay? Oh, fuck. We had the abortion documentary that I want to watch, too. God damn it. There's so much going on. Okay, here.
There's based because I don't think that they should be allowed in women's sports at all.
Okay, I gotta pee. I'll be back.
If you have to rank yourself against others
this is
based on a specific
5 conservatives ranking themselves on the political spectrum. Oh my fucking God, I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second.
What would it say about how you see them and how they see you? To find out, we brought together 5 conservatives and had them rank each other least to most politically right. Then, we had them take the political compass test and rearrange them based on how right they actually are. This is ranking.
I'm Hunter. I do security for a living. I believe in Jesus. I don't really go to church, but that's how I was brought up. I'm also a little bit more libertarian than I am authoritarian. So smaller government, if any.
I'm Cameron. I am not religious at all. I am agnostic. I was in the Marine Corps for 4 years. I am very, very pro-gun. I believe it's my equalizer. I will never be as strong as a stronger male, but I definitely have my right to my Second Amendment and will use it if need be.
My name is Navneet. You can also call me Navi, like from Legend of Zelda. When it comes to my political views, I describe myself as fiscally conservative, but socially I follow more of a paleo-libertarian, school of thought. So I would describe myself as a very constitutionalist. I very much so support the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, but I'd be considered more left-leaning on some other topics, such as I'm an environmentalist. I very much so support the LGBT community because a lot of my friends are part of it. I'm part of it. To be more specific, I'm bisexual. Yeah, and that's also, by the way, the first time I'm saying that publicly.
Oh, well, congratulations.
My name is Kelly. I am from New York, living in Washington, D.C. I am religious. I'm Jewish. I don't support the LGBT community at all. I'm not anti-gay or anything, but I do support traditional values in the home. However, I don't 100%.
I came back at a really good time, okay? That's it's fire. This video is fire already. Holy fuck. Okay, first of all, before we even get into this video, 5 conservatives rank themselves on the political spectrum, right? That's the take here, okay? That dude called himself a paleo-conservative. So, none of these dudes, none of these people are gonna fucking say that they're, straight up racist, though. You know what I mean? I don't think they're gonna, openly be like, I'm a racist person, right? I gotta run it back. I'm sorry. I can't. I need to see this. I'm sorry. I peed, but I need to see this.
I do security for a living. I believe in Jesus. I don't really go to church, but that's how I was brought up. I'm also a little bit more libertarian than I am authoritarian. So smaller government, if any.
I'm Cameron. I am not religious at all. I am agnostic. I was in the Marine Corps for 4 years. I am very, very pro-gun. I believe it's my equalizer. I will never be as strong as a stronger male, but I definitely have my right to my Second Amendment and will use it if need be.
My name is Navneet. You can also call me Navi, like from Legend of Zelda. When it comes to my political views, I describe myself as fiscally conservative, but socially I follow more of a paleo-libertarian, school of thought. So I would describe myself as a very constitutionalist. I very much so support the First Amendment, the Second.
Oh God, he's just a fucking nerd, dude. That's what it is. Oh yeah. The most Redditor ass motherfucker in here on I'm sorry. I respect just fucking straight this is what I grew up in. This is what I know type motherfuckers than this guy. Okay, you sought it out. Okay, you fucking sought it out, and you still ended up on the same spectrum as the dumb fucking racist guy that grew up in a bumfuck part of town, who is a product of his own fucking material conditions and his upbringing. You know what I mean? I respect that guy more because that guy didn't seek this out. He just kind of accidentally happened into his point of view. You, on the other hand, were I'm gonna be such a nerd to try to fucking ad hoc rationalize my worldview by reading the political compass memes on the Reddit.
Amendment, but I'd be considered more left-leaning on some other topics, such as I'm an environmentalist. I very much so support the LGBT community because a lot of my friends are part of it. I'm part of it. To be more specific, I'm bisexual. Yeah, and that's also, by the way, the first time I'm saying that publicly.
Oh, well, congratulations. My name is Kelly. I am
Nerd.
From New York, living in Washington, D.C. I am religious. I'm Jewish. I don't support the LGBT community at all. I'm not anti-gay or anything, but I do support traditional values in the home. However, I don't 100%.
Same. Same. I don't. I'm a foe. I'm a foe to the LGBT community. Of course, you call the Indian dude a nerd. Oh God, I feel you know what the worst aspect of these sorts of Keemstar ass fucking takes is? Whenever Keemstar or any fucking idiot on the internet does a video, we have some of the worst, most annoying little shitbags in the fucking chat for a week. Who are literally meh, I got you. I caught you being racist. You're doing stereotypical racism. I got you. It's dude, shut up. No, he's just fucking talked about how he's a paleo-libertarian. Okay, shut the fuck up. We don't even know where he's from.
Believe that my religious values have anything to do with my conservative values. I try to keep religion out of the way because I know that there are conservatives who are not religious.
I'm Maui. I'm originally from Colorado. I'm kind of in a weird spot where I grew up religious and I grew up very liberal. I've been back in.
Okay, straight up, there's not even a single one of these motherfuckers that's a actual you got the Russell Brand type fucking conservative, okay, who's oh man, I did too many fucking mushrooms and now my wiring is permanently broken. You have not gonna say anything here. Okay, we're just gonna move on. You have the political compass meme nerd who's I actually want to find a different way to say that I'm actually a neoclassical economics guy. Okay, you got classic fucking military vet lady who's more butch, and is I love guns. This is I'm a basic white girl who adopted reactionary politics as a way to substitute for my lack of personality, and then you have the real conservative. Okay, I feel like this homie is probably the most conservative. I'm not saying that because he's a white man, okay, but kind of could be the reason. But he seems a little bit more conservative than the rest. Maybe I'm wrong. We'll see.
And forth
oh no, she's the most conservative. Sorry, and then he is.
mistakes as far as immigration because I'm half Mexican. It's strange because coming from like a traditional Mexican family, they hold a lot of conservative values, but they very much label themselves as liberal.
A lot of black people that I know and grew up with have like conservative values, but like if you ask them like, you know, who are you going to vote for? It's always going to be Democrat, no matter what. So I find that really interesting that you said that, because I have like a connection with that.
What do you think are like traditions?
Yo, by the way, as a community, let's not do the fucking Hasan, you're racist memes. Actually, I just realized because people will just like straight up use that as a fucking serious outlet. And remember how we talked about like how people on the outside can't parse through whether someone is joking or not when you guys react or interact with me in a joking capacity on the internet. Let's not do that on Twitter and stuff, because like people won't, I think, be able to figure that out. So just remember that.
Traditions that conservatives hold.
Liking guns, I mean, you're just painting with a broad brush. It's common sense things. I think support Constitution. Like I agree with all the amendments.
Just the general idea that like you should be able to pick yourself up by the bootstraps, and if you put in the hard work, you can get to where you want to be. The beauty of this country, no matter who you are, obviously some people have certain factors that will like, you know, make it easier or like harder for them. But I feel like in this country, with the amount of opportunity that we have, you can be anyone and get to where you want to be.
This is an interesting question. Like, I don't think being conservative has anything to do with your political affiliation. I think those things are separate, and I think a lot of people confuse the two. We just talked about how the black community.
Wait, what the fuck does she mean? Like, but like the ideology, your worldview, like that's your political affiliation. What the fuck? I'm confused by that. Okay.
Community, the Indian community, the Mexican community, they're all, a lot of them are conservatives, but they're left-leaning.
I really do believe.
No, they're not left-leaning. They vote Democrat. God, American politics is so fucking brain broken. Once again, not responding to her individually, okay? Before anybody fucking makes like another YouTube video or some shit about this. But the concept in America is so binary because of fucking Democrat and Republican, right? So everyone's either a liberal and you're more liberal, or you're a conservative and you're more conservative. And that fucking breaks people's brains. And then that's the reason why they turn around and say, well, conservatism has nothing to do with your politics, because like a lot of the Indian community is conservative but left-leaning. It's like, no, I think you mean like they vote Democrat. They're conservative and they vote Democrat. Well, there's a reason for that. And that's precisely, the reason is that the Democratic Party is center right for the most part. That's why.
Like, I don't care what you do in your life. You're a grown adult. You have no effect on me. I'm not religious. Like, don't force your religion down my throat. Don't force your opinions down my throat. We can have a discussion. I'm very open to having dialogues with anyone. I love to have conversation. Like, something that's going on right now is like the whole trans women in biological women's sports. I honestly think it's a case-by-case basis.
Why do you think that it should be a case-by-case basis? Because I don't think that they should be allowed in women's sports at all.
I agree with you on that. It should be not case per case. It just shouldn't be allowed, because I mean, we've seen it. I don't know statistics offhand, but people just dominate that are biologically men.
I feel like dealing with like absolutes in a general sense, like in the political discourse, can be a very dangerous thing, because as he mentioned, there are outliers and we always have to, you know, factor those in. So I'm not sure I agree with that, but yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
I think my difference is I don't think that trans women are biological women. I'm not gonna be a dick. If you want me to refer to you as she, her, I'll do that. I'll call you by your name. I'm gonna give you that respect as a human being.
It's okay to be different.
Yeah.
I don't understand what you guys mean by outliers, because they're all men. So what do you mean?
Boom! Okay, she's the most, she and the white dude are the most conservative. White lady is the second most conservative. Then you have Maui, and then you have Navi. That's my fucking list. Also, that's the correct list no matter what happens, okay? I'm sure that they will like, the classification is going to be like fucking wrong in the situation, but that's my take.
I see this as absolute. Trans women are not women, they're men.
I mean, I would never like call it ignorance or something. It's just everyone has their own views. I can completely understand that.
Should we vote?
Bro, conservatives love fucking being in an environment where they're just like, yo, I'm going to pop the fuck off with this one. Haha, trans women are men. Boom. Roasted. Like, sick. You really did it. You fucking killed it. Thank you.
Like, democratically?
I mean, I'm gonna say you're probably a 5.
Yeah. For me?
Not a bad thing. But yeah. And it's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
1,
is the most by the police.
I
I'd put you over there.
I put you there.
Yeah.
Me over here?
Yeah.
I was thinking you number 3 and you number 2. I felt like.
Is it because of the religion?
Yes.
I think there are like two schools of thought we can go with here. We can either go with like traditional conservative values, which one of us like upholds it most, which I feel like you would still be the most, like when it comes to like the traditional values you've described. Or we can go by like policy-wise, whether each one of us falls in line, and I like maybe don't support every single policy of like the Republican Party or just general conservative.
Bro, this dude can't help himself. He's the biggest lib. Holy shit. Oh my lord, dude. I mean, he is just the Democratic Party manifested into, he is the best. He is God's most loyal Democrat, okay?
Position, so we could go in either direction.
I was like, I think you'd be over here. Just because like when I think of like, and I don't mean like a typical conservative, but when I think of a conservative, I think upholds like religion, traditional values.
I can go 3. That sounds good.
Okay. We're all pro-gun, right? And pro-free speech and everything? Okay, so we're on the same page as it comes to that. Then we can just go into other, like, I guess, policies.
Well, how do you feel on like an abortion topic?
Well, abortion, I feel like dangerous abortion.
Dude, why do you want me to stop to watch this fucking turf? Like, we already watched it earlier, but like, why? Why do chatters always do this? You derail the stream so aggressively, dude. No, let's finish this fucking video.
Got rid of, and there are, I mean, I don't want to go into a small percentage, which it is, but there are late-term ones where the mom will die. And then there's also ones where if you make abortion legal, like coat hangers are a thing. It's sad, but it's true.
So what if we don't count like the extreme cases? Would you say mostly
I think keep life, unless it's gonna harm a life, like the mom or the baby. If it's gonna come out and you can predict it's gonna be fine, then
guy's a pussy.
Keep children alive. Yes.
I guess for me, like I said, I've gone back and forth, and I don't want to be for it, but currently I am for abortion. I don't think anyone wants to be for it, so it's not something that is an easy thing to want to do.
I believe birth control should be free. I 100% support free birth control. I think that it would dramatically decrease abortions, but I am very much, we need to fix the afterwards as well. So the adoption age.
Bro, having this like one binary understanding, or that thinking like American politics is on like one fucking one line, and trying to fit American politics into one line is such a funny fucking concept, because like it's just impossible. Conservatives are like they and everyone in America, as a matter of fact, not just conservatives, like they hold on to the most eclectic, inherently contradictory ideas that you could ever fucking find. It's like a mixed bag of like some of the most weird shit where you're like, what? I don't understand. How are you? What?
Agency. I think we need to fix that. And I think we need to advocate more for younger women to know about birth control options that we have.
I kind of wanted to bring this up. Is everyone kind of more
What's the highest you think you could rank in this if you didn't lie and just selected your words very carefully? You mean me? Oh, dude, I could literally be the most conservative. Are you kidding me? I would just go in straight up and be like, I think we need to, what do you mean? If you want to be the most conservative in this fucking ranking, you just say like, I think we need to establish a future for white children. Boom. Like, why can't white people have, as long as you just said something along the lines of like, why can't white people also fucking defend themselves and their communities? Like, when you think about it from the perspective of a family, like you would never want your family to have like random strangers in it. Am I right? Boom. There you go. Number one conservative. Dude, my brain is rotted from listening to so much white supremacist politics that, like, I've said this before. Like, I could be the best conservative commentator. Holy fuck!
An interventionist kind of thought process, or is it like kind of like isolationist? Or even like in between, like, do you think we should focus on our country's problems first?
Yes.
Or do
Absolutely.
You think, okay, yeah, that's where I stand.
Yeah. How are we going to help other countries when we have so many other things?
Yeah, so too much foreign spending.
Yeah, we just sent how much money to Ukraine?
Mm-hmm.
Why? That has nothing to do with us. We have so much.
Navi has to come out and fucking defend that. I think maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Navi's too much of a lib.
That money could have went to America.
Yeah, if we're prioritizing that, we can't even like take care of our own people. Like,
never mind.
Veterans are like starving on the street, they're homeless. I feel like we should do something about that, but we can't because we're focusing on other countries instead of our own people who need help. Does anyone feel differently about their position now?
I don't know, I think we should switch. I really am focused on that whole, like, he holds more traditional conservative values than I do.
I think
Just in that sense. I was like, just in that sense, I would switch us.
I think what it was for me is you seemed a lot more passionate and you were more outspoken.
I'm
You
very
seemed a little bit more quieter. So maybe initially I'm like, you know what, you're number 2. But now that I'm hearing more opinions, I would probably agree with switching you too.
I mean, we're moving.
Okay. What values does everyone have that they feel like doesn't exactly fall in line with the traditional conservative value or just generally conservative values?
I'm against the wall because I'm a libertarian.
Okay.
I think most people coming here aren't coming here to hurt people. They're
Okay, that's weird. He's like the only libertarian who kept being a libertarian. That's interesting. Because like a lot of libertarians with Donald Trump were just like, oh, just kidding. Like we weren't actually into the free flow of we weren't into freedom of travel. Like we were just lying about that. Actually, we're just racist. Interesting. Likes buying people.
coming to make money and make a living.
I am actually for the wall, but not because I want to keep people out, strictly because I want to know who's coming into this country in a good sense. Sex trafficking in general comes through our southern border, and so do drugs, so that's the only reason. I don't care if people want to come here to immigrate, be my guest.
I'm 100% against illegal immigration, and that's not, so I am for the wall, but it's not just the wall, it's the people who are coming here and overstaying their visas. They need to go too.
My position is unique because I immigrated from Mexico when I was younger, and I wouldn't be here most likely if it weren't for that. But I do really believe that illegal immigration is just that, illegal.
Now what I'm gonna have you guys do is grab your phones and go onto the politicalcompass.org and take the political compass test.
Oh God.
I think you did pretty good.
In the 5th spot, we have Maui. And then in 4th, we have Cameron.
Damn.
I thought I'd be more like 2, 3-ish area.
Bro, on the PCM, if you're anywhere not in the bottom left quadrant, like you have to be a real sicko. You know what I'm saying? Like, how the fuck do you, because I've seen those questions, right? Like, it's pretty wild to be able to be outside of that. Like, you literally are saying in some instances, like, yeah, murder is, like, pretty chill. You know what I mean? Like, in order to get outside of that fucking bottom left quadrant in that.
Kelly in the 3rd spot.
Whoa.
I
Everybody's
said I was
moving
gonna
down
be
one.
free.
Yeah.
In the 2nd spot, we have Nabi.
Okay.
And in 1st, Hunter.
I was so wrong, but also, honestly, again, it's just more so about the way that, like, one, how weird American politics is and how, like, people are not themselves aware of what their fucking political allegiances are, but also the fact that the test itself is ridiculous. But wild that this homie was able to get to fucking bottom right like that. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy.
I didn't expect myself to move up this much. Like,
Yeah.
this is like, okay. I mean, the way this like political compass test is framed, like it does evoke certain reactions. So it's not entirely like encompassing of like my views and everything. But yeah, are you any of you guys surprised?
I don't know.
I thought I was gonna be 3rd or 2nd. In all honesty, I thought I was gonna be over here.
Okay.
Some of those questions, like, I never really thought about before.
I kind of figured I'd be somewhere over here, like 4 or 5, after hearing everyone's opinions.
I mean, I think it's weird that I'm number 1 and I'm a tall, white, straight. male.
Perfect, yeah. If anyone out there who's watching this does not agree with like me or anyone else's political views, please just look at us as people. Everyone has flaws. And I just want people to see that we can...
This is what being a conservative is like, though. Most of the time, we see the most brain-broken examples of the right. Yeah. That's true. That's pretty true. But ultimately, it's I think conservatism is like pretty situational. Where, like, depending on the circumstances, depending on how you're feeling in that brief moment, you know what I mean? You could come across like way more conservative, you know what I mean? I live in a very deep red South area, and no, this is not what the conservatives here are like. Yeah, I would see that. I would say, again, it's about the context. It's completely, once again, situational, where you are, how you are behaving around other people, and what your attitudes are can change. These are a lot of California conservatives. That's why I said I'm surprised that there wasn't anyone who was like straight racist. You know what I mean? Like the guy that Gideon was talking to. You know what I mean? Like that homie is just like, that's a conservative. Like that's a Republican Party voter. Okay. If you consider yourself conservative / Republican in a modern political atmosphere, you're a bit of a problem. The West Coast conservatives, Lamau, you really need to do IRL streaming in some small towns in Texas or Oklahoma. Yeah, what is it? It's literally reactionary. Having a political discussion with Kelly seems to be like talking to a brick wall. While I don't agree with many of the things Cameron says, I bet you Kelly didn't understand half the questions of the compass test, hence she was why in the middle. She's definitely the most conservative. Kelly seems to think that she's the only person walking this planet with a political opinion that matters. Damn, everybody fucking hates Kelly. People really did not like Kelly, my queen. Conservatives are conservative until something bad happens to them, then they're nanny state Democrats on that specific issue. Oh, yeah. There's some, sorry for the deafening silence. Like weird ass fucking wind outside. Trying to figure out what was going on. A nerd ass lib getting second place is a lot about what we already knew. Okay. Kelly found Azan? No. Black woman thinks no one is racist in California? Talking with people clip.
No racist in California? Come on, there's no way. Ever been to Venice? I've seen some. I lived in California too. I've definitely seen. I've seen racists everywhere. Yeah.
Okay, there are definitely racist ass motherfuckers in California. I don't know what she's saying.
Definitely some neo-Nazis in California.
Wait, why is Steven Crowder coming across like a lib here? I mean, there are like Clanty. Maybe we should go to Clanty and I'll fucking do one of those videos where I'm like, I'm hanging out with the clan here in Clanty. One of the capitals of white supremacy here in Southern California, and so close to San Diego, known for its beaches and lynching. I'm gonna go have a conversation with someone. I'm gonna go have a conversation with someone of the clan.
Hey, all right. You got 5 minutes to talk?
Yes, I'm on. Sure.
Great. What's your name?
Casey.
Casey. All right, Casey. Well, that ties in perfectly because we're talking about all these protests there a couple days ago here about the Roe v. Wade situation.
Sure, absolutely.
Have you been following that?
I live by Clanty, bro. It's a different world. I live in SD County. Please stop.
Okay. So, first, let me ask you: you consider yourself pro-choice, pro-life, pro-choice with limitations? How would you define?
I'm definitely pro-choice.
Okay.
You know, I'm definitely pro-choice.
Okay. What's your opinion on it's a leak right now, obviously.
Sure.
But if it's true, the overturning of Roe v. Wade?
It's ridiculous. You know, as a woman, I think it's astronomical how we could consider, and no offense to you, but how a heterosexual male can tell me what I should and should not do with my body.
Okay.
And what that actually means. I think there's so many stipulations that go into this. You know, there's a lot of circumstances. And just so you know, I was told I couldn't have children.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But so this topic is like super sensitive to me and of course to my family. But I know
Because you wouldn't need to have an abortion.
I wouldn't need to have one, but let's just say the opportunity ever arose itself. There's all kind of medical conditions and reasons, topical pregnancies, tubal pregnancies, things that happen to your body that require abortions for medical reasons for us as women to like literally live and survive. So for you to say you're forcing me to either go through that experience and or heaven forbid, my kid is, there's all kind of testing that goes on early in your pregnancy.
Sure.
And they'll let you know that there's fluid on the brain for a baby or something like that, and they do not.
Okay, she's spitting, which, by the way, this is a weird part of just like living in America where like every random person, you know what I mean? You can be like a random American citizen, especially if you're like a woman, a somewhat liberal minded person. Like you have to literally become this like talking point machine. You know what I mean? Like no normal human being should have to constantly be on the defensive and like have a fucking spreadsheet of facts ready to just like fire off. But just such is the nature of being like a fucking normal human being in America, where you're just like, oh, at any given moment, I might have a Steven Crowder style situation where I just have to fucking blast off and rattle off like every accurate point about why women should be able to have a fundamental, the fundamental liberty of choosing what to do with their own bodies. Wild.
Not recommend.
Also, obviously, 2 minutes in, and Steven Crowder has not. I'm beginning to notice black woman thinks no one's racist in California. I love that. I love that. Like this part didn't make it to the fucking title. I wonder why. Like the title should be black woman owns me in the marketplace of ideas on being pro-choice. Even though black woman there is like, why did you put that in there? Okay, let's go.
Continuing on with that pregnancy, I'm also 31, and so a lot of us are getting pregnant later in life. So sometimes that's an issue, right? And it could be a health risk for the mother and the baby. So whatever your reasoning is, more importantly, you could just be 18 and decide that that's not the decision that you want to make today and you're not comfortable with that. You could be a victim of rape. I don't care what your reasoning is. I think it's 100% your choice to decide.
So none of those other things matter then? We could have just eliminated all that. Yeah. Just you think people should be able to get an abortion for whatever reason?
I think you should be able to make any decision as far as HIPAA laws are concerned for yourself and your body at any time.
So what is your, because a lot of people have different interpretations or understandings of what the overturning of Roe v. Wade is.
Actually means?
Yeah. What is your interpretation of what would happen if Roe v. Wade is overturned?
My interpretation is that it doesn't matter what your reasoning is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that abortions will now be illegal or released in the state of Texas for anybody.
No.
Correct me.
No, it's not. No, it just gives the right to states to make their own laws regarding abortion restrictions.
Sure.
So Colorado, New Jersey, Virginia, California, the states that have abortion laws all the way up until and including 9 months, they can still do that.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think Texas is going to vote in which direction?
Well, I don't want to I'll get into my opinion in a second, but I want to sort of discuss the issue of whether we agree on the fact that it's good or bad law. So it's not banning abortion. It puts it back to the states.
I don't agree with that.
Okay. So what do you think should happen? Do you think there should be a federal, it should be enshrined into federal law that abortion is a constitutional right?
I think it took a long time for Roe versus Wade to even become about and to pass. And that if we aren't careful, history will continue to repeat itself over and over again. So the fact that that law is what it is, I don't know why we're going back and trying to now tweak that. It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, are you, and forgive me, this is not meant to be a gotcha at all. Law is complicated, and Roe v. Wade is complicated. You know, that's why you had Roe v. Wade, then you had Planned Parenthood versus Casey, and it's always been a complex issue.
And I'm Casey.
Yes, exactly. See, we tie it, that's called a callback. But Roe v. Wade, the issue was, right, Roe v. Wade was sort of under the guise, it was settled under the guise of the 14th Amendment, the Due Process Clause.
Okay.
So there's no constitutional right to an abortion.
Okay.
And it's interesting because you just mentioned sort of the HIPAA laws. And the idea was that under the Due Process Clause, there's a right to privacy, which also isn't necessarily a constitutional right. But under the Due Process Clause, that a woman had that right to privacy with her doctor and allowed state.
Why? Who cares? Who cares? I don't care. You're not addressing the issue. Like, I don't like the fact that we have to play this game with conservatives or just like debate perverts in general right? Where we have to act like the originalist position is like a legitimate one and not like a totally made up fucking constitutional interpretation that was created in the past 50 years. Just because it's like taught in schools and shit now doesn't mean that it's like actually a legitimate way to interpret the Constitution, unless you let me cut your fucking leg off and kill you by the age of 35. In which case, like, okay, you can be an originalist. Like I said, you can be an originalist and try to interpret the Constitution as the founders intended, okay? And with respect to the time and with respect to the words that they use, but like you have to die at the age of 35. Like, I'm fine with that, but you have to die at the age of 35 from smallpox, okay? It doesn't matter. Like, so I hate that this, like, I feel like we're like Disney adults when we have this conversation, like, oh yeah, we have to take it seriously that you like want to fucking try to like have a bunch of legal jargon and slap a bunch of legal jargon and like fucking constitutional interpretations into whether or not women should be able to get a fucking healthcare. Women should be able to get like a fundamental part of their healthcare coverage, which revolves around their reproductive rights. Like, it's stupid. I don't want to play that game. I think it's a stupid fucking game. I can if you want me to, okay, about like privacy and the constitutional interpretation of privacy. Like, does it actually extend to that? If it doesn't, then what there's so many other things that would unwind in that situation. But like, it's a game that we all play normally. It's a game that institutionalists play regularly, right? With so many different rules and laws and whatnot. Just like plenty of originalist attitudes or plenty of originalist decisions do not revolve around an originalist point of view, because how the fuck could you interpret it in that way? Because so many like new technological achievements are things that our founders could not have fucking thought about. Like, they would, like, George Washington was shit his fucking pants if I just showed him a telephone. You know what I mean? That like can show him movies. Like, he'd literally fucking piss and shit himself and then have an aneurysm and then die. I mean, first he would be like, why are there black people around? Okay. He would be like, what the fuck is going on? Why is that a black person dressed like that and is like being able to walk around? Holy fuck. That, and then after that, he would literally piss shit and fucking die the moment that he saw what a phone looked like. Okay. So the idea that like, the idea that they have a, but yeah, I'd give him fucking Mountain Dew, and the yellow 5 alone would immediately cause him to spontaneously combust. So it's ridiculous to fucking play this song and dance to try to be like, what's the constitutional interpretation on this? Like, who cares?
States to set limitations only after the first trimester. So it bans states setting limitations within the first trimester.
Absolutely, okay.
And then you have states that, for example, have had like a heartbeat bill, things that occur before the second trimester. That kind of kicked it up to the Supreme Court, and they looked at it, and this is something that even Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, where they said, you know what, this is just sort of bad law, so it has to go back.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The entire fucking game about the Supreme Court is about like trying to fucking reinterpret the Constitution in a way that makes sense. That's it. In a way that like the living constitutionalists believe that they need to interpret it with respect to the time, like with respect to our current fucking time and our current understanding of the rules and whatnot. And then the originalists are like, oh no, we don't like that, so we've decided we're going to try to interpret it in the way that our framers intended it. It's just, but ultimately it doesn't matter. None of this fucking matters. You have to look at like what the outcomes are, okay? Do you believe that the government, as the federal government, should be able to fucking stop women from getting abortions, especially in the first trimester, where 90% of abortions happen? Or do you think the government should interfere with that or not? That's it. The rest is just fucking seasoning. I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck about what people that like died because they didn't know how to wipe their asses think about a medical procedure that they could not have even fucking comprehended at a time when they literally did not think black people were human beings, okay? So dumb. We don't listen to them about anything. Why the fuck would we listen to them about an ectopic pregnancy and whether that's like whether that's something that should be punishable by law if you need to like literally take this life-saving medical procedure? It's so stupid. I feel like I feel like we're talking to conservatives are literally like talking to babies. You know what I mean? The straw mans. What do you mean straw mans? It's like it is literally that. He's trying to narrowly fit this into a constitutional argument. Like, oh, well, it's not actually an adequate interpretation of the way that the Constitution works. His worldview is supposedly an originalist worldview, okay? It's not. It's a bullshit fucking way to analyze the Constitution anyway. It's also like a relatively new one. That's not a straw man at all. Just because you can understand what I'm saying doesn't change the reality that this is not a straw man. Reflecting on Roe v. Wade in 1973, it's a previous discussion was based on the 14th Amendment and liberty of women. Crazy to think that the same amendment covers disqualification from office due to insurrection. Let's enforce that too, huh, SCOTUS? I mean...
no constitutional right to an abortion. Okay. And it's interesting because you just mentioned sort of the HIPAA laws. Sure. And the idea was that under the Due Process Clause, there's a right to privacy, which also isn't necessarily a constitutional right. But under the Due Process Clause, that a woman had that right to privacy with her doctor and allowed states to set limitations only after the first trimester.
Like, it's a stupid fucking way. Why the first trimester then? You know what I mean? Why not across the board? Why not all the way until the fucking very moment of pregnancy? It just doesn't matter. It's an interpretation just like everything else, okay? It is a frivolous back and forth that I feel like adults that like to play make-believe play to make it seem like their perspective is anything but offering more liberties to women or not. Okay? It doesn't matter. Under the Constitution, a woman he's talking to wouldn't be allowed to attend the same school as him. I mean, he wants that for sure. You know they want that shit. Are you kidding me? But they'll couch it in ideas like school choice and the freedom to choose your school and not necessarily we should be able to segregate schools again, which are already segregated for the record. I don't know. I think like a lot of this song and dance is very stupid. I mean, I can play the role of someone who's like, oh, let me seriously analyze this from a constitutional interpretation point of view. But like, I think it's stupid to do that. You're a weird person for playing this song and dance. You are just as much of an institutionalist as the annoying fucking shit libs are, the Democrats are, where they're like, oh, we must protect the sanctity of our institutions. Like, why? What are you talking about? They don't give a shit. There is no fucking sanctity. Our institutions are not infallible. They're just making it up as we go along. It's all made up. So just look to the fucking results.
So it bans states setting limitations within the first trimester.
Absolutely, okay.
And then you have states that, for example, have had like a heartbeat bill, things that occur before the second trimester. That kind of kicked it up to the Supreme Court, and they looked at it, and this is something that even Ruth Bader Ginsburg said, where they said, you know what, this is just sort of bad law, so it has to go back to the states.
Okay.
So that was the basis for Roe v. Wade. Does that change your opinion at all, that there's no constitutional right to an abortion?
Not necessarily, because when we talk about first trimester, I also don't agree that after your first trimester you should be looking at options as far as abortion, right? Because at this point, your fetus is a full-grown fetus. You know, there's things that are happening.
That's not true.
Your baby's developing.
That's not true. Well, what if you... Okay. Second trimester pregnancies are relatively rare, okay? The first trimester pregnancies are where 90% of the first trimester abortions are where 90% of the abortions happen. Second trimester abortions are still incredibly rare, and third trimester pregnancies are in almost all of the circumstances, or abortions, sorry, third trimester abortions are in almost all of the circumstances completely because of a medical necessity, okay? Second trimester terminations, second trimester abortions, however, can occur because the person just simply was oblivious to the fact that they were pregnant, okay? That's why. one reason or the other, they did not want to have a pregnancy. They did not want to carry it to term. If they ever found out, they found out too late as a consequence of not having access to reproductive health services. They found out too late, like there have been additional complications and hurdles that stop them from being able to get it in the first trimester. Okay? Yeah, it's 93% to 6% to 1%. Thank you. Exactly. So this idea that like we have to have a conversation about the second trimester or the third trimester is such a silly one, and it's one that is like conservative. It's one that conservatives always lock you into, okay? Don't have this conversation. Do not have this conversation, because especially when it comes to late-term abortions, a terminology created by conservatives, for the record, a third trimester abortion is almost always, like 99.99999% of times, is being done by a person who wanted to carry that pregnancy to term, okay? And they have to abort it because of the viability of the fetus or because of the medical complications that it's going to present to the carrier. So we're talking about an incredibly traumatic fucking experience for a family that wanted to have a child, as though they are like fucking and then doing it on the third trimester so they can like fucking feel something or whatever the fuck these psychotic animals believe, okay? It's not a term made up by conservatives, though. It's a real thing. Late-term abortions is 100% propaganda. Instead of calling it a third trimester abortion, calling it a late-term abortion or a post-birth abortion, actually, in some instances, is just the conservative made-up approach. There is no such thing like a late-term abortion. Anyway, most importantly, though, okay? What? I mean, there's a Wikipedia. Ben Franklin was very pro-choice and is widely known. It's not a term made up by conservatives, though. It's a real thing. I mean, there's a Wikipedia article on it, bro. Wait, what? Are you serious? Are you okay? Anyway, I don't even know what he's trying to say about, like, Wikipedia. More than 90% are in the first trimester, 12 weeks. Yeah, I know. We already established that. They are, but they're really hard to get, and only for medical reasons. Yes, for the most part. It's like overwhelmingly it's just for fucking medical reasons, okay? For the you can find like one person, but it doesn't mean anything. I'm not going to deny people the afterbirth abortion. Yeah, there is a Wikipedia page for it. Yeah. Oh, I guess. Damn, dude. I guess I got owned. You know what I mean? I guess that's a real thing and not something that like is completely made up. Anyway, there's a medical term called late-term abortion referring to the late termination of abortion. Okay. After birth abortion, why should the baby live is a controversial article published by Francesca Minerva and Alberto Giblini in the Journal of Medical Ethics in 2013, arguing to call child euthanasia after birth abortion and highlighting similarities between abortion and euthanasia. The article attracted media attention and severely scholarly critiques. Great. This is why, what do I always say? You should not engage in debate perverts, okay? And philosophy majors are the biggest debate perverts. Do you understand? Abortion is justified because of the moral status of the fetuses. Their shared status as potential persons is not morally relevant. Abortion is justified when the... this is so boring and so stupid. Ultimately, you are literally fucking ruining the life of a carrier for no fucking reason. Okay? This is why I'm saying, like, this is such a hyper-specific, idiotic debate pervert fucking talking point that is completely off of like 11 different tangents. I'm not going to talk about the philosophy of what it means to be a human being with a bunch of fucking Twitch chatters who have never even thought about it and barely register as a fucking human being to begin with, okay? It's stupid. I don't care. I don't care. What I do care is the millions of women that should be able to, if they want to, make the decision and have the freedom to be able to get a fucking medical procedure that is oftentimes like not that complicated, okay? That's it. There is no reason to go back and forth and like try to fucking create a universe where, you know, oh, well, what if in this hypothetical, like, you know, you want to fucking kill babies after they're born? Like, put a little guillotine on that pussy and just shave the fucking baby's head off as it's coming out? Like, you can have these like philosophical conundrums, okay, if you want. I don't care. In the grand scheme of things, we are talking about what the government is doing, and that has no bearing on what the government is doing. You just want to fucking have that conversation because you're a freak, okay? And you should have been aborted. That's it.
So I understand up until that point.
Okay.
But on a state-to-state basis or a federal basis, to me, I guess in that first trimester, it's still up to me and my doctor.
So it sounds to me like you're saying you do support eliminating abortion as an option after the first trimester.
I do. I agree with that.
Okay.
No reason to agree with that. Again, never concede to one of these fucking freaks, okay? Don't do it. Don't concede to them. Be like, no, I actually think abortions are valid, even post-birth. I think you should be able to be postpartum aborted, actually.
What changes, for example, from week 11
and to the people who say like, well, Hasan, you're not going to win anyone over with that kind of attitude. It's like, if you think this guy's going to change his fucking mind, you are literally the biggest idiot on the planet, dude. Holy fuck, you're like a vegetable. Like, how do you survive every day? How do you actually literally unironically live your life on a daily fucking basis and like not forget to breathe and die by asphyxiation because you forgot to fucking breathe? Like, this dude is not there to fucking have his mind changed. And most of these people who like try to lock you into a debate are not actually trying to have their mind changed. It's just the reality, okay? Maybe I'm too cynical at this point because I've seen so many people in bad faith try to debate, but that's the reality, all right? Fuck.
Week 12 that makes it no longer acceptable.
Eyeballs, fingers, toes, hair. I mean, you know, you're going from this small cell. I mean,
But that happens before the second trimester.
Well, but the thing
See,
is,
that's why you don't concede to that bullshit, dude. That's why you don't concede to that fucking framing. I don't give a fuck if something has toes, okay? I don't care that you, with the medical fascination of ultrasound technology, were able to fucking use technological achievements to like drive home a fucking narrative that like the little thing inside of you is something more than a fucking parasite. It's actually a real human because it's got fucking toes on it, all right? And that's why I love that Charlie Kirk video. Play that clip. Play the Charlie Kirk gets owned clip, chat. Let's do it, okay? Dolphin fetus, Charlie Kirk gets owned. There you go. Hey, look at that. Come on. I just want the video. I don't want a fucking Young Turks analysis on it. Here it is, dude. Here it fucking is, dude. Hey, let's take a look at that. What's that? Play that fucking DJ. Play that clip. By God, that's the HasanAbi music. You know what I'm saying?
You truly, in your heart of hearts, truly believe that this is a human being. This,
without a doubt.
Without a doubt?
Yes.
This is a dolphin fetus.
So let me.
Without a doubt, a dolphin fetus is a human being. This is a human fetus. Look how similar they are. But quite different. Dolphin. You just confirmed that a dolphin, in life, you confuse dolphins for human babies often.
So let me
you
ask
go to
you a question.
SeaWorld and you're like, someone's got human babies in that aquarium.
There you go. That fetus had fucking toes and shit. What's up? It also had a goddamn tail. It's just like, it's just so fucking stupid to make this combo go anywhere other than let's just talk about the carrier and the why abortion should not be interfered upon by the government. The other side of this disgusting, nefarious conversation, unproductive conversation, is of course the conversation where he says, well, this is just about more democracy, the states' rights conversation. It's one of the most filthy, one of the most disgusting fucking things I ever hear from conservatives regularly. It's literally the fucking entire point of the Civil War. Okay, oh, it was states' rights. It was about states' rights. It was about states' rights. States' rights to own what? States' rights to own slaves. Okay, it's not about fucking states' rights. But not only that, but now they're trying to do that for abortion, to act like this is actually about doing it in a more democratic capacity, except there's not a single fucking state in the country where overturning Roe v. Wade has more than 30% support. Okay? There is not a single state in this country where, again, I'm going to repeat myself, including Texas, including Florida, no state has a 51% support for banning abortions, okay? That does not exist. That's not real. That's not a thing. So just remember that. So it's not about democracy. You know what this is about? It's about how Republicans have already completely undermined democracy. They've already so successfully destroyed the democratic process. So they can act like they care about the states and how states can operate and conduct themselves, because they've already heavily gerrymandered districts to a degree where, like in Wisconsin, for example, you can win by 10 points and still lose the state legislature, something that we've talked about a million times over. So they know that in the state of Wisconsin, for example, even if the Democrats are winning by 10 points, okay, they're still going to have more Republican state representatives. What does that mean? That means that there is no democracy in Wisconsin. That means that Wisconsin, despite being like super fucking liberal, for example, can still have a heavily dominated Republican state legislature that can turn around and fucking say abortions are illegal and will kill you if you get one, okay? Not saying that they're going to do that, but they could if they wanted to, okay? That's how it fucking works. So and these fucking animals, okay, these conservative monsters know that. They know that reality, and that's precisely why they turn around and go, oh, the states' rights. It's about doing more democracy. I thought you guys liked democracy. What's going on? Where is the democracy? Where is the democratic process there, okay? Relitigating something that 70% of the country has fucking agreed upon for literally the past 50 fucking years is insane. Using the Supreme Court, where 5 of the Supreme Court justices were in lifetime positions, by the way. 5 of the Supreme Court justices were appointed, not elected, obviously not. That would be democratic, and we don't do democracy in this fucking country, but appointed by 2 Republican presidents that didn't even win the fucking majority vote. They didn't win the popular vote. They lost the popular vote, and they got to elect 5 Supreme Court justices, okay? That's democracy to you? They get to overturn something for the 30% of the country that want to fucking, enforce their psychotic religious fucking perspective upon the entirety of the nation? That's insane, dude. That's not democratic at all, but it doesn't fucking matter, okay? Steven Crowder knows that. It's not about democracy. It's just he's just repackaging it as democracy because he's a fucking monster, an evil person who needs to be. He should, if there was any justice in the world, again, shove him back in his mother's pussy and fucking abort it, okay, as a fetus. Or just send his fucking bitch ass back to Canada. Go fucking deal with the Canadian politics. What the fuck are you in here? Okay? Now, I'm not done with the fucking, the anti-democratic bullshit. I'm trying to find the fucking... the thread that was really, really good on this issue. Okay? But it is deeply frustrating to have this conversation over and over and over and over again when I know that the other side does not give a fuck about democracy. They do not give a fuck about autonomy. They do not give a fuck about making lives easier or better for the people that they're talking about. It is really frustrating. And then to, on top of that, demand that I live within your framework and act like you're coming at it from a good faith interpretation, and that you just want to simply have a conversation over the constitutional interpretation. It makes me blow a gasket. Okay, I lose my fucking mind when I hear someone in a country. Yep, this is the one. Thank you. This is actually a really good this wraps up basically everything we've talked about in a very, very good way. Just a reminder, because of non-proportional representation of demographics, in order to break the filibuster and overcome the R+6-7 bias in the Senate, Democrats would need to win 3 straight elections by 19 points to make abortion legal nationally. Okay? They need to win the national vote several times in a row by 5+ points to have a shot at breaking even. Most forecasts look at the 2024 landscape and don't think there's much of a chance for Democrats to hold the Senate past the 2024 election. Mitch McConnell has promised that if the Republicans regain control of the Senate in 2022, that he will not let Biden put any more Supreme Court justices on the bench. He would keep the seats open for up to 6 years if he had to. Okay? Starting in January 2023, there is probably no meaningful hope of changing the composition of the court. It is estimated that the United States' already sky-high maternal mortality rate will rise by 21% as a result of the Dobbs v. Jackson. Most states are so gerrymandered that changing the composition of the state legislature is effectively impossible. She uses the example of Wisconsin as well. The GOP has been able to maintain supermajorities in the Wisconsin legislature despite losing elections by up to 10 points. Remember, everything that she's mentioning here, we have covered over the past fucking 4 years. So when you listen to me sound like a fucking doom-pilled psycho who has completely given up on this process, understand that this is what I'm operating off of. Okay, this knowledge is part of the reason why I'm sick and tired of having conversations with conservatives about like this la-la land that they want to act like we live in, where there is some sort of like democratic process when they themselves have undermined democracy so severely and so perfectly. And that's why I fucking hate the Democrats too, because they act like there's this Republican Party that has successfully done this, okay? This Republican Party that has successfully done this is still running around and going to turn back into a reasonable, moderate Republican Party, according to Nancy Pelosi. Like, come on, please throw our hands up in the air and go, please, Republicans, just don't win too hard. Moful Gaming, do you support moderate Democrats in the party? Would that not help this problem, especially in state assemblies and governorships? I support yeeting you out of this chat, okay? If that's your unironic perspective after hearing all of this, when I'm telling you that, like, democracy is fucking gone, and you're like, well, what about the moderate Democrats? I hate you. Like, I personally hate you. I personally despise you because you care about team sports and you care about, like, Democrats fucking winning an election to not do anything, okay? Not to do anything, but just to win an election. Are you fucking stupid? Are you so brain broken that you think that there's, like, a way outside of this without fundamentally altering the way that we do politics in this country? Is that how fucking stupid you are? That you still think there is like, oh, the answer is obviously elect moderate Democrats, dude. Yeah, like more Joe Manchins. They would actually fucking win. They would be the way to win this. What other ways is there that you suggest? Did you read my tip? I did read your tip. The other ways that I suggest are to apply pressure with direct action, to apply pressure through organizing, to create actual political power within the working class of this country. That's why I'm a fucking socialist, okay? That's why I believe in organizing your workplace. That's what I advocate for all the time. If you noticed, that is kind of all I talk about all the goddamn time. Because we can't even get the Democratic Party to do what is right by just simply saying, we're going to vote for you, please do our bidding. We're not able to do that. We will never be able to get them to do that. So in order to get the Democratic Party to even apply pressure to its own ranks, as you saw earlier today when Joe Manchin, the supposedly moderate Democrat that you love so much, decided to vote against codifying Roe v. Wade at a time when he doesn't even need it. Like, he doesn't even have the power. Where he literally fucking voted against it. The Democrats could not even maintain a majority to codify Roe v. Wade at a time when 70% of the country wants it. That's a moderate Democrat right there. Why isn't Joe Biden going on the bully pulpit and saying, I'm going to fucking kill you, Joe Manchin. I'm going to fucking murder you with my hands if you don't fucking vote the way I want you to? Why doesn't he do that? He's the president. That's what Donald Trump would have done. Why can't Joe Biden go on the stage and be like, I am literally, listen out, Jack, look alive. Look alive, Jack, I'm Irish. I'm about to go IRA on your fucking riverboat, okay? On your houseboat. Why isn't Joe Biden, at the very least, obviously I'm fucking exaggerating, but why isn't Joe Biden at the very least turning around and saying, listen, oh, you're not going to vote alongside the Democratic Party? That's crazy. No, it's fine. No,
Ring, ring. Is that the IRS? Yeah, let's investigate Joe Manchin's family's fucking businesses in the coal mining industry. Let's take a look at what's going on there. Oh, are you not going to deal with us? Are you not going to do the right thing? Well, I'm going to remove you from your fucking committee positions, okay? Guess what? You're not getting any lobbying dollars anymore. Are you going to get lobbying dollars if you're not a part of the Energy Committee? Why are you a part of the Energy Committee again when your brother owns a fucking coal mining operation that you make $5 million off of year after year? Why is that happening? Huh? Same with Kristen Sinema. Take her off. Don't fucking put her on goddamn bills. Don't give her a fucking gimme. Get her off every fucking committee, strip her of all the fucking power that she has, belittle her on a daily fucking basis, and make her life living hell through the proper protocols that the Republican Party oftentimes uses when push comes to shove and they want to whip votes in their fucking favor. But the Democrats can't do that. They don't want to do that because they don't care to do that. They are the controlled opposition party. But in order for us to be able to push the Democrats to even do that right thing so that they can like actually get the people that we voted for to operate in a way that like suits our interests as working class Americans rather than the fucking interests of the corporations of the wealthy, we have to organize. Okay? That's it. That's the point. It's very frustrating that dumbasses, even at this stage, when you are literally demonstrably seeing that just simply vote lol for the Democrats doesn't work, still come into this chat and turn around and say, well, we should need more moderate Democrats, actually. No, we don't. Moderate Democrats are the reason why we're here to begin with. We need to start fucking bullying our own representatives, okay? That's it. We need to bully them to do the right thing because they're not going to do it. That's why I always joke about the gauntlet. Like, the threat of proletarian violence would probably get them to act in a certain way. So I talk about the legislation of the gauntlet, okay? Where you pick one fucking person from your state. All right, you pick one challenger, one champion, one working class champion to beat the fucking shit out of your representative on the fucking halls of the Senate, on the floor of the Senate. You beat him up, okay? If they reach below a certain point, if they reach below a certain popularity rating, if their approval rating dips beneath 30%, that means that their state that means that they're not representing the interests of their state. They're not representing their actual constituents. So what do? We bring a challenger, a champion, okay? A man of the people that comes in and beats the living fucking shit out of a congressperson. And then we put it on C-SPAN for pay-per-view. There you go. You're literally fucking funding the government further. In a video game, right? No, motherfucker, I'm talking about legislation. What if I'm wrong on what? Are we allowed to bully you? What if I'm wrong? Yes, dude, you already bully me. I live in this existence where I have to listen to fucking mouth-breathing losers like you on a regular fucking basis. That is literally my living hell. I am a fucking Twitch streamer, and you are such a fucking pathetic little vegetable-brained idiot that you cannot comprehend the difference between a legislator that is able to change your life in dramatic ways, okay? A public servant that works for you, that is supposed to work at the behest of the citizens that elected him, but instead works for the fucking corporations, and me, a Twitch streamer, okay? Having to exist in a space where a fucking baboon-brained idiot like you can reach out to me and have me hear their fucking idiotic takes is already my living hell. Okay? I have to listen to you. Why are you constantly malding? A great question. I wonder why. Because I have to fucking listen to dudes who cannot comprehend the difference between me and a fucking senator, dude. I have to listen to idiots who come in here and say, hey, I should be able to bully you, right? Like you already do, man. You already do, okay? Because I live in a world where I live in a fucking universe where, like, as a Twitch streamer, I say, hey, our politicians should do our bidding. And there's still people who are like, I don't know, man. I feel like I should be able to kill you if you're going to talk like this. Like, are you Joe Manchin? Is Joe Manchin in the chat? Why are you defending people that don't care about you? To a person who, at the very least, wants what's best for you. Has no power, but at least is like making the argument that they should literally listen to you. And you are so fucking brain broken that you're turning around and be like, no, I'm going to defend the politician, I think. Because I'm so brain broken by watching YouTube essayists say how much you fucking suck that I literally live on a planet where I think you have any fucking power as a Twitch streamer and you're an evil person, an ontologically evil person. So therefore, all matter of like weird bullying and harassing and psychotic cyber stalking that I engage in is justifiable morally in my worldview. But the real reason is because I reply to you. The real reason is because I am accessible. Joe Manchin is not. I'm accessible. Mark Zuckerberg is not. I'm accessible. Elon Musk is not. If you had any fucking way to sway their point of view, you would turn around and do everything you can to fucking bully them and annoy them. But no, you don't have any power. You recognize your powerlessness. So you come in here and maybe exercise a crumb of power by changing the fucking stream for 30,000 people. That's it. That's how pathetic of a fucking shit stain you are if you do that, by the way. Like, literally, your life is so fucking worthless. Why are you like an authoritarian now? You've changed, brother? I am an authoritarian, okay? Sometimes you just gotta sometimes you gotta rule with a fucking fist, okay? Sorry, Mofo Gaming, but you can suck my cock from the back, okay? I'm done. The gulag for you. You're derailing the stream in annoying ways that I don't want to fucking talk about. Thank you for the $5 dono, though, earlier, idiot. You got what you wanted. I love when people are literally, like, they come in here and they act like they're asking questions in good faith, and they just, like, ultimately fucking are just, like, slowly but surely pricking, prodding, needling as best as they can. And then they turn around and go, wow, man, it's really fucked up that you're not, you know, really fucked up that you're behaving like an authoritarian person when you have 30,000 people that you want to educate and entertain. Let's get back to the Steven Crowder video.
Why is Plan B a thing, right? There's a reason why day after something, you can go into CVS right now and a young lady can say, I know I did whatever I did last night and I'm going to make sure that I protect myself.
So did what I did. I'm assuming sex.
Sure.
Yeah.
And so to me, you saying, okay, here at this point in time, there's people who are, I'm not a doctor, right, obviously. I wouldn't be wearing this.
Spoiler, neither am I. I don't know if you can tell.
So, you know, somebody somewhere sat down and said, this makes sense, who gets paid a lot more money than me and understands the anatomy of the human body. But yeah, no, I don't.
But that's kind of the issue, though, right? Is no one has sit down and said it made sense. For example, in a place like Colorado, you can have.
It's not true. It's not true. Of course, they have thought about this. Like Steven Crowder is creating a universe in which, like, Steven Crowder is creating a universe in which, like, doctors and medical professionals have not, on top of like the philosopher Andes, okay, have not talked endlessly about the medical ethics. Like, he just thinks that, you know, people have not considered the medical ethics of allowing women to be able to get a fucking abortion. Okay? That's wild to me. That's actually wild that, like, he could convince more than one person that, like, we live in a world where doctors have simply not thought about it. I guess they're just, like, letting it happen. Like, no one has actually thought about it. If you thought about it, you would recognize that it's fucked up.
Have an abortion all the way up until 8-9 months.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that.
Okay. And that'll still be the law in Colorado.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The reason why it's the law in fucking Colorado is because it is a medical necessity, okay? That's it.
And in Virginia, you know, you had the governor where there were babies who survived abortions and they were still being allowed to die.
Okay. I love his fucking, look at this link, dailycaller.com, dude. Oh, sick. Sick.
Because technically they tried to abort them. They'll still be allowed to do that in Virginia.
Well, what's the difference between that and some girl throwing herself down the stairs? people are going to do what they want to do when they want to do it.
Well, no, this is about babies who were born who survived abortions and they were just leaving it in a room to die.
Sure, but you're saying in Colorado at 8 months, it's still legal for them to get abortions, which I didn't know. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, so if a lady's 8 months pregnant and she's just in dire whatever mental state and she decides she doesn't want to have that kid.
See, this is actually good. She's like pushing back in the most like sane way because she's like, well, that's insane, actually. What you're saying seems like an insane thing to think and say. This is why I'd probably rip like enough hair from my head that like more than like a human being has on top of their fucking head. I feel like without this chat, I would have like a way thicker mane, a way fuller head of hair.
To stop her from jumping off the top of this building and or pushing herself down the stairs.
Well, I don't know. Hopefully there'd be some bars on the window.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Right.
Wait, what? Why? I thought he was a libertarian. Why do you want to stop people from fucking committing suicide? I'm so confused, bro. What the fuck? You mean the government should regulate people that want to kill themselves? That's not very libertarian of you, my guy. I thought my body, my choice applied to fucking, taking vaccines and shit. What's up with that? That's the other thing. It's like vaccines. My body, my choice, actually. But yeah, homie immediately is like, yeah, we should put bars, pussy.
I'm just trying to understand your position because it's something that's obviously a heated issue, and I'm trying to see where there is common ground.
I don't need the nanny state to tell me I can't commit suicide.
It sounded to me like you were saying after the second trimester, no abortion, but now it sounds like you're saying, yeah, it should be fine for a place like Colorado to have abortions at 7, 8 months.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay.
I literally said I do not agree with that.
Okay, so you still think...
But what I don't think is that we should go so far back that we're saying every state should make their own opinion before the first trimester, after the second trimester, because to me, I live in Texas, I'm originally from California, and I know we vote very differently between
I hope that you're not one of those who comes from California and brings your politics here, because you left for a reason, right?
I didn't leave by choice. My parents brought me here.
Oh, okay.
So I think views are going to very much differ in living in the Bible Belt. I've seen, how that can affect people. I've seen how it affects me as a black person, 112%. So
how so? What's the 12?
What's the 12%?
Yeah. What's the 12 past 100?
I literally went.
It's an expression, man. Come on. Oh my God. He's like literally trying to nitpick anything he can. It's wild, dude. What's the 12%? Lol. Okay, dude, please, Canada, take him back. Canada, abort this motherfucker. Okay, please. We wanna push him back into Canada. I can't.
I went to a restaurant when I was 8 years old, and they told my cheerleading coach that I couldn't go into their restaurant because I was black, and that was in Texas, and it would never happen in California. So there's just
also wait, hold on. I gotta like talk about something, okay? So we brought up Colorado abortion laws, okay? So important to mention here. So abortion in Colorado is legal in all states of the pregnancy. It's one of the 7 states without any term restrictions as to when a pregnancy can be terminated. 59% of adults said in a poll by the Pew Research Center that abortion should be legal in all and most cases in Colorado. So one, that's democratic. States' rights, baby. Sucks to suck. You can't be fucking talking about that. Okay? So there's that. First and foremost, okay? And let's take a look at like the actual decisions and the context of why free birth correlates to teenage girls having fewer pregnancies, all that sort of stuff. But let's talk about why it is allowed, okay? Ballot box history. Colorado Amendment 48 was an initiative in 2008 to amend the definition of a person to any human being from the moment of fertilization. On November 4th, 2008, the initiative was turned down by 73.2% of the voters. Consistent with the rest of the country. That's really interesting that religious fucking weirdos tried to change that in the Colorado Constitution and wanted to turn it into like a person is any fertilized seed, okay? Any fertilized egg is a person, and 73% of Coloradans said fuck no. But Steven Crowder is mad about that. Why is Steven Crowder seeing himself into Coloradans' business if he wants states' rights? Can someone explain that to me really quickly? Oh, probably not, because it has nothing to do with fucking states' rights at all. It has everything to do with just like having a dumbass fucking conversation, having a dumbass argument. So that's one thing. Okay? Colorado Proposition 115 was a 2020 ballot initiative preventing abortion after 22 weeks unless the pregnancy endangered the mother's life. Performing an abortion after 22 weeks would have become a Class 1 misdemeanor. On November 3rd, 2020, Colorado voters rejected Proposition 115 with 59% of the voters opposing the initiative. Once again, it didn't work. States' rights. But it doesn't matter. Motherfucker still wants to change that reality, right? He wants to use it at least as a talking point. It does not matter. In 1990, 426,000 women in the state faced the risk of an unintended pregnancy. Since the start of the 2008 Colorado Family Planning Initiative, the number of abortions performed in the state fell by nearly half for women between the ages of 15 to 19, which, by the way, I suspect the Colorado Family Planning Initiative is the exact same thing as like what the abortion freaks do regardless. Like that's the anti-abortion activists that go in and lie to people and like try to urge them to not get a fucking abortion. Deaths and injuries from unsafe and illegal abortions in the period between 1972 and 1974, there were 0 recorded illegal abortion deaths in the state. During the winter of 1978, 3 women in less than a month required hospitalization in Denver after consuming pennyroyal oil for the purpose of trying to induce an abortion. One of those women died. Hold on. There was abortion violence. Hold on. Where's the fucking context though? I want to see like what the third trimester abortions and like what is the allowance, or what is the context in which like third trimester abortions are allowed. This abortion restriction law did not pass because it met strong opposition. Yeah, time and time again, Colorado, the Republican Coloradans have tried to change the laws in their favor, and time again, they have lost, okay? Even then, the number of abortion clinics in the state has been declining for years, going from 73 in 1982 to 59 in 1992 to 21 in 2014. 21. Part of that is because of the slowness of the Medicaid payments in 2016 and low Medicaid reimbursement rates resulted in 2 Planned Parenthood clinics in Colorado being closed in 2016. There's also the Colorado Family Planning Initiative. So even in even in states, where they have the entirety of the state, literally, pretty much, like the overwhelming majority of people saying that you should be able to get an abortion whenever you want, okay? They still find a way to rot that system by underfunding it. By the way, shouts out to the Hyde Amendment. Incredible stuff there. And they try to undermine, even in states like Colorado, the right to be able to get a fucking abortion. The state has seen anti-abortion rights violence, including a death following the shooting at a Planned Parenthood clinic in Colorado Springs in Colorado in November 2015, by the way. But Colorado Democratic Party largely supports the access to abortion, while the Colorado Republican Party have embraced the hardline anti-abortion stances, and they try to do everything they fucking can. Okay? Anyway, all right. Time and time again, they have tried, once again, like I said, and failed. What is the religious view about abortion? It's the view that I don't give a fuck. I don't care what religious people think about abortion. Only thing I care about is the top of the hour ad break and aborting that ad break because I forgot to fucking run it for the past 2 hours. And at the top of the hour, there's a 60-second ad break. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe. Subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Here's the 1-minute ad break now. Thank you, Big Ball, for the 5. Get the subs. Why does someone need the choice to get an abortion up to going into labor? Why? Okay, great question. Okay, are you ready for this? First, my question to you is like, why do you care? Okay, like what's it to you? Like, obviously, you're not the one who's fucking carrying a pregnancy to term. You're not the one who's going to be fucking, giving birth. You're not the one who's going to actually, take care of the child. So maybe you should shut the fuck up. Now, the second reason, and the more important part of this is that, in like almost all of the situations where someone is having a third trimester pregnancy, that is a medical complication that is an absolute necessity. Okay? You don't care about the sanctity of life. You've never had a morally consistent perspective on the sanctity of life, so shut the fuck up about that. Let's be real. Most humans don't. Okay? Especially if you're not conservative, and if you are literally a fucking, the type of person who's like, I want to restrict women from having abortions, then you quite literally are in an oxymoronic position where you are openly admitting that you don't care about the sanctity of the carrier, which is a life. But like I said, ultimately, it's not about, wait, you banned them. What did they say? Joe Biden even could put together a sentence. Does someone need the choice to get an abortion to go into labor? Why? I actually have 2 children. I fucking doubt it. You're an unfuckable debate pervert if you're in the chat trying to do that. So first and foremost is bodily autonomy. But secondly, only 1% of terminations happen. Only 1% of abortions happen. Dude, I'm not going to look at the clickbaited Philip DeFranco video, dude. Are you Philip DeFranco's alt account or something? I got it. I know. I'm not going to look at it right now. Please stop. Please stop sending it to me. Please. I don't want to stop people from being able to get abortions in the 3rd trimester, because people that get 3rd trimester abortions are in almost 100% of the circumstances getting them even though they wanted to carry the pregnancy to term. Okay? Do you understand? So these people don't want to have that abortion. They are forced to have that abortion. Okay? You get it? You understand? So having a conversation about like this incredibly traumatic experience for so many women, but of course, a very tiny margin of women with respect to the rest of the women that do end up getting abortions. Okay? I'm not going to stop them so they fucking die because we are conceding to some debate pervert that is creating a hypothetical scenario where like women literally just want to do a murder on a baby. Okay? That's why they want to just like fucking, have a child. They want to like make sure that the fetus has viability outside of the body and then fucking kill it. So you feel the sense of murder or something, whatever your fucking perverted mind thinks. Okay? Very strange.
It definitely happens in California.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I appreciate
It
talking
definitely
to you.
happens in California.
This is
Aren't
really
the states that are trying to ban abortion still allowing abortions and medical issues? No, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're not. Plus, it doesn't matter. Here, you see? You give even 1 fucking ounce of concession and people are like, well, they're not trying to ban it for medical reasons. Yes, they are. They are trying to ban it for medical reasons as well. There are states where you literally, state legislatures, people in the state legislature are straight up saying, like, even if you have an ectopic pregnancy, which means, like, there is no fetus that's going to live and the carrier is going to 100% die, God should sort it out. States are going so far as to go after IUDs, and you're over here being like, well, fucking states are not. Also, Steven Crowder had an 8-minute conversation with this person who was very thoughtful and did a really good job defending abortion, and then he turned around and titled it, Black Woman Thinks No One is Racist in California. 8 minutes and 39 seconds. In the last 5-second stretch, I guess she says something.
really fun.
Okay.
Now,
You're saying no racist in California? Come on, there's no way. Ever been to Venice? I've seen some. I lived in California too.
This is the most copium-induced thing I've ever seen in my entire life. She didn't even say anything about that. He literally put words in her mouth and then titled it as such. What a pathetic fucking cuck loser. Oh my God, dude. God, what a waste of fucking life, dude. What a waste of... Literally said there was racist in California.
There's no way. Ever been to Venice? I've seen some. I lived in California too. I've definitely seen. I've seen racists everywhere. Yeah, definitely some neo-Nazis
She said, I've seen racists everywhere.
in California. Thank you.
Yeah, when you were in California, there was racists in California, as in you, okay? You are the racist in California, dumbass. That's crazy. That's crazy that this is like the title of this video. How fucking desperate. How pathetic. What a fucking cuck. But of course, because let's dive into the comments and you will recognize that like none of this is actually, we're playing a role here. When you do a debate pervert thing like this, you're just simply acting out your role. The people that are watching are not actually going to be convinced by your perspective. They're there because they like Steven Crowder and think he's smart, and they're that fucking stupid, so it doesn't even matter. You know what I mean? They're like, they're never going to see the light. Don't worry, his body will continue to try and kill him. Oh, fuck. I wanted to watch that abortion video, but it's already getting late as fuck for it today. And I'm on edge. I don't know. I hate it. Not that Steven Crowder pisses me off when I watch his videos. It's that like there are idiots in the chat that like defend some of the dumbest things that come out of his mouth, and it like kills me. It fucking murders me. And then because I use like passionate language, because I call people idiots and stupid, they get really butthurt, and then they're like, "Oh wow, Hasan is just like he can't take any sort of criticism. He can't take any sort of backlash. I'm gonna reorient my entire fucking worldview because Hasan hurt my feelings." Anyway. There are trolls that are dedicated to do that following today. Sad people. Yeah, it's so sad. But ultimately, I hope that there was a little bit of insight and you were able to recognize certain things about the abortion conversation in this process that changed your mind a little bit, because that's ultimately my goal, okay? I'm gonna hit the last ad break here. Tired and a racist, of course. According to Keemstar, who definitely is not racist. I have a headache. Fuck. All right. I learned some things, and that's why I asked my question. I think you and Jay will have a nice combo if that happens. I don't think so. I think he's just gonna fucking rip me, and like, I don't know. I'm not even gonna be able to have that conversation on Twitch anyway, so he'll have full control over like what it looks like in the end. I didn't even realize that it was gonna. I don't even know if he wanted to do it for content purposes or not. I just like legitimately was trying to you know, hear his perspective. Anyway, someone said there was a new Hasana streaming cover by Faye. Watch it. Finally. All right. See you tomorrow, everybody. I love you all. All right. Tomorrow I got leftovers in the morning.
Peace.
Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The sunlight to the starlight to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord as your prop grenades take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ F4s. The whole left at your fingertips, only at your door. H3 crowded up at the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat vice. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic's months are streaming from your home. Total radical. Polarization coming out to find the system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.